Chapter 10, Luna Lovegood. Chapter text to all of my guest reviewers and anyone ever. I'll never be angry if you disagree with a single thing I type right. You are your own opinion. And if you think Hermione was in the right, or you don't see Sirius the same way I do, I'm always happy to hear it and enjoy another side of things. It's honestly fun for me whether I agree or not. Thanks as always for sharing your thoughts in reviews, no matter what the contents are. HPHPHPHP James had never found it such a struggle in his life to get started on his part of the book. Even homework had never felt this bad. They weren't naive. They all had known, when stepping into the order, they should be expecting a short mortality rate. But for it to be so hard pressed into them on top of the honestly much crueler parts of hearing the living people's futures. James had to work hard to collect himself, to glance at his wife, son, and friends around him to remind himself why he kept going. For the change that had to come, the good there had to be in being forced to live through this. That is the most unrealistic dream you've ever had, Sirius scoffed. Harry rubbed absently at his scar, wishing this would quite being mentioned already, as it never failed to leave him uneasy. They all frowned in pity for that, hoping Ginny wasn't hurt too bad, and entirely sure Marley's yelling most likely wasn't necessary that time. The twins were most likely feeling guilty enough for that move. Harry only partially disagreed, in envisioning himself jumping down those stairs to make sure she was all right while giving the twins a good telling off himself. "I'm sure going to miss hearing about this," Sirius said with utter sarcasm. He was looking forward to Harry going back to school more than anyone, just so he didn't have to keep hearing about this place. "I would never hurt her," Sirius yelped as he pressed his hand to his heart, while James ignored him and Harry's light smile. "They've been so inconsistent with that. I'd really love a chart on where they stand," Lily muttered. "That's ridiculous. He's too tall. He wouldn't fit behind one," Remus deadpanned. "More likely a street light," James tacked on with a stupid smirk, mostly for remembering what those were. "I think using manners while shouting is a bit of an oxymoron," Sirius smirked. "I'm sure she just loved that," Lily snorted. "Couldn't describe a more perfect background noise," Sirius snipped, trying to count down the seconds until this place would be mentioned no more. "I cannot remember a time where that word has stopped me from doing anything," Sirius sniffed, with the happiest smile on his face Harry had yet seen when he was mentioned inside this place. Harry cracked up laughing as he remembered seeing the Pooch, who always seemed to carry a far more carefree attitude than his human godfather. "There's the proper response," Lily agreed, her voice far less begrudging than Harry was expecting, which meant even she must think it was a good idea for him to be getting some air. "For the last time, hopefully," Sirius muttered without any real feeling, knowing he wouldn't be so lucky. Even Sirius couldn't help a light scowl for this woman never seeming to show a spot of fun. He wasn't doing anyone any harm by being out like this with Harry. You'd think she'd at least be grateful to him for the extra protection against Harry with his extra senses. "Even hearing of some of the ways makes me still feel for them," James agreed with mild sympathy. They were all still snickering lightly at listening to their carefree Padfoot to really take the chance and scowl at Marley for what they believed was a fair comparison in that moment. Harry laughed all the harder while Sirius smirked for this, but the others were starting to feel just a touch of concern replace their happiness at hearing of Sirius being so carefree. If he wasn't careful, he'd draw too much attention to himself, and they certainly didn't want to risk hearing about that. Sirius watched that happy smile on Harry's face and was suddenly even more personally grateful he could only join Harry as a dog. He wasn't entirely sure of the expression that would be there if he were human in that moment. Sirius smirked and sat up a little straighter in pride. He rarely showed off his Padfoot form, to be honest, but it was nice to get recognition for it. Lily rolled her eyes. She'd never wanted to see a smug expression transformed into a dog. Trust Sirius to pull that off. Remus was gazing absently at that for a moment as he muttered to himself. "Pretty sure a large majority of the population is arriving on this day, so even if they were followed, I mean even Malfoy was technically going that way and not." Sirius gave him a little nudge to get him to stop. James smirked to himself as he imagined a few implications of that happening. Harry may not have noticed his friends taking any special interest in the twins, but James saw Remus doing this as a perfect opportunity to hopefully pass along a few marauder ideas onto the clearly troublesome trio that wasn't his son and friends for once. Lily nibbled on her lip in fear for a moment for those implications, but surely if something had happened to him, they wouldn't all be acting like he'd just missed an appointment. Still, it didn't feel right him not showing up like this. "Did I need the add-on?" Harry Mark demanded with wide eyes. "If I've heard half the things from your past, you need far more than that." Remus rolled his eyes right back. Harry could feel whatever humor he'd built up start to ebb away already. Something of this scene, and all of them at the train station for him, leaving some lingering fear deep inside him as he looked once more to his godfather. What could that have to do with messages now? "I'm so sure that wasn't an accident," Lily snorted softly. Remus whacked him upside the head at the exact same time Lily snapped. "Sirius, you idiot." Sirius shrugged without remorse, thinking even if Harry came to visit him on Christmas holiday, he was owed some kind of goodby to him in whatever form he wanted. "Because saying his name like that is the smart rebuke," James muttered, even if Lily swatted him as well for not taking that more seriously. Harry gave one last snicker of delight, even as his mother groaned into her hands what a moron her friend was for continuing to draw attention to himself like that. He couldn't just do one thing subtlety, could he? Harry felt a tight sharpening in his throat that made him very grateful he wasn't the one reading right now. He knew he couldn't have worked past that moment to ignore it if he'd been called out on for it, and yet he did not for a second want to dwell on whatever that meaningless sentence was. He'd see Sirius again in no time, of course. Merlin's pants, this girl once set a teacher on fire. Can she please stop trying to lecture others on how to act? James snarled. She couldn't even do it to his face. Remus sniffed in agreement, but waited until they were on the train and out of sight from him. "Least Ron sympathizes," Remus muttered approvingly, wishing he'd heard his opinion on this at some point, and honestly just as grateful he hadn't. "Technically straight away," Remus agreed, "but I usually preferred to follow them and see where they were going to be first." "Didn't make that any less awkward," Harry muttered, as he sat there for a moment in shock as he realized he'd never ridden the train without Ron. "You think Hermione said something to him about how I first reacted?" Harry asked quietly. They wanted to at once reassure Ron was just feeling as awkward as Harry for the moment he realized he couldn't be hanging around his friend the whole trip. But well, they wouldn't put it past Hermione at this point either to have warned Ron that Harry had a spot of jealousy there for a moment. That could leave Ron feeling all the more awkward for this. "Never believed he was," Sirius said with honest chipper. "Least you get to stick around a Weasley," Remus said brightly, while Harry suddenly got an awkward smile in place. Something about him and Ginny in a compartment alone together that had his left hand suddenly being a bit more fidgety than normal. "I thought first years always did that when they saw you," Lily murmured with discomfort. "Not that many of them were younger kids," Harry muttered, any trace of that smile gone now to be replaced with a bleak scowl as he remembered all those articles he'd never read. "Sounds like it," James grumbled, "but the way I see it, who cares?" Harry did manage some kind of laugh for that at least. James paused with an awkward look on his face before glancing guiltily at his wife and friends, saying, "I swear Ginny's the one who called her that. Who names their kid Loony? Maybe it's a nickname." Remus tried uneasily, thinking Ginny wouldn't have suggested it or called her such a thing otherwise. "Well, I definitely want to meet anyone who gets that kind of introduction," Sirius said with an interesting smirk. "Either Neville's incredibly shy, or he already knows the background of this one." Sirius snickered with even more interest now. What was he planning on doing, spending the whole train ride in the halls? James agreed, his awkward look quickly passing into mild curiosity as well. By the time James was done, all three boys had the same odd smile in place, leaving Harry starting to wonder just how they'd introduce themselves to this girl and rearing up some protective feelings in himself. They didn't look mean about it per se, but not like they were going to avoid her either. He decided to hold his tongue and see what they actually had to say about her first. Sirius was distracted for a moment by blinking in recognition of something he'd never heard of before. Then it clicked, and he said, "Oh, isn't that the magazine Arthur and Kingsley mentioned regarding me?" "Oh yeah, didn't you ever read that?" James demanded of his son. "No," Harry muttered, as the last of his summer came pressing in on him, all the harder of Sirius' avoidance of him, even something they could have shared a laugh over about whatever this article was. Both boys realized they hadn't made anything any better by asking Harry about this, so James quickly moved on. James gave a mock gasp in shock and turned wide eyes on his son while demanding, "Really? Why didn't you ever tell me?" Lily clucked her tongue impatiently and waved him on before Harry could respond. His responses have gotten far better since the twins did that, Sirius snickered. Lily's face puckered with disappointment at that, hoping it was Neville's lingering awkwardness, not wanting him to add in rather than him really trying to even downplay his being in there like that. Either option was really sad. Sirius had a torn expression on his face now, like he couldn't decide if he should be laughing or moving on from this, but James decided on the latter for him. "You didn't even mention the best parts of that gift last time." James got a dreamy look back on his face. "Namely, getting you onto the Quidditch team as the youngest seeker ever," Sirius emphasized, like Harry would have forgotten this fact again. Harry hadn't, but he laughed all the same for the reminder. "Bummer," Remus snorted. "Why?" Sirius balked. "Did you really just ask why it's named that?" Lily rolled her eyes at him. "Well, it is a dumb name," James agreed fairly. "I couldn't even read it with a straight face." "Fascinating description as always," Remus snickered. "That bloke that dropped him out a window," Lily demanded with a raised brow. "And gave Neville his toad," Harry reminded sheepishly. Sirius scratched absently at his ear as he tried to understand how or why you'd breed a plant, but honestly didn't care enough to ask. "Least I'm not the only one," Sirius agreed. Lily frowned at him and opened her mouth. Possible to give him a lifelong lecture he'd been avoiding in all his skipped herbology classes, and so was as thankful as ever his best mate could take a hint and ignored the both of them. James took one moment to blink again, and then promptly the whole room collapsed with laughter for the mental image, Harry included. Harry rolled his eyes indulgently as they enjoyed his misfortune, but the blithe laughter was so needed in the tense room for so long he couldn't much stop his own laughter cracking through as he vividly remembered the scene. "It's not poisonous, is it?" Remus asked with more amusement than concern as clearly Harry was fine. "Don't think so, but it stank worse than that troll did," Harry said. "You should really be thanking Neville for waiting to find that out around you," James said, not even bothering to hide his laughter at this misfortune one bit. "That timing," Remus yelped with a wince of sympathy, while James utterly lost it and collapsed in his seat laughing his arse off. "I'm just so glad you're getting your kicks out of this, considering I wouldn't have been surprised to walk in on you doing something similar." Lily told him to try and get him to stop, despite her own twitching lips for the hilarity of the moment. It had no affect on James this time. Even all his remembered spurns from his wife couldn't quell this moment, so she snatched the book away from him, and when even that didn't work, she had to go on even louder over him and his snickering friends. "Well, she doesn't seem much fun," Remus told him conversationally over his still giggling friends. "What girl wouldn't want to join in on this fun?" Harry pouted at him and grumbled something about he hadn't wanted to join in this. "You don't even know very cool people," Sirius chose now to point out to Harry. "It's not like we were in school with you at the time." Harry really did whack his godfather upside the head for that, causing the others to laugh all the harder. "But that's so much more memorable," James wheezed out, finally coming back to himself and trying to grab the book back from Lily. She let it go, reluctantly. Harry would have protested if he could find his tongue yet, but it was still burning with the rest of his red face. "She couldn't have done that while Cho was there," Sirius pouted. "Why would she want to?" Lily reminded with a tittering laugh, Harry's face still astonishingly red, and refusing to acknowledge his mindset telling him which girl's name had given his stomach a flip at their picking. "It's hardly fun to be doing that job," Remus agreed with sympathy. "Oh, he isn't," Remus groaned, finally sobering some of James' laughter as he scowled at the next word. "Og," Sirius sneered in disgust. "I wish I was more surprised, but that pompous, arrogant little toe rag was probably Snape's only option to Dumbledore. You'd really think some other Slytherin would get some attention at some point to help balance things out," Lily sighed with regret. "I think I like it when Hermione insults people," Sirius grinned at that, though he was the only one as the others were still angry at her for the last person she'd insulted according to them. Surprised he doesn't remember that part, as he hadn't spoken a word to her all night. Lily arched a reproachful brow. Or surprised to find this Luna in there, James smirked. Was she trying to say she was wishing Ron had asked her? Sirius blinked in surprise. I don't think so, Harry said with as much assurance as he could. Just, she wouldn't have minded it. Even a vague sweep of his memories showed nothing between Ron and Luna. The others weren't so sure after that, but they didn't really think Ginny would be giggling at Luna's attempts either, though that could have been because of her brother's face. They all let it go, though, as it could just be more of Luna's quirkiness that they'd already noticed. Honestly, the only good part of the job, Remus agreed. Only if you abuse it, Lily muttered with a nasty look at him. He tried to dish out a few detentions to Snape once in a while that hadn't always worked, but had clearly amused him at the time. That's an abuse of power. Sirius smirked at his own brilliance, while Remus smacked him for increasing the echo in here. I'll kiss Creature if you don't catch him doing so in the first week, Sirius scoffed. The only people that take the high road are the ones who don't know the secret tunnels, Sirius smirked. That was convoluted. Lily rolled her eyes at him, now repressing the urge to smack the lot of them. Harry could feel his right fist clenching unconsciously at the mention of that, for this year in particular for some reason. Well, that's just cruel, Remus smirked, as he obviously can't help any such thing. I love that means even Hermione cracked, Sirius chuckled. I was just fixing to ask you the same thing, James finished with a bewildered stare at his son. Harry opened his mouth, struggled to come up with any real comment, and then just shrugged with a bemused smile still in place. That seems a little violent, even for Fudge, Lily frowned in confusion. What kind of magazine was this again? James asked before remembering Harry had never heard of it, so reading on curiously. As if the Ministry would ever be stupid enough to step in there, Remus scoffed. James at once felt like a weight had been slammed into him as he read that last one, the others gasping wildly while Sirius nearly fell of the couch in excitement as he squealed. Really? He'd gone so long now with everyone in this future thinking him a crazy madman, he couldn't believe there was a person outside the Order who was putting this out there. James would never dream of making something like that up as he read started back with high-pitched excitement, the bubble of hope bouncing around inside him, almost unfamiliar to him now. Merlin's pants. Don't encourage the man's ideas for more name puns, Remus muttered, even as he listened eagerly to see if someone other than them realized Sirius' innocence. James had to squint hard at that, realized his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, and then kept going loudly more out of confusion, and still some real hope in there anyone was going to shed some light on his innocent friend. Never. Remus kept trying to pick at his ear like he was sure he was hearing wrong, even if all the other blank faces were proof enough. I mean, he's not bad. But James interrupted what he found entirely pointless to read, for once in his life. James was just grateful the article hadn't supplied the name of that wizard. Okay, you started off really well, but then... Lily trailed off as she wasn't sure what else to say about any of this. Of course Sirius had been there, but honestly she'd still take a fake reason for the Ministry letting this go and investigating further than the full truth. Anything to get just one win, even a bitter one of that rat still not being their next victim. James looked up to indicate he was done, to find Sirius with an actual look of consideration on his face before nodding and saying, You know what, I'll take that. It's not as good as what I was hoping for, but honestly, I'll take anything at this point. Lily still looked torn on whether she was supposed to be laughing or not, while Remus gave in and just started laughing because he wasn't sure what else to do with this new information. It seemed ludicrous in the way it was put, but he was on Sirius' side with one major point. His friend deserved some kind of break, even if it was this one. James couldn't find the room in him to laugh this off like the others. He was too busy realizing that Stinksap had just drowned his little hope bubble, and now he felt like a fool for thinking Sirius could get off so easily. He forced himself to keep going past his stupid moment and ignored whatever looks he was getting from the others. Harry was still looking on with a bemused expression, thinking his own thoughts weren't too far off on what was going on here. I don't know anyone who would have thought otherwise, Lily muttered. James couldn't help his face to be twisted with agitation at the end. As if Sirius' story wasn't ludicrous enough, it had to be in the same magazine as this drivel. Great. So apparently the only one who could possibly be rooting for Sirius' freedom besides them was a tabloid on par with Rita. The others were feeling the same way, as depressed by their hopes being shot down as they had been at all the things said about him of late. Only Sirius could keep that insufferable smile in place that was getting harder by the moment to fake. Credit for originality, Remus sighed, wishing he could laugh at this more, but losing any fun it could have considering how harsh the blow was being looked at as a joke. I don't even know where to start with that one, James muttered as his brows crept towards his hairline. Least that one's useful, Remus pretended to laugh. See, Harry agrees with me, Sirius snorted. Guess I'm not surprised she's heard of it, Lily sighed. Did she really have to say that while Luna was reading it? Harry frowned, that protective surge raising for her of all people. Luna could enjoy reading that for fun. We've well established Hermione doesn't take note of who's around her when she speaks her mind, James sniffed. Ah, Remus said with a flinch on Hermione's part. She was just getting on everyone's nerves of late. She managed to make that even worse. Another specialty of hers, James muttered. Have we yet to go a train visit without this one buggering in? Sirius blustered, more than happy to switch off topic of that magazine, but not to this. Second year, Harry offered without any emphasis. And even then, I'll take the Whomping Willow over him, James huffed. Merlin's pants, end me now so I won't have to live with this for the next 3 books, Sirius groaned in disgust. I always counted my blessings Snively was never made prefect for this exact reason, James groaned in disgust, causing everyone in here to laugh lightly. Wouldn't know, Harry snarked back under his breath. Sirius opened his mouth with a happy little smirk in place, but Remus gave him such a hard whack over the head he yipped in protest and looked actually offended. What the bloody hell was that for? Malfoy recognized you, you idiot, he snapped back. A whole mess of problems could be going on now because of that. Like what? He demanded, still rubbing at the spot and looking more petulant than worried. It's not a secret I'm going to be around Harry, or that anyone on that platform with Harry was an Order member. They were all loyal to Dumbledore. Besides, exaggerating much Mooney. People say dogging all the time. Trust me, we know you always had to make the crack at school about how you better be extra careful to watch your step with them talking about you. James rolled his eyes. I just wish you'd taken your own advice for once. Lotta ridiculous, Sirius sniffed, but he couldn't think how to argue back any more either as James kept going with a lot more anxiety now. Or maybe he just doesn't read into every stupid little detail, Sirius sniffed, still rubbing the back of his head more for exaggerating his point than anything. Remus was now ignoring him. Gah! Sirius snarled in frustration as he turned on Harry. Not you two. What is wrong with the lot of you? Acting like everything I do is a bad idea lately. Because it is, Lily told him like she was scolding a naughty child. Well, we can't say it's nothing new at least, Remus muttered. Again, not a very well-kept secret, if the Death Eaters know half as much as I think they do, Sirius reminded with a particularly ugly look in place for where they could have possibly learned all that information. That's inconvenient, Remus said just to make James stop reading with so much strain of late. Despite their worry, Remus just had to remember Sirius was going to be fine. He had to be. I always wonder why we couldn't just leave our pets on the train as well as our luggage. We only release them as soon as we step inside anyways. James only agreed absently, clearly still reading with his mind back on that grim place Sirius was back at. What? They all muttered in confusion, Harry with absolute concern as his mind swapped from a nagging worry he couldn't understand about Sirius to whoever this vaguely familiar voice had been. Where's Hagrid? Harry demanded of no one. Clearly no one around him knew, but it only seemed to make Harry's panicky feelings that much worse. First Sirius, now Hagrid. What was happening to all of his friends? Relax, Harry. Lily managed a soothing voice quite well considering her own worry for the man she considered a friend, even not having known him very well in her own time. Anyone who cared so much about Harry, though she held a personal connection with. He's been tied up with some creatures from time to time like last year with the Scroots. I'm sure it's nothing to get worked up over. No one really believed her, not even herself, as surely McGonagall or some other teacher would be out there then, not the replacement of Hagrid's last time he'd been missing whole classes. I can't imagine why they'd both be out there, Remus disagreed gently. That's an option, Sirius said, though as unconvinced as Harry as Hagrid had a great immune system and rarely if ever got sick by anything like the sniffles. Harry couldn't help a nasty shiver. His return to Hogwarts felt foreboding with how alone he suddenly felt in that moment. Oh yeah, guess you'll be seeing those now. Remus blinked in surprise as he listened intently. He'd only known one person who'd watched someone die to see them in person, but despite the black circumstances that Harry now could, he'd much rather hear from him than his first source. Harry's eyes had grown steadily wider as he recalled the presence of these beasts, the question coming out of him so quietly it took a second for Remus to realize he'd spoken at all. Why can I see them now? Remus couldn't stop the bubbling enthusiasm that always captured him when he was speaking of any beasts, even ones so grim as these. They're such a rare thing, because only people who have seen death can see them. Harry's eyes actually went wider at such an explanation, but his voice came out a bit more normal with the interaction. So why am I seeing them now, and not when I left school last year? Remus winced as he tried to explain this. It really is a loose interpretation of seeing death. It took you a while to, process and recognize for the death of, well, for it all to sink in. He hated watching Harry pale at even the remainder of this, so he kept babbling about the other facets that he both knew and had speculated on over the years, just to keep a better focus. Wonderful creatures, really, highly intelligent, can travel anywhere just by your asking them to take you. We've mentioned they can carry Hagrid, that should tell you something of their strength. Are they one of the rarest forms a Patronus can take? Oh, and there's this fascinating rumor their tail is the core in the... Can you see the Patronus if you haven't seen someone die? James cut him off as he'd never heard that one. I've never seen it in person, but the text I read certainly implied as much, Remus agreed. It is your magical guardian, after all, while still in Patronus form. Harry's eyes were still wide, though now with surprise at learning this than whatever his brain had been trying to process with something in regards to those things, and a trip. He shut that off and kept asking for more. Does that mean that person's animagus would be a Thistral as well? Could you see yourself if you transformed? Yes, and honestly, I have no clue, Remus pouted at the end. As I said, extraordinarily rare for this to occur. Magical beasts in general take a very particular person to have such a thing, as other animals are far more common. Harry pouted as he'd have liked to keep this going, but James saw he was almost done with his chapter, and so tried to finish. It really would be nice to have someone mention this at some point, Lily winced. I remember this second-year girl I knew who cried when she saw them, and no one else could, thought she was losing her mind. One of the elder kids explained it to her, but honestly, if he hadn't, that poor thing would still probably be a bit traumatized. What are they supposed to do? Put cards on the carriages saying, "These are not pulling themselves. You just can't see the things doing it." Sirius rolled his eyes at her. That would make them all think it even weirder. Lily huffed, but still planned on trying to come up with some other way that wouldn't scare the piss out of youngsters for this happening. Those who are surprised, please raise their hand. James snorted in disgust, even as he didn't bother looking up. James rolled his eyes and tusked in annoyance, even as Lily pinched him to get him to stop. She was saving a spot for them, not going on without them. Harry felt a nasty feeling crawling the back of his neck as he saw something Ron couldn't. It didn't matter he'd been given an explanation for it up front now. He could already feel his mind laughing at him for seeing things that weren't really there. All three boys were twitching with unease. Like Lily, they'd had a conversation similar to this at the beginning of their second year, and they'd had a good laugh that he was pulling something on them as a long-running gag for ages before Remus had actually discovered what they were. They'd felt bad none of them had believed their friend for so long. Now they were looking back on the instance and just wishing they'd called him crazy and abandoned him from their life while they had the chance. "Oh, please don't tell me he's going to start worrying about me now," Sirius pouted, ducking on instinct as Remus made to hit him again for doing that joke for the third time in one chapter. "There's some relief," James muttered, bouncing in place in agitation as it felt nothing lately could keep something bad from cropping back up in his mind. "For some reason, I don't find that all too comforting." Sirius made a stab at a joke, which everyone ignored. "And Harry even agrees with me," Sirius said triumphantly. while James smiled at him for his padfoot, still trying to make jokes when no one else wanted him to. There was some comfort his best friend wasn't changing in here any time soon. HP in regards to the visceral thing, I've answered in previous chapters why Harry couldn't see them before now regarding Quirrell. Didn't even know he was dead until told. And while he technically saw his mother die, he did not in fact recognize what was happening in his infant self, therefore it doesn't count. Chapter 11. The Sorting Hat's New Song. Chapter text to guest. Sorry, not in the foreseeable future, mostly because of how much I'm working on top of starting a class here soon. I'll still try to get an extra one in sometimes, and I'm aiming to finish by 4th of July, so I am going to have to start adding in extra chapters at some point. I might just do a ton at the end like I did last time, and the Department of Mysteries chapters will all go up every other day or some such. That's the plan right now anyways. Sirius took the book even with that knot of unease still residing in him that he refused to acknowledge purely for his friend's benefit. If they saw how much his own future problems were worrying him, then they'd be freaking out even more. Sirius never let anything bother him. Instead, he started with absolute amusement. Harry was back at school, and even considering all the problems he'd had in previous years there, at least they got more fun out of that place than old Grimmauld could ever offer. I think that's pushing bounds a bit, even by magic standards, Lily smirked. I can't see any two people having the exact same hallucination. Gee, thanks, Harry rolled his eyes at her. He would never, James said at once with absolute conviction. Remus, though, suddenly looked contemplative as he remembered back to the end of last year and how Hagrid may have been planning a little trip. And then he quickly grew worried of how that could have turned out. He kept his silence, though, seeing no point in worrying Harry further until he had proof. Missions like those could take time, longer than a few months, and Hagrid was even tougher than him. Hey! Harry, James, and Sirius all snapped at once. The three glared at the other two, but while Remus looked chagrined and still didn't say anything, Lily shrugged without remorse. I adore Hagrid, and of course, I don't want anything to happen to him, but you've all admitted he's not the best teacher. Without the knowledge we have of him with Harry, we'd probably be thinking the same thing. Not the point, Sirius muttered in annoyance as he turned back. Remus at least gave a weak laugh for that. Got to admire this girl, Sirius said grudgingly. She speaks her mind, even when she clearly realizes she touched a nerve. She's like Hermione, except a spot more with more of a James struggled to put into words how he was processing Luna, and then just let himself die off. The others couldn't help agreeing now. Luna certainly had a way about her that even while speaking her mind, which so annoyed them of Hermione lately, they couldn't stay mad at this girl. She clearly wasn't speaking for even hurtful intent. It was more of a free-spirited comment. Harry still couldn't get these strange creatures out of his mind as he asked, how come I couldn't see them at the beginning of last year, when I saw Frank Bryce die? That stumped them for a moment, but Remus recovered first and worked out. You didn't really process his death as more than a dream for a long time. Even when Dumbledore confirmed those things you were seeing were real, you still seemed to feel detached from them. Then you would have seen his ghost at the same time, as he had to forcefully stop himself because Harry flinched and looked happy enough with this answer. I still think you raise a very good point about Ron's and most wizards' reaction to these types of things, though, Lily said with interest. With the mirror, you two just accepted you saw different things. Why then does Ron think you're losing it for this same instance? First of all, those little kids wouldn't question if Merlin had appeared they were so new to magic in general, Sirius smirked at her. But mostly, it's because we were taught magic has boundaries. James shrugged. You can't bring people back from the dead. You shouldn't trust things you don't know the magical source of. The mirror was a clearly defined item that showed your deepest desires. This instance, however, without any context, Harry is insisting something is as it shouldn't be. Even magic has rules, and magic shouldn't be able to explain that until it does. Lily still looked interested enough in the idea she would have kept going, but Sirius just didn't care enough to sit around and hear the two go on about this, so he kept reading loudly over them. Sirius really wanted to get that pale tone out of Harry's skin, so he blurted out the first question that came to mind. think the Strals can see each other. Harry at least looked interested in this topic, as it didn't directly link to him anymore, and watched eagerly as Remus considered it for a moment and theorized. No, I wouldn't think so. Of course, we've no real idea, but honestly they may be visible to each other. Of course, perhaps all animals can see them, and the magic concealing them from people other than those who have seen death just don't work on more simplistic creatures. There's an honest debate for both options. Thank you, Padfoot. You have just given Mooney a whole essay to go writing, James snorted in amusement. Exactly how well were you getting away with that? Sirius smirked, which Harry answered by blushing and muttering. Well, they're being as subtle as ever, Lily sniffed in annoyance. I'm surprised it took you so long to offer the idea, James said. Wanted to cover all our bases he wasn't at school, Harry sighed with disappointment. Wonder who's taking care of Fang, or do you think he came along? Sirius quickly inserted. They spent a giggling moment, picturing all the teachers taking turns to care for Hagrid's dog in his absences. James getting the best laugh as he pictured tiny Professor Flitwick only just reaching Fang's head, trying to fit a leash around the pooch. I'm guessing the new Dada teacher's already around, Sirius sighed, as he gave his friend the stink eye for not being in attendance. I'm honestly surprised you haven't run into them yet, Lily rolled her eyes. Have you not realized Harry's met 3, and at least heard mention of every person before he got there? No, I hadn't. James blinked in surprise, as all those circumstances sure seemed a lot to take in now that he was. They all sat there for a moment in confusion, as they had no idea what to make of this woman's arrival. There just seemed no reason for it to exist, unless something like the tournament was happening again, in which case Merlin helped them all. Sirius came out of it first with a hard shake as he demanded, What, has Fudge got someone attending the school regularly now? I guess she's going to be inviting herself to the feasts and public school events to keep an eye on Dumbledore now. And Dumbledore's too polite to turn her down, James agreed with his face squidged up in annoyance. This is a new low, just unprecedented, even for the Ministry. Remus shook his head in disgust. I can't believe they're trying to poke their nose into Hogwarts like this. Trying and succeeding, Lily muttered with disgust, as the idea of her job, actively trying to get inside information on the school, now boggled her mind. What exactly did this woman think she was going to accomplish by doing this? Where was the motive? Harry still felt the worst of all, because he was getting a very bad feeling they weren't entirely right, but very close to the mark. Always love Ron noting the important things, Sirius smirked. Don't know what she's on, Lily said curiously. Don't know, but how come no one else knew is there either? James brushed off onto more important things. You should have a new teacher around as well. Harry opened his mouth to say something, felt a nasty jolt for the effort, and gave in with a shrug. Sirius saved him from having to respond anyways by saying, maybe he or she just isn't there yet. Moody got there kind of late. Fake Moody, and look how well that turned out, Remus grimaced in annoyance. Sirius was suddenly brimming with excitement as he got the chance to sing the school song this time. Sirius bounded to his feet and then flopped down on James' other side, squishing him right up next to his wife, and leaving no one with any personal space, as James eagerly leaned over anyways, and the two began in perfect harmony. The two finished with a triumphant high five, while the others were all snickering away at the performance. But Remus decided that it indeed earned them some applause which they each took a bow for. Then James promptly shoved Sirius off of him and stated, If I wanted you sitting on my lap, I'd have long since told you. Sirius was still chuckling as he went back over to his seat, and then theatrically spread himself out, so he was invading Harry's personal space this time. Harry's only response was to push his godfather's elbow out of his face, but otherwise ignored the proximity with comfort as he kept going. Ah, Lily nodded to herself as she guessed what that meant. This would be the first time they've heard a warning in theirs like ours usually held. It's been weirder for us hearing these pleasant versions all about the different houses, Remus agreed to Harry's curious look. James and Sirius only looked more mildly disappointed the hat's actual words was getting more attention than their performance. Sometimes they missed being in the halls and having all eyes focused on them. I miss childlike ignorance, Remus winced, all of them taking a moment and wishing Harry had asked the same. instead of simply looking resignedly around the room, as he must have realized himself the hat really hadn't been all pleasantries. "It's good the first years learn that look now," James grinned. "Didn't you lot any good?" Lily snorted. "Was he doing that for himself or for you?" Sirius chuckled. "Honestly, how they don't lead a chant in congratulations is beyond me." James rolled his eyes, though to be honest, he was pleased no other first year besides himself had ever tried. The smile that flickered across his face at the moment of seeing his headmaster again during this day was jarred as he began muttering to himself, almost unconsciously, about how he wished that's where the surprises would end. They all hoped they were just understanding him wrong, that he could just go this year without something happening to him. Sirius and James were getting a good laugh out of that mental image. "Sirius, you can't try to read and laugh at the same time. You sound ridiculous." Lily rolled her eyes at him. "Besides, it's not that funny to watch people stuff their mouths like chipmunks." Ron was talking with his mouth full, Harry explained for him, an amused smile himself present at watching Sirius try to reenact that. "I find it a sad note I understood that the first time," Remus sighed. "I clearly need to have stopped responding to them at some point when that kind of speech makes sense." "We've no idea what you're talking about," James said saintly, while Sirius didn't bother to deny it and kept reading while still half giggling. "You don't have to be friends with Malfoy to have Slytherin friends." Lily frowned reproachfully at him. "Have you ever even mentioned any others by name except him and his little group?" "Not all of them are the same, you know." "At the time I didn't," Harry defended before relenting. "But no, I hardly looked past him when speaking about the house, and I am sorry for that now. I do wish I had taken more opportunity to get to know any others, but a time never came where it wasn't always Malfoy around. So," he finished with an imploring look that she understood, which she did and gave in the argument. "What would a ghost have to be terrified of?" Sirius scoffed at Ron's goofy comment. "Basilisk," James muttered under his breath, but thankful Sirius hadn't lingered for a real answer. "Certainly no one's going to stop him." Remus couldn't help a little laugh at both parties entirely overinflating this. "Ron's just mouthing off, and now Nick's throwing a ghost tantrum." "I liked Nick better when he was showing off his severed head to first years," Harry chuckled. "I take that to mean he was simply eating again while Nick was telling him off," James snorted. "Don't know why something like this would stop him," Sirius snickered. "Well, what more could he want?" James raised a challenging brow, that smirk still in place. "Actual words would be a nice start." Lily rolled her eyes at him. "If she was so offended on Nick's part, she should have said something while he was still around." Remus rolled his eyes. "She has a tendency to do that a lot lately. Speak her mind when the party isn't around," James huffed. Lily suddenly felt a smack deep in her heart as she realized she'd never even asked Harry's favorite food. She'd simply whipped something up like always as her boys usually ate anything, and Harry had as well without a trace of showing dislike. It was another of those small details, though, one that she'd have just thought she'd know when her son reached those ages of declaring his favorite foods. She honestly wished sometimes she could put this book down and just sit around for ages, asking him of all his favorite likes and dislikes. But the problem was if they went too long into any conversation, he started having a poke at his memories to understand something odd, and then he'd go hurting himself again. Even knowing the good this was doing, she still often wished she could be doing other things regarding her baby that was all grown up. "I don't know what you're smirking about. You've had some pretty horrifying experiences in there." Lily rolled her eyes. "Just laughing to ourselves of what Dumbledore could mean." Harry batted his eyes innocently. "I honestly believe that he's kept count too," Remus nodded. "And there's always a high demand to keep that updated." James rolled his eyes. "Especially considering how many horrid students go out of their way to keep adding to said list." Sirius tacked on, with an affronted look at the idea he actually held for a few seconds. Harry made a guttural noise of protest as he tried to fight the book away from Sirius, exclaiming, "He didn't say for how long. Surely it's not permanent." Sirius managed to win the fight and keep the book in his possession, even as he gave Harry a sympathetic look while answering, "Relax, pup. I'm positive Hagrid's fine and Dumbledore's just trying not to draw attention to him being gone by not bringing up his name. It's impossible not to draw attention to him when he's not where he's supposed to be," Harry said back belligerently as he sat back with a huff. Sirius winced. wishing he had a better answer for him as he tried to move on. Five jaws dropped in a stunning silence. This was somehow even weirder than the idea of Moody teaching. That woman worked for the ministry. So unless something had happened in a very short time from her getting fired as senior undersecretary, a highly unlikely scenario given her clear defense of them during Harry's trial, then that meant she was working there and at Hogwarts now. She was actually working at Hogwarts. Harry felt a nasty tingling racing over the back of his right hand, his left moving to cover the faint white markings as he was truly derailed from Hagrid and left with a pit of worry for this news. Never before, not even Lockhart and Quirrell, had set off such a bad feeling in him as realizing he'd be spending a year in this woman's classroom. Lily found her voice first, and it wasn't pretty as she said in a flat, icy tone. Just what is going on here? The ministry at Hogwarts. Why on earth did Dumbledore hire this woman? I'm drawing a blank. Remus winced, burrowing himself that much further into his seat as he imagined the scenario while he'd been at school and how much worse his life could have been at the time. Considering all the things Harry got up to on a regular basis, this could be a new level of hell for the poor boy as well. James and Sirius exchanged a truly uneasy look for this prospect as well. Nothing was sitting right about this interference to their school, but Sirius forced himself to keep going no matter that feeling just to get a few more facts. That's the bit you caught on. Lily wasn't that surprised, but was smiling at her son for his one-track mind on his friend. How would I know it was so weird? Sure, the ministry hadn't anything to do with Hogwarts before now, Harry shrugged. But I was more concerned with my friend first. What's she got to do with Quidditch trials? James wrinkled his nose in disgust as he tried to wave Sirius onto this very important topic. Harry felt a knot forming in his stomach at the idea. For some reason, he had no care to investigate. Sirius looked like someone had taken his broom out from beneath him as he gazed down at that bit before glancing up in even more confusion. No one had ever cut Dumbledore off from one of his speeches. Just who did this woman think she was? Dumbledore's had some odd moments, but this tops them all. Remus was gazing blearily forward like he was trying to understand some foreign language as Sirius read this. I'll be happy to inform her, Sirius said, in an entirely pleasant tone that covered nothing of the intent behind those words. Harry was getting double the amount of those feelings on him now, the combination of his predisposition and his memories trying to warn him all culminating with a truly ugly look set in place that honestly gave the lot of them chills. What on earth does this woman do? Remus raised an imperious brow at the start of this, demanding, what are they, 5? James and Sirius weren't even bothering to do as such. Lily let out a giggle of her own. Sirius could already start to feel himself fidgeting with boredom. Yeah, teachers were great. Could Harry leave now? That is a genuinely new expression. I'm jealous we never got to see, James said randomly as he pulled out his wand and began twirling it in his fingers with boredom. Lily was starting to get a bad feeling for this as she watched Sirius critically, who was now trying to mime Binns and doing a fair job of it. She wasn't falling for it, though. This woman's first day, she'd already begun showing a level of disrespect for the headmaster. Now she was giving a whole speech on the structure of the school and how that could be progressed. She still couldn't shake the thought that someone so directly involved in the ministry was there. Just what was going on. James and Sirius weren't acting much better, both becoming fidgety and bored as Sirius' eyes were already trying to skip down to the bottom where this was done. None of them seemed to particularly care whatever was being said right now. She'd already lost their respect for the way she'd treated Harry at his trial. Lily and Remus were still listening, but passively they couldn't work up much care for whatever this woman said, and as of now it mostly sounded like some pompous bit to impress, and was managing to have the opposite effect. In fact, it was rather dumb to start speaking to them as if single-digit children and then launch into such a scholarly speech. Harry was the only one keeping such sharp attention and absorbing every word. At 15, he may not have given any more of a care than any of his fellow students, but that intuition was back full force, now telling him to keep an eye on this one, and he wasn't going to be ignoring that. Remus couldn't help a little chuckle at that insert, already imagining what he and his friend could get away with in class if this was how she was going to be acting now. By this point, James was slumped over in his seat mark snoring, and Sirius couldn't recollect a thing he'd just said in regards to her. They were all just glad it was over, and were already hoping Harry would start skipping her classes right off the bat. James jerked upright, Mark wiping drool from his lip and muttering, "Sorry, Professor, miss anything important?" Sirius was just snickering that Dumbledore hadn't allowed any proper applause to happen as it shouldn't. "That's saying something," Remus smirked. "Because that clarified everything," Lily snorted. "And not even a tasty, good waffle," Sirius sighed tragically. "Jelly filling?" Remus asked innocently. "Thought she was just spouting things about tradition and such." Remus scratched at his ear without concern. "What's Hermione getting so worked up over?" "Hermione gets worked up over everything." James rolled his eyes. "Usually with good reason," Harry half-heartedly defended. That caught all of their attention. Sirius began fidgeting uneasily with the pages as he thought that over, looking up hopefully when Lily said, "Aye, but why?" Well, that wasn't helpful. "Aye, Fudge is out of his mind." Remus yelped in concern. "If that's even what's going on," James persisted in utter denial. "Hermione could be wrong. There could be another reason for her being there." He trailed off and looked hopefully around for someone to offer up said suggestion. But they were all coming up blank, as what Hermione said really was the only explanation for a ministry employee also being a teacher. Sirius forced himself to keep going with a now dry throat in thought for all the implications this could hold for his school. Just what was the ministry playing at? "Hey, we never got to find out when the Quidditch tryouts are," James pouted. Lily smacked him and muttered something about priorities. This was so unexpected everyone gave a surprised burst of laughter. Happy Ron was always around for that at least, even if it didn't erase one spot of worry in them. "I can at least see why she was made prefect. We always knew she'd take well to authority." James rolled his eyes. "Actually, I'm confident you did," Remus smirked, "since I can still all too easily picture James that same way still, just replace Sirius with Ron." "Nah, 'cause those two were at the front trying to lead the way when they had no idea where they were going," Lily reminded indulgently, at least giving Harry a moment to laugh at the idea. "Merlin's pants, just what was that prophet saying about you?" Sirius demanded tartly, as the exact same thing happened to Harry in here. "First years have always been intimidated by him," Lily tried without much hope. "Surely it can't all be because of those lies." Harry chose not to respond, instead gazing at the fire and trying to count in his head how long this nightmare would last. Harry felt the nasty chills creeping up his spine for being separated from his friends twice already since he was at the school in his first night. He was wishing he'd found Neville and gone along with him, or even dogged the twins up to their tower. He truly hated this feeling of isolation he could already sense pressing in on him from all sides. They were all fidgeting with unease at the reemergence of this topic. Surely the students wouldn't really gawk at Harry for that, though, and none of them could deny they honestly believed it. "That's a recurring thing for you," James managed a sarcastic laugh. "Hermione's almost always the one who knows it," Harry muttered without looking at him. Harry did feel a grin reaper for that at least, thankful he did still have a friend to rely on, even if it wasn't one of his best friends. The others were just blinking in surprise of this change, vividly remembering Neville's previous occurrences with this problem and some of the trouble it had caused. "Noah," Lily cooed with delight at the bright smile she could all too easily picture on Alice's face being passed down to her son for this moment. "I'll bet you McGonagall had something to do with that," Sirius chuckled. "I can almost picture it," Remus agreed. If Neville sent word along to Sprout he was bringing that plant, and Sprout mentioned it to McGonagall. He trailed off with a soft laugh that they all joined in on for this small but adorable little moment. The boys perked up with interest at that, anything the twins got up to they always wanted to know more about. "How come they don't just leave them up in between years? It's not as if we switch beds," Harry had never bothered to ask before. "The house elves would throw them out," Sirius sighed. "Whatever you don't take, you won't see again. It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you," Remus muttered under his breath, all of them wincing in fear of Harry's dorm mates even treating him like this. Surely at least they must know Harry wasn't crazy. They spent too much time around him. "Got attacked by Dementors, nearly expelled, and discovered the secret group trying to stop Voldemort, all while dealing with my emotional godfather." Sirius ticked off on his fingers. "I really don't see how much harder that is." Well, that's all easy for you to say, considering you'd refuse to give any further details. James snickered as Harry at least tried for a smile in agreement. It wasn't working too well. He could already feel a fight coming, not something he was looking forward to in his dorm with someone he at least considered a passing friend with any of those boys. Harry watched those around him wince, but he wasn't entirely sure he understood that sad look of familiarity on their face. Thankfully, his mum explained for him. That was a common recurrence during our school days. Parents spent a lot of time going back and forth between thinking their families were safest at home together and then putting them back in school for a time when things seemed to be going quiet so they could have an education, then flipping right back. Looks like that's starting again. Harry frowned in sympathy at the idea, but for some reason he wasn't entirely sure that covered his own building problem with whom he was now sure involved Seamus. Harry twitched in concern for that, but felt like he was the only one noticing this little oddity on Seamus' part. The others were still looking on in sympathy for the plight. That's not just a trait of theirs, regrettably, Remus sneered. Fear makes people do the most foolish things. Harry still wished those things would stop involving him already. That caught them off guard, but only for a moment until they realized that it wasn't fear of Voldemort's return on Mrs. Finnegan's part like they'd assumed. Instead, it was much worse, and now everyone was as tense as Harry, ready for a fight to break out. James could feel a biting comment on the tip of his tongue he was just begging to lash out with. No one got to talk to his son like that. Lily could feel her lip trembling for several reasons, only one of which was anger now. What she wouldn't give for this not to be happening to her child, when he'd never asked for any of these things to happen to him. He'd never gone out of his way and brought any of these people down on him, yet he was constantly used by nearly every damn person in the wizarding world who'd never even bothered to meet him. No one was currently thinking much kinder. Would it really help if I gave details? Harry hissed furiously. Do they all really want to know I looked in him in the eye as his body? He shuddered and broke off, couldn't even continue in anger. Sirius hesitated, wanting to offer some word of comfort to Harry. They all did. But this wasn't something you could shoot a whiskey over and force yourself to keep going. That wasn't a Death Eater you'd seen fall that you could convince yourself was done for some tangible good reason. Harry had been forced to see a brutal murder done all to get to him, and now he was surrounded by children who wanted the gory details without considering what they were asking for. Harry realized what he'd said aloud, why the others had gone silent, and so quietly asked Sirius to keep going. Sirius didn't entirely want to. He still worried that Harry deserved something to be said to him, but he supposed he should give himself something to do until he could come up with that. Sirius felt a bark of laughter escape him, knowing he'd back Harry in a moment in saying much worse to any of these prats. Yet he acts as if he can talk to Harry any way he wishes, Remus snarled. Just like Malfoy can't take what they dish out, James sneered. Then he shouldn't have brought her into this, Sirius pointed out with an unfriendly smile. Lily had a few things she'd like to say as well, but she was at least trying to restrain herself by running her hand through her hair. She knew the boys only saw themselves as backing Harry, but she at least liked to think she wasn't egging on the fight. What a thing to walk in on, muttered Remus, as he shook his head imagining Ron just walking into the middle of this, and how off that must be. Sirius had his eyes narrowed dangerously, still smarting over Ron's treatment of Harry last year, and how he claimed to not believe Harry about the start of that stupid tournament. Ron, of course, knew the truth of this situation, but he supposedly should have known better then, and had apparently spent that time hanging around Dean and Seamus. If Ron actually tried to play peacemaker instead of backing his friend, Sirius would have a few things to say about him next. No one else understood the almost relieved smile Sirius got there for a moment, but he didn't elaborate, now reading on with just a touch less venom now that Harry had backup. James half wished he would say it, let Ron put that power to some good use right out of the gate. No one noticed Harry pale a couple extra shades at the mention of a detention, his right hand fidgeting up a storm. I do love the way he phrases that, Remus couldn't help but snort. Not them, but their parents. Most children do follow their parents' beliefs. Not all of them, Lily amended when she saw Sirius roll his eyes in contempt. But it's a fair question. That's so sad, Lily murmured, but with understanding. She'd rarely confided in her parents all of the gory details she often heard of from Voldemort's reign, but she couldn't bear leaving them completely ignorant either. Not exclusive commentary, some things she couldn't bear sharing about her world in fear it would make her parents fear her like Petunia did. She hadn't her sister to talk to, and after a certain point no friend either. She'd needed someone, and her mother had always been there for her even if she hadn't always understood Lily's tearful yet forced normal conversations. He says that like it's a good thing. James had his head cocked to the side in agitation as he assessed that. You sure know how to cause a scene, Harry. Sirius was full-blown smiling at that. Walk into a room, and suddenly you've got people declaring themselves to your side. Harry tried to flatten his hair while he couldn't come up with anything to say but gratitude for Neville and his gran. They were all twitching uncomfortably as the fight broiled down, and now Harry was left to his own mind again. This was a passing kid whom they had no real feelings towards other than as one of Harry's dorm mates, but he made a good point. Just how many people was this going to keep happening to? When would Sirius' prediction come true and Voldemort would finally be revealed? Just how many people would Harry have to keep fighting with just to make himself heard, and how many would come groveling back after the fact to try and sucker back up to him? None of the answers to those questions left anything good in this future. He would never, Remus said at once. Honestly, Harry, he's never gotten into contact with you before this summer either. I agree circumstances had changed, and you should have been told more, but Dumbledore isn't taking this out on you. Then why hasn't he bothered to even look at me, especially at the trial? Harry persisted. This had clearly lingered with him. I'm sure there must be a reason, he tried to soothe, which didn't come across very effectively since he began fidgeting with unease he had no real answer. Sirius looked between the two before shaking his head in defeat, hoping they got some answers soon, or Harry was going to drive himself crazy soon trying to find answers from himself rather than waiting on them. Chapter's over, Sirius groaned in disgust as he hesitated giving the book to Harry. The poor boy already looked so agitated on his first day there, it felt like nothing had been going right for him for ages, and that deeply contemplative look he still had in place made it feel like nothing good was coming. Thanks to Arquater for the question. Thank Mana 999 for the question. Chapter 12, Professor Umbridge. Chapter text to Roxbox. I don't currently plan on the epilogue being posted. I may change my mind, but as of now it's not on my work list. The topic will come up again during the 7th book. HP. Harry knew he was supposed to be reading next, but he was reluctant to take the book from Sirius. He could already feel the bad beginning to the start of his latest school year, and it wasn't comforting. He couldn't find much in him promising it would get better before it got worse. Still, with nothing else he could think to do, that yearning still present within him to learn all of his memories and be whole prevailed more than any feeling as he cracked open his start. Is this something we should be worried about? Sirius yelped, already trying to scramble madly away from Harry. A little warning sooner next time. Too late. Everyone in here's already round the bend, Remus snorted. I resemble that, James snickered, while Lily wanted to protest but still had yet to deny any claims she hadn't begun dating James with all her sanity intact either, so didn't press. Harry rolled his eyes affectionately at the lot of them. He never grew tired of watching them poke fun at these things. I could never live with such a thing, Sirius gasped. Only because you always have to have the last word, Remus rolled his eyes. My point exactly, Sirius proved Moony's own point. Lily fidgeted with unease that none of them had an actual answer for him. What she wouldn't give just to know this all had to have a happy ending. What exactly had Harry left in his own time after all? Who's to say this didn't drag on for years to come? He had after all arrived clearly in the heat of some battle. And she both wished and was grateful she couldn't dwell on this more. What exactly does that look like? James asked as he eyed Harry. Sounded like exasperated, which he probably was already with Seamus' attitude, Lily sighed. Just what are they getting up to? James demanded at once with an eager grin. Sounds to me like they're trying to find further test subjects than themselves. Lily arched a brow with trepidation. Testing it on themselves was one thing, but other people. She did suppose she could see the pros of it. At least while doing this at school, they could rely on Madame Pomfrey to fix any screw-ups, and it was smart to see if anyone other than themselves would have side effects before mass selling their things like they so intended doing. But still, this just felt wrong no matter the good spin she tried putting on it. Then again, she'd never looked into how most normal magical objects were tested and distributed. That was in fact a section she'd be coming to very soon in her work, so this could be interesting at least. I like that they put the warning directly below virtually painless, Remus snickered. Open honesty at least, Sirius said with absolute chipper. Hey, James yelped in protest at once. Merlin, she's as bad as their mother. Who's she to be doing that? A prefect, Remus reminded him like his friend had gone temporarily daft. That really was stupid of them to just post in the common room like that. I am positive that is somehow against school rules. Sirius kept going as if Remus hadn't even spoken. I know, leave them to their own devices. It's not affecting her. Lily really wondered why Remus bothered at some point, and by the look on his face, so did he. Who's this they? Remus did agree with his friend's scandalized looks about that. The sign was stupid on their part, but Hermione really needs to get a grip trying to drag Ron into her problem with the twins. I love that Moony always agrees with us, James smirked, while Remus rolled his eyes, and Lily just rubbed her forehead at her idiots. I would too, Harry winced. I've never even had older brothers, but the idea of telling one off sounds ludicrous, let alone those particular two. No, Sirius snorted. Your job is to pretend in front of the teachers to act like you're looking after the first years, and then go about your life like everyone else. I think Hermione needs to reread her instruction manual, James agreed. They didn't get an instruction manual, Harry frowned in confusion. Exactly, Sirius concluded. Why didn't you answer? James said in surprise. I was trying to think of how to say everything on my mind. Ron just cut right to the chase, Harry said. Sometimes you think too much. Sirius rolled his eyes. He'd never had a problem telling his mates whatever was on his mind. Really? Lily's tone held full disgust. One of Trelawney's little pets, who believes every ridiculous thing that comes out of that woman's mouth, has the gall to claim you a liar. Of all the unbelievers in this, you'd think those of Trelawney's type would enjoy the prospect of more death and mayhem to come, James sniffed angrily. Think she'll change her tune the second Trelawney says something about it in class. Remus grumbled. That, or she'll start disbelieving the woman, Sirius shrugged, now looking almost curious to see how this could play out. Oh yes, I'm so sure you come up in between the pillow fights and manicures, Lily frowned at him. Hermione's never shown to be on good terms with them. Cut her some slack. Harry did look properly chagrined for that. He had felt instantly bad for lashing out at Hermione. Harry looked even more glum now that he couldn't properly apologize to his friends like they deserved. He had indeed been taking every moment to rag on them and could properly realize away from the moments they hadn't deserved much of any of it. He owed his friends a lot, and not just for being there while he vented, very vocally. Lily at least looked happy for the apology, but Harry didn't look any better, still feeling that growing ache more every day to see his friends again, to know that they were okay. I feel like that's a very common occurrence we don't get to hear enough of. Sirius snipped to lighten the mood back up, and it worked as Harry rolled his eyes at him again. How does she remember stuff like that verbatim? Remus went wide-eyed in surprise. Hermione really is a gem. Lily could only think to answer with pure indulgence. I really am surprised she didn't take the moment to rub it in. James rolled his eyes. Harry frowned right back and said, she doesn't really that much, considering how much smarter than us she is. She was trying to make a point, not let Ron distract her with an argument. We're not talking about Slytherins, though. We're talking about people from our own house. Good place to start before moving on, Sirius sighed, with some sympathy for what Hermione was saying. Harry frowned at him in surprise, but then he reflected none of the marauders had really made it a point to be Slytherin haters other than just the one outstanding student. If Sirius, who'd even had family in the house he was defending, could say such a thing, Harry wished he really had taken some more time at some point to look beyond Malfoy. Sirius made a face he'd said the exact same thing as Hermione, while James made the exact same face at him for it as well. You mean you don't? James demanded. Harry, what on earth do you do with all your free time then? Harry couldn't help laughing at their antics again. He couldn't seem to grow tired of watching them make light of this. He's got them both there, Remus murmured in agreement. That is actually impossible to anyone second year and older, James sighed. None of them had been on more than passing hellos to Hagrid themselves, and they would have noticed a thing like this. Lily was already frowning at this act. It was like Oliver was back again already. James' face puckered with disappointment again. It had obviously not been Harry, nor the twins, or he was sure that would have been mentioned, who'd gotten the badge so that had left one of those three girls. Still, he hoped Angelina at least made Harry co-captain or something. He was really hoping his son would get this treat before he left school. Sirius nodded enthusiastically even as he bounced in place for excitement upon hearing of Quidditch again. It had been gone far too long. That's standard, though, isn't it? I don't see why she... SHHH. James hushed his wife as Harry kept going with definite fondness. That was only a mask, as his hand absently began fidgeting again that still no one noticed as he was holding a lofty book. You think Ron'll try out? Sirius yelped with joy. He did get a new broom, Remus agreed. It's always a thrill to be playing with your friends. James smiled at the thought. Harry felt the now familiar pain of a memory trying to tell him something for these comments, but he wasn't entirely sure as they seemed very mixed, so he had not a clue if Ron did or not. Sirius still frowned sadly while Harry couldn't see. He wished he was sending his godson daily owls, considering the years he'd gone without regular correspondence. If only as a reminder to his pup there was someone out there for him. It didn't always have to be new. It's not like he was doing anything in that old place anyways, but moping about. Why couldn't he be sending a veritable book's worth of letters to Harry full of anything and everythings? James shook his head fondly as he still remembered Harry's first interaction with this and asking what a nut was. His son had come a long ways. That's smart, I'll give her, Remus said grudgingly with still plenty of despair. I think I just died a little inside. James yelped in disgust. The only tiny speck of good Lily could find in that was, well, least the worst of them should all be gotten out of the way early. When that did nothing to erase anyone's disgust, even her own, she also tried, and we won't have long to wait to hear more about that Umbridge. I'm still confounded of why she's there. I'd still be happier pretending none of them exist, Sirius groaned. He didn't need to sit in on that woman's class to even guess she could be any better than that other lot. Those ones do. Remus crinkled his nose in disgust. Does anyone else smell a regular 3-day weekend becoming a habit? Sirius agreed conversationally. Why's it cheap? Harry heard all four of them mutter suspiciously at once. Harry didn't bother to hide his snicker as he continued. So how are they still alive? Harry asked in genuine concern. Lily told him of. Well, there is a potion you can use to test what a new potion can perhaps do to the human body. It's very tricky. I'll be amazed if the twins learn to do it so early, but I imagine that's how they tested a lot of their products before they really put them to use on themselves looking for antidotes. Asterisk, I'm not sure I'd come to the same conclusion, Remus muttered. Damn, it's extra worse cause they brought this up themselves, Sirius groaned. She really should have, though, James agreed. Is it so terrible to ask for backup from him? Lily asked honestly. She didn't think Hermione should be dragging Ron in either, but now she had, so Ron could at least nod along or something. It is if Ron doesn't agree, Remus frowned, and he's never said anything for or against the twins and how they act, so Hermione shouldn't have been saying anything for Ron. She should know that answer better than anyone, James groaned in disgust. Owls, and not the friendly bird kind, Sirius huffed. Oh, how I wish they were still joking, Remus sighed as he rubbed his nose. I knew a Patricia Bishop who had the habit of studying under the chairs, Sirius chimed in. I don't understand how that helped her study, but she was never without her favorite study spot. Gavin Crowley actually pissed himself right before our transfiguration one, James snickered in remembrance. I thought that was because he'd come running up because he'd thought it was herbology that hour instead, Remus reminded. Sirius whistled innocently. No one had ever been sure why the boy could get something so confused, and they never had. All four boys snorted with mirth, while Lily shook her head in exasperation at the lot of them. Remus opened his mouth, winced and shut it, but then realized Harry had seen anyways, so managed to say, Our list was made once, extensively, as an end-of-year project for us. I hope the twins get to reminisce as well one last time. He finished by stammering just a bit, and Harry kept going a bit more loudly to try and erase the awkward moment for them, even if he did truly appreciate how much they continued trying to tell him things about their past, even when they involved that person. Seventh's still worse, Sirius forced out, in an attempt to change the subject as well. My favorite year, though, James stated with a dreamy look at his wife, at least momentarily erasing his own dark thoughts with her flaming red hair. Lily simply gave him an affectionate smile back. Well, they don't really need them, running their own store, James chuckled. I don't understand why. Lily was frowning at the number. They're clearly smart, why so few? Clearly it was because they only looked for what they needed and didn't try to learn every stupid trivial thing we were supposed to be learning. Sirius rolled his eyes. I envy them, Remus agreed. How would they know what I was thinking? Sirius asked innocently, while Remus snorted and muttered, Doesn't take a genius to know something you were saying since your first year. They're not that stupid, James rolled his eyes. They'd know better than to be saying that in front of Ron and Hermione. Who knows, maybe they thought Harry had told them, Sirius shrugged. That was true of their 6th year, though, Remus sighed in disappointment. I really would have hoped they were better on the spot liars. Yes, but even running their own business, it would still give them just a little bit better of an edge to have completed school. Lily reasoned what she was sure the twins were doing. Harry gave a laugh, and honestly had no clue why. A travesty that still no one saw coming, Sirius said in disgust. That's brilliant, James chuckled. Though they seem to have found already that simply making your own needs supplies their demand for others, Sirius snickered. You-ho, all 4 of them muttered while Harry started flushing in embarrassment. As subtle as ever, my boy, James snorted. No, no, Sirius looked appraisingly at Harry. Try fainting. It's much more dramatic and puts you out of the conversation just as well. Harry gave him a hard nudge and tried to ignore his still flushed face as he kept going. And what is to stop them just lying or not answering at all? Remus snorted at such a departure. I guess they were worried Hermione would see through it, so they decided to be vague instead. James was still laughing. Subtle as drowning someone in your own cauldron. James still hadn't stopped giggling excessively. What? Harry tried to defend. It had just come up. Don't even try, Harry. You won't do any better in here. Lily smiled as the boys kept their shoulders shaking at his attempts. That's not entirely accurate, though it is the standard, Lily sighed. What do you mean? Harry asked at once, as what he found was a real change of subject. Lily happily explained over the boys' grumbling he'd find this out for himself later. If you hadn't taken the classes, you can still take the exams at the end of the year, but you have to do solitary study of 3 years of material all on your own. That way you're not entirely deprived of the job you want, but Merlin, do you have to work extra hard for it? Hence earlier complaints of when this career advice happens, Sirius sighed. I'm sure all boys think that at some time in their life, James said fondly. He was only just now growing shaky on his own idea of one. Just what does she think of as worthwhile? Lily asked with honest curiosity. I'm guessing something to do with politics, her and her views on everything, James said, with only a touch of sarcasm that time. James nodded as if his point had just been made. Only because of the most boring teacher to have ever lived and unlived. Sirius groaned. A truly magical talent in itself I've yet seen replicated, Remus smiled. Everyone thinks that at least a dozen times during their school life, Sirius agreed. Who won? James asked. Ron, 9 out of 10 games, Harry sighed. He kept using names of chess strategies and really stumping me. You'd think she'd be used to it by now, Lily giggled. Sirius gave a wild gasp at once, nearly screeching in Harry's ear. Is she mad? Harry managed to push him away in time to save his eardrum as the man kept going. The only reason anyone survives that class is because of the few dedicated students who take the time to self-study and share their own notes instead of listening to bins at all. Hermione could be doing a real undermining of the school system to be refusing to help this trend. I'm sure some Ravenclaws would pin her down and steal them if it came to that, Remus reassured with backlit eyes. Lily noticed, opened her mouth to ask, but Harry was trying to keep going while his hearing was still intact. Our guilt trips, always a saving grace, James nodded. We did at first, Harry defended half-heartedly. Though I'm positive that ended before you and Hermione even became friends, Sirius snorted, to which Harry didn't bother denying, more like it had ended in the first week. I think that's the nicest thing he's ever said to her, Remus chuckled. Compliments will get you everywhere, Sirius agreed wisely. I'm sure no one was arguing that point, James huffed. Lily's face brightened as much as Harry's for this happening again, though for an entirely different reason, as she adored hearing about Harry's first crush. The boys just couldn't seem to find a reason to stop their laughing this chapter and weren't trying very hard. Agony is surely the wrong word, Remus tried to say with a straight face. More like spectacle. Sirius didn't even bother as he finished. There's the bright side. James chipped in. Did she expected him to live in it? Sirius asked, while Harry managed to nudge him even harder, trying to read as fast as possible now. That's good, start casual, Sirius nodded, while Harry was now eyeing a pillow with deep contemplation as he forced himself to get through this. Then they all winced as that hadn't explicitly crossed their mind, but at least Harry's face returned to normal color as the boys stopped smirking for a moment. There's Ron, always managing to break awkward silence, Remus approved around James, already snorting again. Merlin, least my friends weren't this bad. James winced on Harry's part for Ron's poor choice there. I don't know what you're talking about. Lily rolled her eyes. Your friends are just as bad as you were. Though she finished with pitying eyes on Harry, but Ron really isn't helping there. Least someone there has an idea of what's going on, Remus giggled. I do believe that, though, Sirius nodded, happily switching topics to Quidditch much to Harry's relief. Now there's an accomplishment, James laughed. I really don't see that one as being so bad, Remus said fairly. That's because we have comparisons of Prong's many worse times, Sirius reminded. In most kids' cases, that really wasn't the best. And what do you know about that? Lily snorted. You don't fall under anything resembling usual. Sirius opened his mouth to retaliate while Harry cut them both off. He'd had enough practice. There's the bright side, Remus nodded eagerly. More than Lily ever did, James said with a tragic look at his wife. Trust me, Potter, you would not have enjoyed the reasons at those times I was getting you alone, Lily tried to say in a threatening voice, but everyone turned away when it came out too flirtatious so they wouldn't have to see James' face. Hadn't even crossed my mind she'd think that. Sirius frowned at the idea. You think too much. So you keep saying, Harry muttered, wishing his thoughts would be displayed a little less at least on this topic. At least your reasoning is sound, Remus said happily. So I do agree. I think she's got a thing for you back. Yeah, Harry asked with honest hope. The idea was certainly lingering in his mind. He just knew his crush on Cho had to go somewhere this year, but it really was only mild interest. For some reason, as he gave a glance at his ring, nothing was sticking. Remus didn't want to get his hopes up too much in case he was wrong as he gave a simple, sure, as response, but Harry seemed happy enough as he kept going, even onto Snape's class. And that's really saying something, James snorted. I think that's their version of flirting, Sirius muttered, as he eyed the couple who were now holding hands. I am convinced that's because they're all transfixed by the proportions of his nose regarding the rest of his face, Remus muttered under his breath, causing Sirius to snort. Ooh, so scary, James rolled his eyes, while Lily gained a fresh scowl for the new threats against these children. Nice to change things up a bit, Harry muttered with disgust. I have never wanted Harry to fail an exam more than I do right now, Sirius said at once. Lily worked furiously, but couldn't even find it in herself to argue. James was the only one who felt disappointment for the statement, as he knew full well Harry would need that owl to get into aura training. 2 more years of Snape in one hand or his son's future in the other, it really was a nasty toss-up. What I just heard is, I don't have to care about this class for a whole year, because there's no way in Merlin I'll be passing it anyways, Remus muttered, while Sirius started snickering again, the back of his mind already waiting to hear Slughorn calling him out any second for these flashbacks he could appreciate. Lily smiled sadly to herself, thinking back to the end of their 4th year, and how their fights had grown so bad over the years that by this point potions was the only safe ground they had left. They discovered this one while doing a little pre-studying for next year and had a fun conversations about how Muggleborns must have heard of this one at some point and how it wound up featuring in some of their fairy tales. Severus had made a few jokes about the ridiculousness of their so-called cure for this. And now, she just wanted to walk away for a moment and again feel the loss of that friend who was never coming back. She still does that, eh? James asked with mild disgust. She does know by now there is no winning that man's approval. I know I tried all my life, and he stopped as Lily released his hand to smack his head. A first for him, I'm sure. Sirius rolled his eyes, wondering how much Snape loathed Hermione more than Harry for being so good when she was a Muggle-born. Ah, the disgusting face of triumph I've had seared into my brain. Remus rolled his eyes. Butterbeer, Sirius launched at once as if he'd practiced by heart. I'm thinking of starting my own brewery, and I'm naming it after you, Orsihole Ale. Asterisk, I would not drink that on a dare, James told him with a straight face. But it has some real potential for future carnage if bottled correctly, Remus concluded. No one in here could claim surprise even if they were all sick of hearing about this. When it suits me, James clearly thought he was being smart. Harry muttered something about his hatred of such a stupid detail ruining his whole potion, while Lily was muttering something very similar about his horrid teaching methods, as if he'd never blown a potion in his face the first time he tried something new. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Remus found it genuinely fascinating Snape had known exactly what was wrong with the potion in such complicated steps. Lily's face was quickly flushing red with heated anger all over again at him utterly ruining Harry's attempt like this, what she wouldn't give to whack him upside the head with his own potion book for starters. The boys were more unfazed by something they'd lived with through their whole childhood, even if they were itching to throw a curse or two at old Snivelus picking on one of theirs again. Yes, but neither of them are named Potter, James seethed with Harry. I am surprised I detect a hint of caring, Sirius spotted. I don't actually like failing, even his classes, Harry grumbled, though his ire was less so than it had been in the moment, as he was starting to get the feeling this was by far not the worst thing to happen to him today, and that was somehow not leaving a good feeling. I accept this as the irony Snape deserved with lesser pleasure, Remus sighed. Which is at its most low of that man. Lily was still muttering threats under her breath. This wasn't coming out much more audibly. Treating you like this when you've done nothing to him, just because of how his father acted, they are two people, damn it. Oh, such sweet delusions I never bothered indulging while I had the chance, Sirius sighed. Her optimism really is adorable sometimes, Remus groaned. In my doubts that you'll ever get it, I still won't swallow it then, Sirius sniffed. It would still be nice if he shared it, show why he trusted him, not even in detail, just. Remus cut himself off with a sigh that most likely they wouldn't be getting any of this. That caught the others off guard as Lily said with a bit of rebuke, Harry. It was their third argument that morning. Harry defended, albeit more lackluster than when he'd snapped at his friends in person. And just after Snape, I have limits. Sounded like you were used to it, though. Remus sounded more puzzled than anything. You've had a bit of a short fuse lately with everyone, James agreed, but mostly it's been coming off on them. Harry had nothing to say to any of them because he knew they were right. There was a terrible swirling feeling building in the back of his mind, and the moment he acknowledged how long it had been there, it almost overwhelmed him right then. It took all of the self-control he'd been having to learn so far not to let the memory sweep him whole, but something of all these bad feelings really was leading him to a very dark idea that involved this year. He was cut free of his thoughts by the words on the page, thankfully grabbing his attention then, saving him from having to come up with a proper response. I can see that, Remus said fairly, though no matter how unpractical now, I'd suggest in future just walking away and letting them have it out. I usually do, Harry sighed, before perking up slightly and adding on for fun. One time I timed it, and they hadn't noticed I'd left for almost the whole weekend. Though now I'm thinking I should have been offended by that rather than laughing it off with Neville, he finished still with a goofy smile in place. How long after the Yule Ball was this? Lily asked, only just suppressing her own laughter. The next weekend. He didn't seem to understand her implied tone as he shrugged and moved on. A daunting challenge for the man. It should keep him busy for 5 whole minutes, James chuckled. Harry, adding more torture to your life does not make anything easier, Lily groaned. Don't know what you're talking about, Lily. This is usually a hoot. Sirius was already grinning in anticipation for the remarks to come. He didn't jump a few. James demanded, what do you lot do with your life? Clearly nothing as spectacular as you, Harry chuckled. For 20 minutes or seconds, Sirius asked. Thought that's what friends were for, Remus demanded. That's certainly what Ron and Hermione seem to use each other for, Lily seemed to agree. Well, it's not as if he can say that to them, James sighed. Snape, no, but I've got a few things Seamus could find. It's all the better they share the dorm, though that does limit some of the Sirius was forced to cut off by Harry falling victim to Lily's begging eyes for him to keep going. Says something about your character. You can feel both at once at least. Remus snorted lightly. James was already making pointed yawning noises. I do so love it when the teachers talk about how stupid the exams are, Sirius chuckled. Not so much when she finishes on a high horse, Lily sniffed. I'm sure that has some deep-meaning interpretations, Remus began lightly. About scissors out to kill the world and his grandmother, the supreme ruler of hats. Yeah, I can see that happening any day now, James agreed. Causing 4 collective snorts of laughter, James recovering from his laugh at once to demand, just what the bloody hell is in that book of yours for desserts to be coming after you? Oh, because scissors and grandmothers is so much better, Harry reminded. That's as easy as the last assignment I've heard, Remus chuckled. In fact, all I've heard from this class is make stuff up. I don't exactly have a wide imagination, Harry sighed. I run out very fast and then get frustrated, while I know she must know I reuse a few things about Ding. Probably why I've never gone far in that class. Yes, that's why, not because she wouldn't bother putting an interest in someone she is slated to die, Sirius cackled. The never-ending complaint of homework, Remus nodded in agreement. If Mooney wasn't above giving homework, then no one is, James sniffed. Remus gave him a wounded look as he demanded, are you saying if she doesn't, I'll be replaced? I'd fight for you, Sirius gave him a mock pat on the shoulder. I'll take your lame essays over that pink cardigan any day. All 3 boys continued laughing at Harry's constant description of that. It really didn't grow old with how much sarcasm Harry infused into saying this. Harry was starting to fidget uneasily, though. He just had all of his least favorite classes back to back, and still, this one felt the most foreboding of all. Sirius was crinkling his nose in disgust at once as he demanded, I really want to know which primary school sucked the life out of her. That's degrading to the first years, let alone this nonsense. Lily had some instinct to scold about proper manners, but stopped herself because Harry was really starting to worry her. He sounded more hostile to this woman he'd yet to have a conversation with than he had in all his time speaking of Snape. Not one of you got creative with that. James pouted at such poor showmanship. Probably got lost on where to begin, Remus offered. Such as, good morning, oh, what was it again? Or even hem, sorry, had to clear my throat before I could get that out. There seems to be a frog stuck in there. Or how about Remus? Lily finally cut in loud enough over the laughing boys, at least trying to hid her own smile while he batted his eyes innocently. True, but that follows in most classes, Sirius sighed. Harry stopped, mouthed the words again, and felt his bad feelings ratcheting up all over again. Everyone else looked just as properly disgruntled for that statement, Remus muttering, really, the teaching there has been inconsistent, but please tell me she's not going to be doing this for all students, especially the Newt ones. Harry could find nothing in him to argue saying otherwise. I think I'd already take Lockhart over this, James huffed. Speak for yourself, Remus grumbled. He had a predisposition to dislike her as well thanks to Harry, but nothing could be worse than that moron, right? Lily's face was puckering with concern as she asked, really, not that any of that is strictly a bad thing to be teaching them, but that was it. Hopefully she'll adjust those in the fortnight. It shouldn't even take them that long to drag through something so tedious, James offered. Ugh, Sirius snarled outright this time. She's really going to insist upon that for every question. Even we'll start to run out of alterations for that stupidity. Best to start storing them up and only dishing them out when they're really needed, Remus agreed. I digress. James winced in horror. Even Lockhart had the decency to read them himself and keep up the stupid show. I'm sure that made it go by faster than self-inflicting this dribble. That gave everyone in here a nice jolt of surprise. They'd yet to recall a moment where Hermione had directly disobeyed a teacher like this. Harry certainly found his interest spiraling back up even if it didn't erase his bad feelings for how this was going to end. Well, that part's not so surprising. I wouldn't even be surprised if she's read it already like all her others. Remus rolled his eyes. She must have some limit, James balked. Even something so dull as that must stop her. That is really saying something. One silence is beating out another, Sirius chuckled. Well, if that isn't a bit pompous. Lily shook her head at that. They all shifted uncomfortably in their seat. They'd noticed this, of course, but had been hoping it just hadn't come up quite yet. practice, Remus pointed out in a clearly dut tone. Can we do some on her? Sirius was already muttering. Not a good sign if he was already initiating threats on this woman, Lily noted, but she also just couldn't bring herself to rebuke him either. She'd been in this class for just a few minutes and was already grating on their nerves. Harry gave an awkward laugh for remembering a few instances of being attacked at places he never would have thought possible. All five of them gave a raised brow for that. At some point, none of them would even be surprised if Hermione decided to teach the class. It would make more sense than half the choices they'd heard of so far. I thought it said you already had your hand raised, James reminded, his face somewhere between wanting to mark this situation and already realizing this was getting bad fast. I put it down when I started talking, Harry muttered. You're supposed to be trained inside, so you expect it outside. Remus genuinely looked confused at trying to explain this. He'd never thought he'd have to a teacher of this subject. Is she actually arguing the point, saying she won't? Lily demanded. She can't be that dense, James tried to deny. But at the bleak look on Harry's face, saying his mother was right on the money, they all fell into a confounded silence, as it really hit them just what Harry had been stuck with this year. Even their plethora of inept teachers, sprinkled in with the few good ones, had never gotten this bad. Remus couldn't even pretend to block out the sound of the underserved, in his opinion, protest around him since Harry was so vocally agreeing. He just wished they wouldn't, as it wouldn't do any good. Thankfully, as the woman wasn't present, and all they could do was shout angrily about this, it didn't last too long, but there was no longer any doubt in anyone's mind. This woman had surpassed Lockhart already as worst teacher and was right up there with insane JR, as far as wanting to be kept around. Remus had lost a couple of shades in fear of realizing he was so well known to the ministry, never something a werewolf should be encouraged to do, but even such a comment as this managed to make him feel just slightly better. The kids had still thought he'd been better than Moody. Well, I mean, at some point they're not wrong, Harry muttered. And it happened to save a very important life, so this transgression was overlooked, James huffed, not particularly fond of defending the madman who tried to do his son in, or one of them at least, but that still felt better than agreeing with anything this woman had said. Sirius literally applauded his logic, and no one could think of a good reason to stop him for a moment. Oh yes, because after school you're just supposed to be a mindless drone to the ministry, apparently. James crinkled his nose in disgust. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Lily yipped. In whose right mind do you expect anyone to learn without hands-on practice at some level? Clearly this one is as off the wagon as JR, but in a completely different way. Sirius felt repulsed at the idea as he rounded on Harry. Just how do you manage to get two insane people back to back? Harry was muttering something about how it didn't quite end any time soon, but chose not to really reply. So they're not supposed to be prepared at all. James snarled at the same time Harry had kept going. Lily gave a soft breath of laughter like the others for the comparison as the two smiled at each other, but it didn't quite erase how empty it always made her feel to see her boy already having to conform to any kind of warlike mind. No, he shouldn't have to be prepared for what was out there, because she kept hoping there wouldn't be anything out there. No matter how naive, she'd always wish for that. All four of them shivered, though not for the same reason as Harry's classmates had just done. The idea of Voldemort inside their school, actually attacking their own classmates at the time, had filled them with dread in their final year. Now Harry was having to experience the idea 2 years earlier. I'm confident it's more to do with her lack of a brain than any actual embedded fear like the rest, Remus muttered. I don't think arguing technicalities will help you right now. Lily shook her head softly, even as she was watching the book intently, on tenterhooks to throw something at this woman for her son, even if he was doing a superb job defending himself. Harry did not want to look back up at them, as he said this with just as much force as he had to Umbridge. He did not want to again see the mingled fear and pride on them for this having been true. It helped to keep his eyes focused on the pages as he truly encountered his first person who was flat out calling him a liar. That wasn't just some other student. This was someone who worked for the ministry, the government he should have been relying on to help him get people to understand this, not some woman who continued addressing him as if a naughty child about the worst experience of his life. No one could ignore it this time. Harry's right hand shook so hard the book nearly fell from his grip, the ghost of a burning sensation crossing those faded white words more intensely than ever before. Harry steadied himself, though, and just looked on in confusion for a moment before forcing himself to ignore the moment. Whatever that odd marking of his was, it was clearly fixing to be revealed, but he just couldn't imagine in what conjuncture to this any more than the others. Because that makes it all better. Serious, blistering tone was coming out more dangerous the more sugary Umbridge's tone had gone. Harry was already sure he would love to have put them in a quiet room together at some point, though it wouldn't have remained quiet long. Remus drew the simple letter O out in honest anticipation to see how far Harry was going to go with this woman. I would have taken anything over defensive of Umbridge, so Lily's nod came out in a jerky movement of some kind of agreement to this. James flinched at the intensity of Harry's tone, even as he sat forward in his seat, an ugly look set in place to hear the government disgrace away this death. Harry's voice snapped colder than any cracking whip as he forced himself to read out that lie. Though it truly was of some comfort to him, he could feel the anger bleeding from those around him, the support and backup he could feel that hadn't been lacking from his friends per se, but they'd been sitting in more stunned silence than anything. I care, James muttered as his knee started bouncing with unease. Every gesture this woman had made so far just screamed he was not going to like what was coming next. Sometimes a prank wasn't enough to get his point across, and he could already feel this woman deserved far worse for whatever she was going to subject his son to. That stopped Harry cold in surprise. He glanced up, but saw they understood this no more than he had. What exactly did this woman think McGonagall was going to do about this? Still, Lily managed to just find one bright spot in this, as finally Harry was getting away from her class, even for a moment. What I would pay them to start making it a trend and rally all the students to get themselves kicked out of her class, Sirius sighed. I suppose there's a time and place for everything. Remus winced at that poltergeist. I find this an excellent use of our previous point. James grinned had turned a bit vicious. We most certainly do need to learn to protect ourselves inside this castle. Why don't we have Peeves step inside the class for a moment to demonstrate? It certainly couldn't do too much harm to watch that Umbridge woman see the vitality of defensive magic being used practically. Serious, tone held just one soft edge of a growl, while everyone was envisioning who would win in this fight against Umbridge and Peeves, and greatly enjoying the results right now. Should I feel honored I've gotten more than one song from him? Harry grumbled. If I say yes, will it cheer you up at all? Sirius asked. No, Harry said flatly. Oh, well then. Sirius rolled his eyes as he tried to act affronted, but mostly they were all sad Harry wasn't even playing along anymore. That's what being in one class with that woman had already done to him. They were all starting to become terrified of future results. All the flashbacks must be bombarding her at once, James said a little wistfully. At least he couldn't claim he'd ever been kicked out of class for getting into an argument with a teacher like that. It had always been intentional. Sirius did perk up, though, as he pointed out, though major credit to Harry, I don't think any of us got this accomplishment on our first day with someone new. That earns you major credit, pup. Harry still wasn't reacting, his mind too pestered on the lies that woman insisted upon. He couldn't think of anything past that for now. It means been given the golden ticket to leave class and come see the higher power. I'm sure you're familiar with it, Remus snarled under his breath. Well, don't take this out on here. James couldn't help the instant scolding that popped out of him, but he'd never hear of someone being disrespectful to his favorite teacher and react otherwise. Harry's tone was finally edging out of hostile now, as he looked around at James in surprise for the tone, before he quickly nodded with chagrin at his own actions, knowing he'd do the same thing to someone else he respected so much. Causing all the boys' cackles to sooth back, at least they knew Harry meant it. They just had won too many instances of wannabe death, eaters making some snide comment to their head of house, for the reaction not to be instinct by now. Remus began chuckling as he saw a shining moment of James in Harry right there. Absolutely no shame or regret in those actions, causing all of five of them to do a double take in surprise before titterings of laughter broke out for such a comment being inserted. She really could always keep them on their toes. Still one of my favorite moments to date. James nodded with unease as he tried to guess where she could be going with this. Surely she's not going to creating something else just for Harry to join as a reward. I will come up to the school and hug her in thanks if so, Sirius snickered. I'm sure she's had plenty of practice. All the time she's seen my face like this. Sirius nodded wisely, this one catching them so off guard. James and Remus actually laughed for a second before remembering to smack him for that. That seems to get through to you best, Lily smirked. Keeps things serious between us, Harry said, giving an obvious look to his godfather as a clear way of apologizing for being snappy with him before as well. Sirius took the opportunity in stride as he instantly replied, I'll always keep things between us, pup. But Quidditch, James instantly protested as he recalled Angelina's exact words about Friday. Lily smacked him upside the head as she snapped, priorities, James. Did she have to set it for then? He continued quietly. Oh no, she couldn't, Remus frowned. Dumbledore doesn't even interfere in those things. It's too undermining to the teachers. This case, I think he really should make an exception. Sirius had his nose crinkled in disgust of what this woman was doing already. You were about Norbert too, and still took that detention without such a fuss. Sirius tried to poke fun. This is far different, and you know it, Harry sighed, clearly still not in a good enough mood to be poking back. No to the first, but the second could use some work, James agreed. Learn to pick your battles, mate, Remus disagreed. I'm agreeing with all of that. Never quite seemed to catch that lesson, James shrugged without remorse. Is that supposed to be a peace offering? Harry asked, wondering at the insistence of these things. Just a way of trying to keep things polite, Sirius shrugged. I wouldn't have thought anyone had until Hermione proved me otherwise. Remus rolled his eyes at the question. That really is hurtful, Harry pouted down at the final page. As if I couldn't come to that conclusion on my own after that class. Well, she's not wrong, Remus laughed as he held his hand out for the book. Harry hesitated in giving it to him. That nasty, tingling feeling still hadn't left the back of his hand, where the faint white scars were, and he was really starting to dread learning the meaning of those. HP, okay. Evil laughter and sarcasm aside, hope you all enjoyed this one. Even though it's the next one, I know you've all been begging for since the start of this book. Hope you can keep yourselves together till then. Thanks as always for the constant love and support in the meantime. I know I pointed this out in the last book, but the inconsistency still stands, so I'm going to keep doing it. September 2nd, 1995 was a Saturday, not a Monday. Idea offered to me by Narutofan 8762, thanks. Suggested insert by a new friend of mine, Alice October. Thanks for the ever-loving sarcasm, which you know is my favorite. Chapter 13, Detention with Dolars. Chapter text this book in particular really was one where I wanted to add in Ron and Hermione for some of their commentary on things, but I couldn't justify it for the whole series, so they got left out, like Peter for the second book before. I don't regret it, as I ultimately made this decision not to overcrowd, but man, were there a few moments in this chapter I could have had some fun with. To Katie, don't apologize. I always do respect differences of opinion, and we happen to be of one now. I don't think age should define what you're told, but how you handle a situation. I've met 15-year-olds far more mature in life than 18-year-olds, and I most certainly would have told that 15-year-old something important about their life rather than the one of age. Harry is most definitely mature enough to handle the information being withheld from him, and I really believe Sirius thinks that more than anything, not that he is James. Do I see sometimes that Sirius may be wishing for both, James and Harry at once? Yes, but that wasn't the point of that argument. Thank you kindly for the review. I'm glad you're enjoying. HP. Lily watched Remus flip to the next chapter with a sense of foreboding. She couldn't help but notice a recurring pattern that every 13th chapter of these books seemed to be an extra stab of worse for her son. She supposed that Mirror had been a bit of good and bad, but that diary and the time they'd all watched Sirius truly act like a madman, then of course the start to that wretched tournament. She already could feel a burning hatred for Umbridge. What worse thing could happen this time? Now that's saying something, James murmured as he shifted uneasily in his seat. He wasn't looking forward to Harry's reaction to this. Sirius huffed and muttered a bit about people who weren't them. He'd always loved attention, but this was ridiculous on the student's part. Who says they did, though? Remus was frowning with sympathy. Fudge is the perfect example of that. He was there when this was first being told, and he flat out refused to hear this was true. The rest of the student body could have honestly been thinking the same thing as him, and then the prophet just went and confirmed it. Harry's face was flushing with anger as he fought so hard not to argue back, having to keep the very firm thought they were on his side, and not to go at them like he had been towards Ron and Hermione. It was getting harder by the moment as he remembered the screams, what they all saw as he reappeared with Cedric's body. How could they just write that off? When Harry didn't respond, Remus didn't push him for an answer as he kept going. A treasured friend, walking away from dessert, James mumbled. Lily was fidgeting in place for a multitude of reasons. Wanting to scold Harry again for talking to his friends that way, wanting to back him up because clearly the majority of that school needed their heads checked in thinking anything else had happened considering the evidence. Yet she could do neither of those things, and so was left to sit and squirm some more, ratcheting her frustrations further every moment. The marauders exchanged an anxious look, but not one of them could come up with a comment to make Harry smile away this problem. They'd thought things would be getting better, at least a little more light now that he was back at school. But Harry didn't have the misadventures they made sure to get themselves up to, so it was getting rather hard to play off these very real problems of his. Sirius, at least, had 7 years' worth of material to talk about this all he wanted. You know, I really pity those who had a cat allergy. Pomfrey kept them alive and everything, but there were at least a dozen of them in the common room alone at one time. Were any pets besides owls allowed? I always thought they were a bit of home comfort, Lily shrugged, though she'd never been allowed one until James got Hickory. Her doormate had a cat that, while wily, Lily adored, and in Mary's first few homesick weeks, like all first years went through, seemed to be some comfort. Sirius could have happily protested other aspects of this and kept going for hours, but then he realized the whole reason he was doing this was being ignored. Harry was gazing at nothing restlessly, rotationally rubbing at the back of his hand and flattening his hair. Clearly something was fixing to happen that was winding him up, even more worrying than his weighing thoughts about Hagrid or the rest of the start to his school year. So a small miracle occurred in that he silenced himself and let Remus keep going. Harry wasn't comforted he felt the same in here, though it was hardly past lunch. Having eaten a very early meal before meant he shouldn't expect a break for some time, though he knew he could get one if he asked. It was very tempting, but he knew it was really because he just didn't want to hear of something coming, so it's not as if he could delay that forever. I'm confident your specific year was not on his mind when she was taken on, Remus chuckled. Yeah, Harry, not everything's about you, James agreed. You know, in the book about your life, Lily rolled her eyes at the pair of them. When Sirius realized Remus wasn't going to react to that, Sirius decided to do it for him by lifting Remus' hand and pressing it to his heart as he tried to mimic his voice. That hurt. Now I'm going to crawl away with a broken heart and sob in the corner. Stop that, you idiot. Remus finally tugged his arm free by whacking his hand with the book in his other. Sirius rubbed at the spot. It was a big book, but he'd finally gotten a grin out of Harry for his antics, so it had been worth it. Sadly, we can't blame this mess on him any more than we could Lockhart, Remus groaned. His last 2 appointees were clearly personal favors, and he's already run out of those with some stupendous consequences. I wish I was honestly more surprised the ministry finally stepped in and tried to offer help with this, and since he clearly couldn't find anyone else to do the job, he trailed off with a sad sigh. This had to fall on Harry. I'm glad one of you caught that. James crinkled his nose in disgust. You didn't mention it. Lily rolled her eyes at him. Thought it went without saying in here how much we'd hate that. James shrugged. Merlin, you must be sick of them to rather be doing homework than listen to a classic. Sirius frowned in sympathy for Harry. I really was feeling exhausted after just the one day, Harry sighed, still rubbing in frustration at his forehead, his scar they all noticed. It left them all as uneasy as he was clearly feeling, as any rubbing at this from before never meant anything good. Suppose it is best to get the worst out of the way first, Sirius groaned. I'm sure she was just stunned at such a thing happening, James snickered. Does he really never bother to crack open his own text first? Remus sounded honestly amused. Why would he bother when he has a talking one right next to him most times? Harry chuckled. Merlin, that would actually terrify the piss out of teachers, Lily yipped in concern. She knew she'd be freaking out if she hadn't heard the reason for this. I'm sure it must come with some sort of warning label. Be sure to tell your friends what you're fixing to do so they can give some loaded excuse and escort you out for the teacher. Sirius shrugged. Something harmless, like, oh, he skipped breakfast, James agreed, his eyes alight with fascination at these twins yet again. Of the pair, I consider Hermione more intimidating anyways, Sirius snickered. Best let her get her word in. Ron does much better keeping an eye on things. Remus snorted hard at the two just carrying on without a single care of her. That was a bit dumb on their part. Even without all they knew about Hermione, you'd think the twins would find her some form of a threat. I really don't find that the point right now. Lily shook her head. Why's that? Sirius did look confused at this choice. Should have prepared them better results when they ask how soon they felt the effects coming on. I can see the benefit, Remus said grudgingly. If they expected it, then they would have been waiting for the feeling, and that could have preemptively made the feeling occur. They're probably doing both scenarios with different groups, James concluded. Well, yes, that is the bright side, James chuckled. The back of Harry's hand tingled worse than ever, and he began rubbing at that instead of his scar for once in remembered pain as he gazed down at the white mark. It was extremely faded, clearly years old, and the words no longer legible, but he could feel now more than ever he was about to get an answer to this scar, and he knew he wasn't going to like it. Hermione really is making a spectacle of herself. Sirius shook his head, none of them noticing Harry's moment. Harry was thankfully distracted from his moment anyways by that vivid mental image, while those around him snickered as they visualized it. The scandalized looks on everyone normally would have been enough to make someone laugh, but that really had been too far on Hermione's part. First trying to pin the brothers against each other last year, now this, she truly was interfering in far too much outside of her friends' brothers' lives with that statement. The marauders knew they would have lost their temper in that moment had it been them. Privacy was of the utmost importance to them, considering what they got up to in school, and if Regulus had ever tried a thing like that against them, even if it would have no effect, it would not have gone over well. Harry gave a hard laugh for the dramatics he wished the others would join in on. Hermione was still his friend, even if she was being too heavy-handed right then, and those angry faces all for her really were making him uncomfortable. Course it is. James' scowl had not lessened one little bit. Dad! Harry couldn't help but snap at him for that. She should know better than anyone what it is to keep to themselves. James was not backing down. They're not hurt, and this really doesn't have anything to do with her. She's not here to defend herself. Harry wasn't letting go either, and I'm sure if she was, she'd be saying it was her job as prefect to keep an eye on them and not let them go too far. They haven't even gotten close. Lily rolled her eyes as she jumped in, and James quit having a go at Hermione because of everything she does. Her glaring at the two managed to put a stop to them for now, even if they both did look wrinkled. I'm sure that was the best position available at the time, Remus muttered. Please don't tell me she's going at him next, James huffed for Lily alone. I wouldn't ask Sirius to back me up if I was having a go at you. It's not entirely the same, Lily sighed in his ear. Her heart's in the right place. She's just looking out for those little kids. The twins aren't going to hurt them, he insisted, and Hermione's nosing into people's business. She always has, though, and you thought it was plenty of fun against Rita last time, Lily softly rebuked. You can't pick and choose when it's fun to watch her do this. Different situation, he began to hiss back, but she raised a brow which made him stop and realize he was saying exactly what she just had. He crossed his arms and finished with a huff, while Remus had been ignoring their not very subtle whispered argument. Wow, good to know Ron's found a way to distract Hermione from homework. Could come in handy for the future, Sirius chuckled on Ron's behalf. I'm already at that level, Remus huffed. There was a long, heavy moment of silence before Sirius burst out laughing. Remus joined in, but there was a hard edge as he kept staring down at this new act of hers. This is another level of conceited. James didn't look remotely amused at the idea. Just where did she get the idea that she can set other people's creatures free? That's like if someone took Crookshanks from her and tried to set it loose in the wild. You did just equate ourselves to animals, Lily said grudgingly, very clearly trying not to sound accusing, but failing a bit. Honestly, would it be so bad if they worked for these families voluntarily rather than slavery? If the house elves wanted to come back, then of course Dumbledore would let them, but now they'd be there because they clearly wanted to be. That could teach Hermione a very important lesson. You lot are missing the point. Sirius brushed his hair out of his face impatiently as his mirth-filled eyes looked on at all of them not getting the joke. This is all pointless on her part, because it won't work. Even when they do pick those up, they'll throw them in the bin, or the laundry, or lost and found. Hermione's not their master. She can't release them. This girl has no clue what she's doing. She's clearly going after Harry's idea and tricking them into freedom, Remus agreed, but she seems to have missed the important detail of Malfoy having been the one to do so for Darby. Well, now I'm just curious if Harry points this out. James released a grudging laugh, because he clearly hadn't thought of this, seeing the contemplative look on his face as he realized this at the same time as them. James still couldn't erase a scowl for her arrogance coming through yet again. Exactly how much did Hermione know of these creatures? They hadn't heard much of her looking into this, past her disgust of them not being mentioned in history books, and Harry clearly didn't know, as he wasn't keeping good tabs on Hermione's adventures of this. Sirius was still snickering, as he knew it made no difference either way, while at least James looked appeased with Ron's attempts. They invented this thing. It's called a textbook, Lily said conversationally. Has he never bothered to crack it open before now? Never had to. Hermione's really always been around when we do our homework, and she helps a lot more than she admits, Harry shrugged. How do you lot survive when you weren't speaking in third year, or even when she wasn't around at the end of your second? Sirius couldn't help but laugh at Harry's sheepish face. A lot of her notes, he muttered. She wrote ahead a lot, and we filched them from her when she left them out a lot at night. Well, at least that's some form of study, even if it is from her rather than the source she got it from, Remus snorted. Probably a good thing, Lily sighed, as I doubt he was going to be saying anything too pleasant less than a day later. None of the boys entirely agreed. A good fight actually could have done some good in relieving Harry's stress, as they'd found in their youth, though usually that was geared more towards their pranks than an argument. It's nice to have someone pointing out the bright side on their end as well, Remus smiled. James was still shaking his head in disbelief at Hermione's naivety, showing at every aspect of this situation. Harry was the only one who managed to resist a snort of laughter with great restraint. I'm sure that was his goal, honestly, Sirius snickered. All of the teachers will, Lily sighed, as if we couldn't remember without them adding to the stress of it all. That's implying he has any thoughts, though, James said loudly before his friend could get halfway through a joke. Prongs, Sirius spluttered protest at once. Not as fun when someone else does it, eh? James smirked with utter pleasure. Isn't this what started the war, and at some point we just let him win? Remus groaned. I have far more material. I got 11 years of making this shit up before you lot could even get a chance getting started, Sirius huffed, a challenging look still gleaming in his eyes promising payback to his best friend. You are depressing me with all of these flashbacks I'm getting, Remus groaned. When did my middle name change to application? Sirius demanded practically before Remus had finished the word with a hard look at James. James was now resisting the urge to get up and strangle him. Oh, Lily uttered sadly, wishing she could pass the poor boy along her notes or something. This wasn't her best class either, but at least she'd held confidence while trying. They all smiled widely for that. Oftentimes just instilling confidence in someone could help them more with their work, and they hoped that helped Neville. In that moment, Harry honestly would have bet on it. I think Ron needs to make a chart to help him maintain when he should be insulting Hermione, and be sure to keep homework help times in big red letters to avoid that. Remus was trying hard not to laugh as he said. That is far too much work. He may as well just do the homework by that point. James rolled his eyes. It's only the second day, Lily said with worry. Honestly, Harry, you act as if school's new to you. I'm sure you'll fall back into your routine soon. It just felt off this year. He struggled to explain even as he already felt a sharp paining returning for even trying to speak about something he had no clue should bother him. It wasn't hard to realize that something was bothering him this year in particular, even more than last if that was possible, and it was frustrating none of them could think how to help because they weren't even sure of what the problem was yet. Knew you had to inherit some of my brains. Lily poked fun at her husband's expense. I'll have you know I got an O in my sarcasm, Owl dear. James batted his eyes at her. Who set it, Remus or Sirius? Harry couldn't help but snip. All three denied answering. Sounds like boat truckles. Remus couldn't seem to stop himself answering, while Sirius rolled his eyes and just thanked Merlin he wasn't inserting other trivia in between already. My dad once had a chap around who had one of those as a pet, rode around on his shoulder. Remus smiled in remembrance. So your dad knew the same kind of strange people you do, Sirius surmised, as Remus sometimes enjoyed inviting people over who could have a friendly discussion about magical creatures. Of course, none ever stayed long. That about covered it, James snickered. Nothing yet to add, Mooney. Sirius was clearly challenging, so knowing whether Remus answered or not he'd get marked for doing so, Remus looked him in the eye and said, "A group of boat truckles is called a branch." Sirius just rolled his eyes, but he couldn't pretend he was surprised. James had only vaguely heard of these things from Remus, so though he'd heard this fun fact, he still rubbed at the corner of his eye protectively. Why would she know? Remus shook his head sadly for Harry. She's only the substitute. You should take that up with Dumbledore. Well, as I'm still rather annoyed at him for ignoring me all summer, better to start with her, Harry sighed. I see she still fails to see Harry as Hagrid's friend instead of a nosy kid, James huffed. Why wait for that? Serious. Teeth were already bared for a fight. All of them fidgeted in unease for that. It wasn't a good thing at all that just by this little comment, they all understood the Death Eaters were aware of Hagrid's involvement, but that didn't stop Remus frowning in confusion. I don't understand why he knows about this. Surely his father doesn't let him in on Death Eater meetings. Who knows? James shrugged. A lot of the kids we knew in school who turned into that lot sure seem to know a lot more than they should have, and I'll bet you anything that's because of what their parents told them and what they strung together. Wouldn't surprise me Malfoy's in the same boat. Lily didn't comment, as she was chewing hard on her lip in concern for what could be happening to Hagrid, and why they Death Eaters would know anything about what was going on with him, unless they'd had a go at him. Surely Hagrid was strong enough to resist such a thing, right? Dumbledore would know if something happened to Hagrid, Remus said with as much confidence as he could. Besides, he most likely had Maxim go with him if you remember, and you have to be a fully trained wizard to be a headmistress, so there's just no way they could subdue both Hagrid and her, and the Order wouldn't know about it. Yeah, Malfoy's just full of it as always. Hagrid'll be back at Hogwarts before you know it, James said with absolute conviction. Harry still felt the panic flaring in him, yet the moment his dad mentioned Hagrid back at Hogwarts, Harry did feel a moment of peace. He was sure in that moment he would see Hagrid again, so he did take a deep breath and settled back down. Remus kept reading on very loudly before Sirius could make that stupid joke as well. You don't know exactly what's going on. Sirius was clearly still sore about that. I like to think that miserable old Umbridge woman would be first out the door, Lily said in disgust. At least Trelawney pretends to teach. That woman can't even accomplish that. It's breaking my heart to realize Snape will be of more use this year than that toad, James agreed in disgust. Harry rubbed the back of his right hand in the remembered pain, inspecting the wound critically, but that had been nowhere near deep enough to leave those scars, nor at all explained his unsettled feeling about them. Remus was tisking. Sadly, Harry had nearly hurt that creature due to his not paying attention, but couldn't bring himself to say anything as he knew Harry hadn't meant any real harm. That's enough to cause anyone a moment of detention, Lily said grimly. She couldn't stand watching someone suffer while being laughed at. I thought you were supposed to turn that in at the beginning of class, Remus said in confusion. She didn't ask anyone to turn them in, suppose she forgot. Harry shrugged. The whole class had walked away and she hadn't stopped them anyways. As opposed to, Sirius burst out. It's the last time I've ever heard her laugh at a joke, James huffed, even while he was smiling a bit himself at his son's accurate joke. Honestly, Harry, I wish you wouldn't do that, Lily groaned in dismay. She's a right to her opinion if she does think that woman's a better teacher. Well, she could at least pretend like she'd be offended like the rest of us. Harry wasn't letting go. He's hardly had as much of a chance. She could cut him some slack and show some concern for things other than house elves. She most certainly does when it counts, Lily said firmly, causing Harry to wince and back down for now. As am I when I enjoy a class. It's just unnatural. Sirius tried to lighten the mood, but was ignored. Well, this should be interesting, Remus said honestly. He still hadn't quite formed an opinion of her, but he felt like he was fixing to with that kind of introduction. Well, okay then. James blinked spastically at such an abrupt change of topic, before smiling widely. I officially like her. She can read all the wonky magazines she likes so long as her head stays on straight, Sirius agreed with a happy smile. Even as Lily and Remus agreed, they couldn't help an eye roll for the two having to phrase it like that. Just what is so funny about that? Lily rolled her eyes in annoyance at such a trivial thing to her. I'm sure it's a combination of both, actually, Harry said indulgently, wishing he'd done more to thank Luna at the time for the support he'd been wanting. Ugh, Sirius said in confusion, looking to Mooney for some kind of answer on that, but he just gave the same unknown shrug back. James began scratching at his ear as he stated, Okay, now I'm confused. Who's wrong there? I'd guess, Sirius looked torn, thinking Hermione would normally be the one to know such a thing, but Luna had seemed to speak with certainty of the exact opposite. Honestly, what does it matter? Harry still had that smile in place. She can believe in Father Christmas and not think hippogriffs are real for all I care. No one could argue with that. It was too nice to hear of someone having no relation to Harry sticking up for him. It spoke of just how equal the grounds of Hogwarts could be on this subject, hopefully. You got her on that one, Harry, James snickered. How so? Sirius snipped. I don't see anyone else lining up to say the same for Harry outright like that. I admire the girl for it. Why do I get the feeling that's not actually what Ginny had said? Remus frowned. I sincerely doubt her belief in, certain creatures equates to outright lying about seeing something that is real, Remus defended. Well, this should be interesting, James muttered, his lip already trying to curl up in disdain. For the last time, he really remembered this boy's opinion, and it putting Harry so low. Well, I guess I'll take that. Sirius was trying hard to fight back a smile for this display, but at least this little twit he remembered was on the right person's side this time. You really took that one personally, didn't you? Lily giggled. What if Cho started wearing an onion for a necklace? I'll get back to you on that one. Harry laughed easily. This really had been just what he needed to calm his mind, it seemed. Guess it's better than outright hostile, Remus sympathized. You'd really think at some point the teachers compared notes to realize not all of them needed to do that. James groaned. I did that most night anyways, Sirius agreed. Far too much effort to track all the way up there just to come right back down for some grub. The bag slips under the bench easy enough. The ease Harry had felt for just that small moment was already vanishing at the mention of this all over again. He was already resisting the temptation to snap the book shut on Remus' fingers and hide it from sight from something. He hadn't felt this anxious since his fight with his dad at the Dursley mentionings. What on earth was fixing to happen to him? I can imagine it, James winced, but kept that mutter to himself as he figured Harry wouldn't much appreciate it. It was hardly put into his planner on purpose, Sirius began defending at once. It's not as if he's going on a date instead, James defended that one. No one plans for this nonsense. Not a teacher on earth would let you get away with that, Remus stated at once, gazing at the book like Angelina had lost her mind. I can imagine even McGonagall scolding you for suggesting otherwise, no matter her love for her team. The pathetic part is, that may actually work on this woman, Lily said in disgust. That garnered a giggle from them, even if it wasn't a strong one for how down they could all tell he was for this now hanging over his head. Harry was at least trying to silently convince himself that's what made this detention feel so awful, that he'd already let Angelina down because of it. I can't even picture Flitwick taking pity on you and accepting that, Lily sighed. What does that have to do with homework? Lily blinked in confusion. It certainly sets a glum mood, but sunshine's no better than you just want to be outside. Remus shrugged for the odd comment, while James and Sirius exchanged a speculative look. Sirius Mark wiped a tear from his face at the other three's confused looks for that, saying, I'm just so proud of his wondrous lying skills. You think he'll give me lessons? You certainly don't need them in theatrics. Remus rolled his eyes. Would you two let it go? He groaned before they could again comment on his odd habit of doing that, or even worse, tell him that was still the best option. Remus' face was flushed with absolute disgust by the end of this, and he hardly needed to look up to see that mirrored on everyone else. Lily even had the urge to go hunt down Hickory and make certain her pet wouldn't befall such a travesty as that mental torture chamber was causing her mind's eye. "I'm going to be sick," Sirius vowed, thankful there wasn't a spot of pink inside this room, or he really might have been. "I didn't believe you were really going to go through with it." Remus turned disbelieving eyes on Harry. "You must know you've a better chance getting Snape to wash his hair." The insult had been a default, but he was surprised when Lily smiled just for a moment before shooting him a nasty look as he quickly kept going. "I could have told you that before you walked in," James sighed for his poor son. They all flushed with renewed hatred at that woman phrasing this as such. At this point, they'd pay Harry just to skip all of her detentions and see what kind of fallout that caused. Hopefully, it would be taken up with Dumbledore or something, and he'd step in for Harry having to suffer any more time with this vile amphibian. "I'll shove that lesson so far up your arse even your extended tongue couldn't reach it with help from a ton-tongue toffee," Sirius hissed with pure vile. "Remind me to help refill McGonagall's biscuit tin for her," Lily said with just a touch of relief. She would never be against her son standing up for himself, but there was a time and place as well. He was already in enough trouble with this. No need to keep stirring the shit pot. "No thanks to your slimy arse," James snarled. "That's it." Remus cocked his head in confusion, also thrown by such an oddly mundane task they failed to notice Harry now clasping the back of his right hand so tightly in his left he would leave a bruise there soon. "I half expected her to ask you to help remove her warts or something," Sirius tacked on, while Remus kept going now just out of disgust to get away from that mental image. Both of Harry's hands were now shaking so hard he couldn't even hide them from sight if he'd tried. His sleeves would start trembling just as bad. Lily caught sight of this and gave him a concerned look, but she was floored from asking by her mind, failing how to phrase the question. Nothing like this should be causing him to look like that. "You've far more talent than I do," James snapped. Harry couldn't seem to stop himself as he jumped to his feet, wringing the back of his hand anxiously as he avoided all eyes. He could feel it, that need to run and duck for cover, to warn them they were fixing to find out something he did not need to be told they weren't going to like. And yet the words refused to come to him as always, leaving him simmering with an urge he physically could not act on and leaving him a mess. "Harry, what on earth?" they tried in concern, but one hard shake of his head was all the reminder they needed he could not answer. So Remus went back to the book while now on the edge of his seat. "It's only the second day." Sirius quickly butted in with confusion to try and take Harry's mind off whatever he was fixing to relive. "Surely it's paperwork from her job at the ministry or something." Harry didn't even give an acknowledgement he'd heard. Four very confused brows went up at that, all of them still watching Harry mender to the doorway and back, as if forcing himself not to run from the room from some reaction he seemed to be expecting from them. Odd as this was, Remus still couldn't find anything to indicate what the bloody hell had him so turned up. James opened his mouth in confusion. He still couldn't understand how he was writing anything without the ink, but he was still watching Harry with worry, so at first missed the odd sound of Remus' voice taking on the new tone as he read out the answer. For just a moment, Remus had looked almost politely puzzled at what he was reading, his mind trying to understand the idea of this thing. Then his mouth went dry, and he was hardly able to finish what he was saying as his vision blurred, and he, like everyone else, was once again looking where Harry was deftly trying to hide his hand from sight. It wasn't even kind of working, as on his next hesitant steps through the room James managed to snag his elbow, and almost gently lifted his left away to gaze at the faded white pattern. The words were not legible, but the area was indeed much more faded than the rest of his hand, and now that he knew what he was looking for, the odd shape of it did indeed indicate the misshapen spot could indeed be letters too blurred over time. Lily began in a deadly quiet voice. "Don't you dare tell me that is what you are to be using all night." Harry was gently trying to tug his arm away to get a release from James now as he calmly answered, "I believe so." Sirius hardly heard the reply as he was on his feet with such a deep-throated growl. He was as likely as Moony to rip someone's throat out in a moment. For now, he could only physically act by kicking the table, causing it to flip and break into several pace against the fireplace across the room. It did nothing to alleviate the need he had to do this to that woman's face. No one stopped him as he pulled out his wand, and the rest of the table shattered into splinters. But sadly, the noise caused just as loud a ruckus upstairs that had Lily sprinting out of sight, though she was moving more from memory than anything as she could hardly see straight through her anger. Harry finally got his arm free from his dad, who simply sat there gazing at nothing but seeing pink. Harry looked at all of them, visibly white and shaking from anger, while he still rubbed at the back of his hand as he couldn't think of a thing to say. This wasn't like at the Dursleys. He wasn't going to bother with futile attempts to put them at ease because he honestly felt just as angry as them. His mother came back with an eerily blank face, somehow all the scarier she was holding her infant. Harry nearly ducked for cover as she drew her wand as well, but all she did was repair the damaged table and laid her infant son down on the floor with his blanket and made a little mobile appear above him. There was a stag, a grey and black dog, and a broom hanging from it, and as she gave it a tap for it to begin, it began humming a little melody Harry vaguely recognized as his mother's voice from the other day. "I am going to kill her." The cold, simple way she said it made Harry's skin crawl as she stood back up and marched back to her place next to James. "No one leaves a mark on you like that. Merlin's shit, she's as bad as Voldemort." Sirius cut her off with a still roaring howl that was definitely the cause of the baby's continued wailing. Sirius physically bit his tongue to convince himself to stop, leaving the crying echoing in the background of all their minds, feeling oddly appropriate, until his toy caught his attention again, and the tears cut off. Harry shifted restlessly from foot to foot in the uncomfortable silence that followed, but still was drawing a blank on anything to say. So though he knew it would do no good, he couldn't think of anything else to do but to go over to Remus and try to tug the book away. Remus gave him a hard look, his voice barely controlled calm. "Unless you're suppressing the reaction to curse her where she sits and go to Dumbledore, I don't quite think we're done talking." Harry sighed with unease, but didn't bother to deny the thought hadn't even crossed his mind, as the others seemed to know full well. He did still try to explain himself. What good would it do to let her think this bothered me? He quickly finished his own question before anyone could interrupt. No more good than if I'd gone to Dumbledore. If he let her into that school, there was nothing he could do about the detention she set. He finished by crossing his arms defiantly. "I'm there because she thinks I'm a stupid attention-seeking child, and she won't get me to back down because of this." He faltered just a bit, though, when their stone-like faces now held tones of disbelief. "Harry," Lily began in a forced calm voice that was scaring him more than if she'd been screaming. "There is a time and place for you to stand up for yourself." But James cut her off, beginning to lose his own battle and starting to shout as well. "She was actually torturing you, Harry. Not some joke like Filch always was. This is wrong." Harry kept himself stiff for the argument, but was surprised he could feel himself wavering in the face of their concern. He could already feel he had this argument with someone else. He sincerely doubted Umbridge herself, and he'd won during those times. Yet there was something about looking at his parents in particular, their deep concern and anger for this that really drove home for him. He may have bitten off more than he could chew with this one. He at least had the vague, almost hopeful impression he wrote to Sirius about something soon, so he gave in for now and hoped that would appease them when he most likely came to that conclusion in his own time. Remus watched him back down with as much defense as anyone stopping an argument could have, and it made him wish he'd vomit already rather than have this feeling sitting inside him. If he was acting this way towards them, would Umbridge perhaps be even worse than this? He couldn't imagine that being possible, but the person who was having his nephew carve his hand open like that would now be held in the same light as the Dursleys or Voldemort. Lily had many moments she wanted more than anything to be there for her son, but none so violent before now. What this cretin was doing to her baby had her already cataloguing a few of her favorite fire charms for starters. James was fighting hard with the resistance he was having to hold not to run his fist through a wall, imagining it a toad-like face. This just had to be illegal, and if he didn't hear about Sirius bursting in soon to show his idea of this, James wasn't going to be able to hold himself still much longer. Remus had sadly already guessed that part. The red haze tinting the edge of his vision hadn't left since that realization, as somehow this was still by far the worst thing they'd yet to read. Hearing of Voldemort attacking Harry was equal, but even this was starting to surpass that. Least that madman was honest about his intentions and had never hidden the fact that he wanted Harry dead. The torture he'd inflicted on Harry that night at least hadn't been self-inflicted. Sirius was still trembling with fury. The urge to break something had not yet left him. How long had Harry endured this for a permanent mark to have been left? James could not stop another outburst erupting. Damn it, Harry, this is not a test of wills. You subjecting yourself to doing this is in fact exactly what she wants. How does giving in to her? Would you really go crying to someone else? Let her win. Harry shot back, his right hand still clenched in a tight fist, though now from actually remembering the pain of this than fear of it coming. Harry, telling when you see something illegal going on isn't being a snitch. It's what you're supposed to do. Lily was still forcing herself to remain very still, keep her eyes on her infant, rather than going into the raging fury that was building more every moment. Harry did not look convinced, though, and James ruffled up his hair so forcefully it looked like he was trying to pull it out. Was this what the Dursleys had taught him? Because of all the things they'd done to him, Harry had taken their abuse and silence to the next level, and he'd never share with anyone the physical trauma he was put through. How long did this go on? Remus could actively feel the vomit climbing, and was expecting it any moment now to cover these pages, though hopefully that would finally take away the crimson-tinted words. This was just one night that was leaving Harry's hand marked, and he still had 3 days to go. He couldn't delusion himself this would never happen again either, not with something so deep in his skin. He couldn't keep doing this, force out words about Harry in this situation like it was some normal book. The binding snapped, pages scattered the carpeted floor, and Hickory poked his head in curiosity and began swatting at once at a loose few. Remus didn't even seem to realize it as his lip curled in outrage at that life form touching Harry after what she'd done to him. Harry opened his mouth, decided it would be better for his eardrums if he held back his comment, and simply shook his head at the lot of them. This wasn't even as bad as Quirrell pinning him to the ground back in first year. He honestly thought they were being entirely too dramatic about this. Umbridge may be a foul, twisted creature the likes of which Trevor wouldn't go near, but he'd honestly been hoping someone would at least understand why he did what he had, not keep looking in a way that made him wish he could post troll guards at the doors and windows. He did pull out his wand and repair the book, summoning it back to his hand, and kept going in the thick silence in as calm a voice as he could, though he was sure it was helping nothing that now the mark on his hand was more visible than ever. Lily had to blink slowly upon realizing it had just slipped right into talking of the mundane world of homework, as if this happening to Harry really had been some simple, annoying detention to him. Hickory, clearly annoyed his new toy had been taken away, tried to wind around her leg and meow with displeasure, but she could not bring herself to take notice of even this. All the normal feeling she could find left was keeping her eyes on her toddler. Harry, give that back. Remus finally seemed to have snapped to attention and was holding his hand back out, his face making it clear this wasn't up for debate. Harry handed it back over even as he shook his head at the lot of them. Clearly, they were hoping he was fixing to tell Ron what had happened, but he could already feel he had no intentions of doing that. Still, if it kept their attention off murder, even for a few moments, he wasn't going to argue the point. James could only distantly remember now what he'd been thinking about what Ron was up to, and even the fun of hanging over the others' heads, what he was sure this was about couldn't hold his attention. He wanted to hear Ron convince his son he was being an idiot and drag him to Dumbledore for starters. Don't tempt her, Harry said with a forced laugh, crossing his arms in frustration when no one even pretended to join in. Harry had to fight hard to repress a shiver from the lot of them glaring at that, but he met their eyes defiantly as he snapped. What? It's not. Then he met his father's eyes and looked away shamefully, their fight from this morning still weighing heavily on his mind. He still wasn't sure if James had forgiven him for his omissions at the Dursleys' place, and trying to put this off clearly wasn't doing himself any favors. So for now, he instead pressed his mouth tight together and hoped Ron didn't push this any farther. Sirius could feel his mind plucking at a past thread, how he'd have loved to make some superior comment about how Ron could have more going on there than sympathy for his friend. But Harry's face was now tight and drawn just as much from avoiding James' eyes as it was from still rubbing at the back of his hand in pain. Commitments! For just a moment, the injustice of Angelina's comment at least got Sirius to stop contemplating murder. And the girl's acting like you're going to Charms Club instead, not being tortured. He finished on the same vicious cale he'd been on. Harry sighed. Even when they were in agreement, they still couldn't relax. Harry really wished his friends would quit bringing that up. It caused him to shift anxiously and still not be able to say anything to the contrary amongst the thick layer of anger still pulsing in here. Harry scowled at nothing in here instead of having to continue seeing their faces with that same look. He had no clue how long he could hide this from Ron and Hermione, but he doubted long enough his family's temper had cooled, or at this point if it even would. Lily finally felt her boiling anger simmer as she got a proper look at her son, and let out a small noise of sympathy as she got up to sit on the arm of the sofa and scooped his hand away from him so he'd quit rubbing at it. Now she was. The skin, twitching across the old scar in remembered distress, finally started to slow. Remus wanted to whack Harry over the head with the book for that comment. There was a difference between telling when something was being done to you and whining about a hard detention. He fought hard to resist the temptation, though, forcing himself to remember it wouldn't help anything even if it would make him feel a bit better. Lily had absolutely no desire just to lightly change the subject and pretend like this wasn't happening anymore. But at this point, the lingering silence was even starting to make her infant uneasy on the floor. If he could feel the atmosphere even while the cat had crawled over and was trying to catch his mobile now, no matter how often it floated just out of reach, as further distraction she knew she should do something. So you think Ron's practicing for the tryouts that Friday? Harry gave her such a pleased smile for any normal conversation, it did make it worth it, even if her throat was still too raw for it to have come off completely normal. Yeah, reckon so. I didn't notice it at the time, obviously, but I'm really hoping he makes it. Sirius made a disgruntled little noise, but took pity on Lily and added in as well. Nothing better than playing Quidditch with your mates. Remus felt like he was biting a lemon, but put in casually enough. Poor Hermione's going to be left in the stands by her lonesome now. James huffed, muttered a few more extra death threats for good measure, but finally nodded and said, "She can sit with Neville and cheer them both on." Harry was actually smiling and forcing himself to relax now. Even forced casual conversation was better than counting the ways each of them wanted to kill her. He's as adept at lying as Harry, Remus grumbled under his breath. Wonder if he put a leash on his broom, Sirius snipped. He winced and wanted to smack himself over the head as he realized Ron's was hardly on the same level as his mother suddenly crushing his hand informed him. "Mum," Harry finally protested through gritted teeth. She had to concentrate on every finger to stop her death grip on that hand, to make sure no part of him was being hurt right now, even accidentally by herself. Harry was clearly starting to feel a little desperate with the suffocating mood around him. Almost understandable, since he didn't feel the same way even if that part was mind-boggling. So Sirius cobbled together some kind of compliment in, "You sure know how to hold your tongue." Harry eyed him wearily, unsure how to reply to that, and almost thankful he wasn't expected to. Lily wished desperately her son's biggest concern was blowing off his homework for something that didn't involve his getting a scar out of it. Now she wished she could go give those teachers the reason her son was struggling to do this for them. She was honestly hoping McGonagall would be mentioned any moment, now demanding of Harry why this sudden change in what she'd heard was at least a good student. She gave her son credit he was even bothering to do the assignments honestly, instead of outright refusing. "Mum," Harry tried to finally protest and pull his hand away in pain as her nails began digging into the mark as well. She released him instantly with regret she'd done so, but her fist only contracted again into her own palm. The anger wouldn't recede. Harry still tried for a soothing tone of voice for the lot of them. "You must have known this was coming. It wouldn't scar if it kept healing so fast every time. If you try to pretend this isn't a big deal one more time, mister, I will silence you," Lily promised. Harry clipped his mouth shut and finally gave in that there was nothing else for it, and just decided he'd have to let them be angry at least until this week was up. I think we should check you weren't recently hit on the head on top of all this, thinking a thing like that, Sirius managed, in some semblance of words, rather than the deep growls it mostly was. James already knew she'd passed Snape in his book. Snivelous was many things, and James owed him a good deck or two for a lot of them, not just towards Harry, but who would have thought he could consider it a blessing Snape had never drawn his son's blood? Why was that a standard now? Your friend's being used as an insult now, Remus said bleakly, but that one had been surprising enough his anger had dropped for just 1 second. Sirius narrowed his eyes, cocked his head to one side than the other, before shaking his head but ultimately saying nothing. He'd have liked to pass a crack along about Ron's stellar attempts there, but anything other than swear words were still escaping him. Harry laughed, though he was sadly still the only one, at Ron's piss-poor redirection. He was still half hoping it wouldn't work, and he could go 5 seconds without hearing one of them promise something worse than death. Lily arched a brow at that comment, thinking she'd have liked to smack Ron for hiding from the twins of all things. The least he could have done was walked by pretending he didn't care, but that one was almost sad. No, Harry, he takes it down to the shrieking shack to polish it, didn't you know? James rolled his eyes in exasperation at Harry, who just gave an eager smile back at any kind of normal response, even if James' eyes had flickered to Harry's hand again and at once settled back into a scowl. He started by telling you not to laugh, then ended saying you could. Ron needs to pick his side. Remus snorted lightly. Better to ask forgiveness than permission, Sirius offered, while Remus stared blankly at him for a second before saying, if you're going to try and say things like that, at least make sure they make sense first. Sirius pouted at him, beginning to protest it had made perfect sense, but Remus was now ignoring him. Harry was almost elated watching them pick at each other, even if it was more stilted than anything. He didn't care, it just wasn't in the Marauder's nature to hold on to anger, even if they could keep a grudge for the rest of their lives. Thought you played with him a bit over the summers. James couldn't seem to stop himself joining in, while Lily rolled her eyes at the ceiling that of course it would be Quidditch to make them seem normal again. He was a chaser with me. We didn't have a snitch or bludger, of course, Harry shrugged. One of the twins was always going around trying to knock us off while the other played keeper. That summer Bill and Charlie were there. We almost had a full game, but still Ron and I teamed up. Good to practice the other positions now and again. Sirius nodded with enthusiasm. Harry looked like he wanted to keep going, just to sit around and chat about this for hours, but Remus wasn't going to let him put this off forever. Wonder why they switched it up with you around. Lily asked politely, just because she couldn't deny her son, and he was still in full swing chatting about this. I'm sure I just took Charlie's place on the team-ups. Harry smiled for her attempts, even as he restrained himself this time in admission. I wonder what he would have done if I hadn't gotten detentions the first week, Harry said in surprise. Probably asked you to join him, Sirius shrugged. Oh, I'm sure they won't, Lily began, even as the others snorted lightly in agreement. She tisked at the lot of them while Harry was almost completely relaxed again. I doubt they will any time soon, Remus agreed. Harry groaned in misery and buried his face in his hands, only successfully putting the mark back in the spotlight. He couldn't help it. He just couldn't go one moment without someone harping on about this, could he? Hum, Sirius uttered between gritted teeth. Hand you can stick in your pocket, or broom the size of you, oh yes, very hard to hide them both. Ron had better make keeper, Harry grumbled as he rubbed at his wrist. Reflexes were good enough to grab me before I could. Remus said that with the equivalent of speaking of the Chamber of Secrets. Harry thought they were being too dramatic again and wished this chapter would end. There's the proper response. Sirius threw his hands in the air in exasperation. Hallelujah, at least one of you does, James agreed, his mouth still twisted in his own disgust. He hadn't taken his eyes off the white mark on his son for a solid minute now. Enough power to report her for student abuse. Lily had to try very hard to stop herself shrieking in frustration again. Harry just frowned at her oddly as he reminded, to be reported to the same man who also thinks I'm a lying attention seeker. Lily ceased, but her face only flushed with more frustration. She didn't care how it was done. Dumbledore had better do something to get that monster away from her boy, even if he had to start a revolt on the Ministry to do it. James still found that an absolutely ludicrous reason. Harry was being petty and honestly an idiot. Whatever Dumbledore was doing with his life, he would put on hold for this madness. Despite trying to catch Harry's eye, though, it was clear he still believed this as much as before, and there just wasn't any good in convincing him of this now. Remus gave an irritated huff at that painting cutting Ron off like that, as most likely Harry had taken the moment to dart up to bed without his friend furthering his point. I don't think anyone has, James agreed grimly. Somehow, it was all the worse for the lot of them they knew it wasn't. If it had taken 4 days just for it to not begin healing properly, then just how many times had it taken for it to start scaring? The answer was very obviously more than 5, and they each wanted to do something far more than to just sit here hearing about that. Thought that red hair would come in handy for once. Sirius began jittering in place, his wand still clutched tightly in his hand, almost hopefully, as he eyed the fireplace, Harry fearing at any moment he was going to snap and go hunting that woman down. Harry sighed, but held his hand back out for his mother. She took it gratefully, but gingerly this time, cradling it as if he were made of glass, while her thumb kept pressure on his old wound. James was vibrating in place, torn between wanting to hear of more happy details about Quidditch and continue raging about this abuse happening to Harry. Contemplate the bad, or at least try and think on some good. He was entirely grateful Remus was the one reading. He wasn't sure which he would have focused on. Sirius still almost wished Harry would simply up and leave, go down to that pitch, and see what that woman did to stop him. It truly was the worst part to him. Harry was subjecting himself to this, allowing it to happen without a fight, because he'd somehow convinced himself he was proving a point. Instead, he was doing the opposite and just giving in to her will. Don't break the book again, Harry groaned when Remus started tensing in disgust. We've still got ages to go, and this one's been more battered than all the others already. She'd better stop putting those webbed fingers near you then, Remus muttered without remorse, but managed to not rip the binding off even if his tendons stayed visible. Remus froze, finally his mind being released from picturing that ghastly woman, only to focus on the one threat above her. The last time your scar hurt like that, Lily began uneasily, but broke off because they all knew what she meant. Used to be it was just when you dreamed, though, Remus agreed brokenly, and when he was around. Now it's happening even more. His voice was quickly rising into an almost shouting level of panic at the end. Harry couldn't bring himself to pull his hand away from his mother to rub at his scar in remembrance of this happening, so instead he tried to understand the other feeling that he was sure he should have been able to identify. Surely not while around Umbridge, but a feeling he got every time he looked at his parents, like, what do you think caused it this time? Serious, voice instantly cut off Harry's train of thought. Not that toadstool, surely. If being around the fake Moody didn't, I don't think that walking dung would, even if she was working for him, James disagreed. I still wish I knew why it was happening at all, Lily grumbled, as the only answer they'd ever vaguely gotten for that had been unsatisfactorily given by Dumbledore. Though it wasn't entirely anyone's fault, perhaps no one would ever know, this was an entirely new thing. Remus wished they had more to go on, anything else to say or speculate, but in the absence of that, even just to be done with this bit of torture Harry was enduring already just by being in the same castle as Trevor's ugly stepsister. She can't have. Lily whimpered uneasily. There's just no way. She's a vile creature, but not like Quirrell was. It can't be possible with Voldemort having his own body now. The timing of that, though, James didn't need any more reason to want to gut this blight, and yet he'd been given one. I'm not sure I'm buying the coincidence of it all happening when she touched him. For the second time, though, Sirius reminded, if this had happened the first, I'd be more inclined to agree. We just don't have enough to go on, Remus huffed with a sorrowful eye on Harry, wishing he did have more answers for him, as clearly he was watching them eagerly like he hoped they'd crack this wide open any moment. He seemed to realize, as he looked to Remus, though, that he'd just have to let them speculate for now, rather than pressing for any more facts from him, no matter how much he wanted to pry open his mind and give them. I think Ron made the team, Lily said distantly, Quidditch the last thing on all of their minds. Everyone was still very deep in thought over this latest development. Lily had not forgotten that one for a moment, though, her gentle, warm touch all that was stopping Harry pressing his sleeve, as if to stem the remembered flow in pain. Sirius couldn't help a snort of laughter escape, even if it was far more subdued than normal with his mind so off track. I'm sure he's disappointed she's not hanging off his arm with admiration, James agreed distantly. So, the little first years were probably all out dueling or something, Remus half-heartedly played off, his mind entirely not on it. She says after the fact, Lily sniffed. Well, going for the jugular does get your point across best, Sirius snorted, while Remus automatically moved away from him for the reminder. I'm all the more glad she picked Ron then, James frowned on Ron's behalf. Not very good of her just to be banking he'd pan out, because his brothers have talent, though. Lily shook her head. Everyone seems to compare the lot of them, even the other students, Sirius muttered agreement. They're probably all scratching their heads trying to figure out why people keep leaving their stuff around more than usual. Sirius snorted enthusiastically this time at such a stupid change of subject. Not in the same way, Lily gently reminded, while Harry nodded his agreement. At that time, he'd been far more panicky over it, rather than now where he felt a bit more cool-headed, though still with the same amount of answers. I don't think that would cause the sensation, though, Remus muttered disagreement. I'm still not saying I believe in that coincidence. James shook his head again. Well, both Ron and Hermione together aren't usually wrong. Sirius tried a wheedling voice, for some reason still trying to get Harry to admit that in here. Usually because they're agreeing with me, Harry said flatly, trying to hide his sarcasm with a flat voice and failing a bit. Remus stopped cold, but shook that off very fast and at once protested. Harry, you know that's not true. He cares about you as a person. Couldn't tell lately. Harry snipped right back. Remus looked pleadingly to the others for backup, but felt all the worse he wasn't seeing much more of it there. In all honesty, they had been wondering for ages just why Dumbledore had taken such an interest in Harry when he'd no moral obligation to whatsoever. Why place him with the Dursleys instead of letting Sirius take him? Why do anything with Harry's safety once Voldemort had been announced dead, and Dumbledore shouldn't have had a reason to think so otherwise? The answer circled back to the uniqueness of Harry's scar, and perhaps their old headmaster wanting to keep an eye on it. Remus didn't want to believe this, though, not the same Albus who'd seen past the monster and allowed him to go to school, so he let none of them voice any of their ideas and kept going loudly for Hermione's protest. It took you till Friday to think of that, Sirius demanded. The thought had been in the back of his head since he'd had a clear thought again. It only happened that day, Harry said back in confusion, before the astounded faces reminded him that wasn't all his godfather was talking about. He failed to respond further, though, waving back to the book as he could already remember Hermione's disapproving face of the idea, and he had no doubts she'd tell him why. Get creative, Sirius said just a bit desperately. Honestly, Harry, I know you know how to get around the truth now. I can take a hint and read between the lines of whatever you send. Harry just gazed sadly at him, but there was nothing left in him to convince himself he hadn't given up on the idea quickly enough. I'm starting to wonder why Ron puts up with the two of you, James heaved a sigh. Can't even scrape together a laugh during this joyous occasion. Lily made a soft attempt at a laugh for the girl's enthusiasm that was still being restrained by her ever-growing fear of her son's past and future. Remus all too happily closed his chapter with a very sharp snap, still having the desire for that extendable tongue to be caught in the pages. HPHPHPHPHP, I found a kitten. His name is Tiki Torch. I find great irony I found him in a bush while writing the chapter about the despicable Umbridge and her fondness of cats. That is all. Chapter 14, Percy and Padfoot. Chapter text. You know what I find really odd? Sirius is only specifically referenced 2 times as Padfoot. Remus calls him that once in the Shrieking Shack, twice if you count him first telling who he is, though I don't, and Lily's later letter. Yet the 2 chapter titles about him use his nickname as well instead of Sirius, and I'm not sure why. HPHPHPHPHPHPHP Lily did not take the book with any amount of happiness. She couldn't stand the idea of just casually going on about Harry's life, while that tyrant was torturing her son on a weekly basis now. The only remote bright spot she could picture was the end of the year, where hopefully she'd sustain something far worse than having to leave the job. She took the book from Remus very grudgingly, and trudged back to her spot next to James in a heavy silence. Only Harry still seemed anxious to try and pretend like that part of his life was no big deal. "That's a surprise," Remus said conversationally enough. He could still be angry and keep things light for Harry's sake. "I think you'd have to be dragged out of bed with all your sleepless nights from before. Guess my brain was still wired for school." Harry shrugged with a smile at him for the attempt. "Gash, can you imagine the horror?" Sirius shuddered. "Sounds nice, actually," James snorted. "One nice long week to nap." "Really, Harry, you didn't realize the problem with Hermione's plan. You were the one who had to trick Darby into getting that sock instead of just giving it to him yourself." Lily frowned at him in confusion. "I honestly thought Hermione had found a way around that and hadn't questioned her. Thought she really knew what she was doing." Harry shrugged. "Well, it's nice to know she's not infallible in her logic sometimes, I guess," James snorted. They all perked up with interest at that. They'd been assuming Harry had just been fixing to start on some homework or some such, but this was even better. Sirius was full-blown smiling now that Harry really was going to write to him about anything. "Very carefully," Remus smiled. "Or you could charm it so that it only shows you the words when you give it a very vague command." James grinned. Harry looked a bit disappointed he'd never thought of that. He really wished he had asked his marauders how they'd charmed their map to do that. Sirius snorted violently before full-blown laughing. Then he couldn't seem to stop for a moment. Lily looked on at him with a touch of concern for this reaction. Umbridge's horrid ways set her mind racing with every foul spell she knew to use on that woman for what she'd done to Harry. What on earth had Walburga Black done to Sirius for him to clearly be agreeing with Harry like this? She longed to ask, but respected it was his right to tell her if he ever wanted to. That was incredibly vague. Remus beamed with pride. "So, goal met then." Harry smiled sheepishly. He'd been a little worried they were all going to tell him off for contacting Sirius, considering how worried they'd all been about him joining him at the train. "Absolutely," James nodded. "You're already a natural at this." "That was a little on the nose," Lily giggled. "Still credit for trying," Sirius chuckled. "Definitely not. You're safe on all counts," they all agreed, causing Harry his first real smile since he'd been back at school. "I'm sure he'll be back in no time," Lily said with more confidence than she really felt. She was very worried about Hagrid as well, what was taking him so long. "A classic, then," James smirked. "How on earth could he be bored by such a thing?" Remus drawled. "Well, that's fair enough," Sirius agreed. "Merlin, doesn't anyone let people have some fun in that place?" James sighed. "Maybe she was just mad you stopped her heading that way as well," Sirius snorted. "I've caught her a fair few times trying to go up there pestering the owls." "You didn't bother calling me that last year, why start now?" Sirius chuckled. "Now I actually felt the need for it," Harry muttered, shifting just a bit with unease as the safety of his godfather came into question. "Can you imagine how many times that happens a day and no one sees it?" Sirius looked a bit amused. "Imagine if they roamed the grounds more than the forest," James agreed. "People would be constantly knocking into them and seeing things happen because of those, and no one would be able to figure out why except those that saw them." "You lot are enjoying this idea far too much." Lily tried to repress a smile at the idea by telling them. "What can we say? We have a certain fondness for invisibility," Remus smirked. "Hey, look who finally gets a moment alone with his crush." Sirius threw his hands up in victory. "I don't find the owlery the most romantic setting," James smirked. "Let's see if Harry can get through with this one without making a fool of himself," Remus snickered, "or this time it'll be entirely his fault." "Your encouragement is the limit," Harry grumbled. "Harry, you have yet to say that, ever," Sirius smirked, achieving his goal in getting a rise out of Harry, who simply scowled at him for now. "Considering you've never had a proper conversation, starting casual is probably best," James said fairly. "Could have asked something more direct, like what she'd gotten her mother," Lily objected. "Or I could go read this in another room without you lot," Harry huffed to try and get them to stop. "You wouldn't dare," Sirius gasped. "And miss out on our brilliant commentary." Remus looked a touch offended. Lily started giggling a bit when Harry didn't back down from his threat as she turned back anyways. "Well, I like her," James beamed at once. "A very good point she managed to steer right into that sport," Sirius agreed, which Harry supposed was better than them picking on him, so he let it go. "I'm sure he doesn't hate the team," Remus said fairly. "Just the fans who suddenly like them." "Entirely not the point," Lily rolled her eyes at him. Oh, look, another supporter, Sirius said quickly rather than letting Harry dwell on that again for a moment. That's 3-2. Are you going to keep a tally of everyone in the school? Harry asked with some bemusement. Don't tempt him, James sighed. He's already not doing a good job anyways. It's 5-2 counting Ron and Hermione, Remus reminded. Those were given, Sirius brushed him off. Not if you're going to do a complete poll of all 500-something students. Asterisk Remus began disagreeing, but Lily finally cut through the lot of them. That'd be a sight, James snickered at the idea. Priorities, Remus agreed lightly. I'm not sure of the reaction you were hoping to get with that one, Lily said in disgust. I certainly wouldn't find that braver, but stupid on your part for not saying something about it before now, James agreed with a hard look at Harry, who chose now to check to see if his shoelace was still tied. Lily puffed up her cheeks before letting the air out slowly to make sure her voice came out neutral as she asked, Why would he think that? Maybe it was someone playing a prank. Harry brushed off, not wanting to think much of it, as he was still caught on his Cho interactions with a smile. Harry, you don't find it just a bit concerning someone was trying to take your mail from you? Remus wheedled to try and keep him on track, while everyone's eyes were still narrowed with dislike over this. Harry did rethink things over, and he certainly felt a ball of anxiety forming in him at the thought now. But he was finally enjoying just a bit of his time remembering school again, and don't want them to keep ruining it with suspicions, so he just shrugged again. Lily hoped that meant nothing did come of this moment, rather than worrying at her lip for the implications of something she did not like. What's he going to do if you had? James snorted, his old joy of tormenting Filch quickly rising to the top. Surely, it'll involve whipping or something, Sirius snickered. That'll make the clothes come right off. Ugh, Lily grumbled. She'd never taken Filch's threats so lightly as the lot of them, but then she supposed she'd never had to suffer a detention with him either, so she could see why they played this off as a joke. Are you sure she's not a keeper? James threw his head back with laughter, because I think she is. And you say I come up with bad puns, Sirius snickered along. You'll what? Come on, man, finish your threats, it's far healthier, Remus said almost encouragingly. She asks after defending you, Lily giggled. Proper timing, James agreed. Looky there, finally making some progress. Sirius couldn't quite keep the mocking tone out of his voice even as he applauded Harry. Looks like third time's his charm. He's beaten Prongs out by a mile, Remus agreed. Come on, 394 really isn't that bad in comparison, Sirius put on James' voice in a fair impression. James chucked a pillow at him while Lily kept going. Is that all it takes putting you in a good mood? James huffed, still giving his two friends the stink eye. Chatting with a pretty girl. Maybe we should try and convince Andromeda to come over next time you're in a bad mood. I don't think the prelude to that conversation would be worth it, Harry rolled his eyes. It's sad he's surprised to see you happy, Sirius snorted. He wants to train before training. Merle and I want to cry just thinking about it, Remus groaned. Don't know what you're talking about, Mooney. I'll take some hits with the ground over the pummeling my brain took over homework, Sirius shrugged. I would never say any such thing. Why would Hermione imply otherwise? Sirius demanded, while Harry chuckled fully again at that joke. I'm sure the removal of Fudge from his minister position wouldn't keep her from talking about that. James rolled his eyes. Lily choked hard as she spat the name out in surprise, and James wasn't going to sit around and wait for her to get her breath back as he lunged forward and took the book away from her. Reading out in a fevered haste, his face was going red. He had yet to take a breath, so Lily reached forward and placed her hand on the back of his neck, using as calm a voice as she could manage. Breath, James. He's still fine. Right, yeah, he said jerkily, some normal color returning to his face as he studied the words and then glared up at his best mate. To his infuriation, Sirius just shrugged with a bland look in place, saying, Look at it this way, Prongs. Even if I do, I'll know how not to get caught that way. Remus' hands twitched. He really was going to start strangling him here in a moment if he didn't start playing this off as a joke. Sirius, this really isn't the time for jokes. Harry stunned them all by snapping, his face bone white as he watched him. How do you think I'll feel when his vision blurred white before he could say any more, beginning to convulse and clearly suffering for trying to remember something? Even beginning to guess what that could be had all of them breathless with fear, but Sirius rounded himself back enough, talking earnestly but softly to Harry now. All right, pup, you got it. No more making fun of prongs, no matter how dramatic he's being. Harry's vision swam as he focused back on Sirius, something dark in him warning he didn't want to remember the warning he'd almost given. He believed that feeling, because the first option it meant just couldn't be true. He couldn't lose Sirius. So it must be something else. Sirius just got really hurt, or something. It was the only conclusion any of them could comprehend. The alternative wasn't bearable. Lily had to gently pry the book from James' death grip as she went back to her spot, ignoring her own shaking voice for that heart-stopping moment. Remus forced himself to roll his eyes, to focus on this detail that Ron really hadn't noticed any such thing. Sirius was also restraining himself from saying he didn't even blame Ron for not focusing on such a stupid little detail, but he didn't think that would be well received right now, considering his last throwaway comment. Sirius turned as white as Harry had just been. If that rat was never caught, he couldn't do it. He couldn't go back to prison again, one that was somehow conceivably on par with Azkaban. I don't give a damn what Dumbledore said, Sirius snarled with absolute conviction. I'd rather die outside that house than be a prisoner inside it again. He crossed his arms defiantly, waiting for someone to argue with him, but not even Harry could bolster himself to do this. If he'd had to go back to living at the Dursleys full time, even for his own safety, he'd be doing something desperate as well. Not more on, Remus pleaded, having to resist the urge to grab Sirius and not let go until those thoughts of his were no longer an issue. No, no, Harry murmured, still not back to his normal color. Something other than Sirius caught my attention, if you can imagine. Sirius managed a giggle that didn't quite hit normal, but if Harry was forcing himself to move past the moment, then clearly they'd overread his reaction. Something else must be going on. Not that Harry just couldn't bear to understand his own thought. That wasn't an option. James managed only a semi-hysterical giggle for that. No one spoke while Hermione read out the charges, but by the time she'd finished and looked up in stunned disbelief, she found them all slack-jawed. What they were hearing wasn't possible. Not the Sturgis, who'd just been inducted into the Order, had gone to Dumbledore and begged the man to let him help in any way possible after he'd witnessed a Muggle child beaten in the street. So how on earth had he somehow managed to get himself tangled up into stealing from the Ministry? Sent to Azkaban. Why had he even wound up there? That bit about refusing to speak for himself stuck out more than anything, as surely Dumbledore would have stepped in. If he had for Harry, then they couldn't imagine he wouldn't have for a faithful Order member as well. But then again, they also already knew of at least one instance where he'd let an Order member go to Azkaban without speaking a word for him. If he could do that to Sirius, they'd believe he could do that to anyone. Harry was less following that train of thought and more trying to understand how someone from the Order had done that. But his first thought was a frame-up. The man had been conned into it somehow. Then he went cross-eyed in pain. He'd already suffered one memory blast a second ago for something far more precious to him regarding his godfather. He wasn't going to be pressing on this. Lily was still waiting for someone to say something about this, but it was clear no one really could. This was too much happening back to back, and they needed a minute to process. So Lily was hoping reading about Harry go through this would help. Oh, that part wasn't so surprising, Lily murmured. The Ministry takes their breaking and entering very. She broke off with a nasty glare at Sirius, who managed a real smile and almost a pout for Lily not slipping up. I'm sure if they knew they'd put that in the story, Remus frowned. Maybe not, James disagreed. Could be something very secret and important. Don't want words spreading around about it. I could be, I guess, Sirius struggled, though he really had a problem understanding what the Order would have to do with the Ministry when they were so at odds. If so, then him being in Azkaban is all the fouler, James snarled in outrage. Perhaps he just wasn't doing this at that time. I'm positive he came around and explained himself before going on for more work, Remus reasoned out. They all considered the idea for a moment, but not everyone was entirely convinced. Lily at least hoped the Ministry would never fall that far, but she still also held out hope. There was something else going on they just couldn't get information from that about. Harry also wouldn't know, leaving them in the dark on this. James and Sirius seemed to liken to the idea. In fact, it explained a lot of his past behavior if he was now regularly being conned up there, and then didn't explain this until after the fact to the Order for security reasons. Remus found it plausible enough, though still a bit too underhanded for the ministry at this stage. From all accounts, they were still working on discrediting Dumbledore, and though making one of his associates into this light was a next step, why make the piece so small then? They'd have made this front headline news if they were pushing for this tactic, yet it seemed a miracle the piece was in the paper at all. No, he still thought something else was going on here. How on earth does she flip from that to homework? Remus demanded, absolutely derailed from his train of thought. I'm sure Hermione can manage to switch any topic to essays. James scowled for this subject being brought up and then cut off so quickly. He wanted to know what was really going on with someone he considered a friend. Sirius tisked at once, caught at once from his own speculation. Don't know what she's on about. They're going to play Quidditch. So, you'll be heading down to the pitch soon. Sirius waved impatiently to get there. Remus started snickering while nobody bothered acting surprised, even if Lily's mouth did thin just a bit in disapproval of this. Did she ever actually let you? Lily asked, astounded, as she hadn't at all picked up on this. Sometimes she accidentally left her work out while she ran off to the library for something, Harry chuckled, but she never just pushed it over for us. Priorities, James agreed without a drop of sarcasm. I hope you remember that when you're up studying until Sunday. Remus winced in pity at the idea. That's fair, honestly, James agreed. He hated lingering on things that weren't of importance as well, though he was still trying to pick apart that bit about Sturgis, even while half listening to his son's Quidditch prows. I'd be more worried if she didn't honestly, Lily said fondly. If they were making cracks at him like that, it's no wonder he got a little frazzled during tryouts, Remus said, in sympathy. Ron really shouldn't be letting those light things get to him, James scoffed in disbelief. Not only have the twins said far worse to him before, but the build-up to a game is brutal. Ron's got to have better nerves to keep up. Did we ever establish what the rules are for spectators to practice? Harry grumped. Nope, James popped the P for emphasis. Sadly, the pitch stands are open at all times. They hardly have a guard up after all. If you call off practice to go find a teacher to complain to, then you get the same end results of having practice cut up, and your time will run out for the next person anyways. Harry grumbled something, but admitted he could do nothing more about this. Says the one on the firebolt, Remus thought in sympathy for Ron at that comment. It's nice even they have their limits, Sirius frowned in sympathy for Ron. I'm positive they'd never have a go at their brother in front of spectators, James said at once. Family boundaries and all that. They can pick on him all they like, but if someone else does it, then there's going to be a problem, marking him while they are being the opposite of that. Sirius nodded in absolute agreement, while Lily grinned at him before going on. I wish that one was more of a joke, Lily groaned, considering her son had successfully woken up in their all 4 years. Oof, all 5 of them winced for that pain, though James tried to bolster, least that one wasn't entirely his fault. Katie's got to work on her reflexes as well. He speaks from experience of one to many quaffles in the face, Sirius agreed. Well, he was only used to playing with one post, back at home, Harry defended lightly. Guess there is room for adjustment time, James agreed. Lily winced upon the word 3. She wasn't even much of a Quidditch fan, and she was starting to feel bad for Ron. The boys were past that and starting to shift with unease at this poor display. They liked Ron a lot, but maybe he wasn't cut out for this game on such a level. Not everyone was. Well, that can't be good, Remus yipped at once in concern. Just what did the twins do? Sirius agreed in a sudden surge. I remember them saying they hadn't perfected the nosebleed one yet, but I thought by giving her that it would at least stem the flow, not make it worse. They gave her the purple pill, James soothed, though his own twitching showed he wasn't entirely okay with this either. Surely they're not just using her for a test dummy. What does he mean by mistake? Lily demanded dangerously. Thought they were color-coded for a reason. How could he give her the wrong one? They really had no answer for this. It wasn't like the twins to be so careless with their own products. It's nice she thaws on them when it counts, Remus chuckled. Sirius couldn't help but snort lightly for his snap. She had made the presumption, even if it was right. There's my little Gryffindor, James beamed for the response he'd have given. Oh, Harry, don't let yourself get so psyched out as well, Sirius tried to comfort. That won't help Ron. Malfoy really has this way of sticking in my head, Harry huffed. Lovely mental imagery, Remus winced in sympathy. Well, it's not as if you had much of a choice, James said fairly. What with being physically tortured and all, his voice finishing with flat ice. Harry winced and hid his hand from sight again, knowing they weren't letting that one go any time soon. Exactly what text was he using to be swapping all those? Remus asked in sympathy. The book was upside down. He didn't even seem to notice he was as exhausted as I was, Harry sighed. I probably would have noticed soon. I was almost done with mine. Why's she apologizing? I thought she always critiqued your homework, Lily said in surprise. Ron looked ready to make her eat that quill as he was using it. Harry winced, his best mate not in the mood for Hermione to be doing this over his shoulder in that way. I was under the impression she always criticized him, Sirius said lightly. I'm still convinced that's their form of flirting, Remus snorted, thinking Ron was looking for a good row to let off some steam, and Hermione was more than likely his usual go-to with that. Not Percy's owl. James yelped in shock as he leaned over Lily's shoulder to read that one. Why do you even remember that detail? Sirius asked, as he certainly hadn't. Lily shushed them both while reading with an honest touch of hope. Maybe Percy was trying to come around and apologize. Hopefully that letter was for all his siblings and he'd made up with his parents. I'm sure the professor will appreciate the attention to detail, James muttered as he was still trying to peek over Lily's shoulder and see what this was about, while she was just as effectively ignoring him. That was not an encouraging start, Remus began without much surprise, though he still couldn't imagine what this was about, while Lily sighed with disappointment and couldn't bother clinging to her hope any more as she got it out. That was entirely unnecessary, James huffed. As was that, Lily snipped at him. He didn't decide anything. Sirius threw his hands up in exasperation for people continually saying that. No one put their name down. No one did anything to become prefect. It was entirely the decision of the heads of houses, and ultimately Dumbledore. Remus frowned in confusion, wondering what umbrage had passed along that involved Ron at all. He supposed he wasn't too surprised if that thing was keeping tabs on Harry's friends as well, though. Harry spluttered with absolute indignation. What had he done to deserve that from anyone, let alone a person he'd gotten to know on at least some level? He'd never taken a liking to Percy, but he'd never thought he'd done anything to deserve him telling his own brother to drop him. Ron was Harry's first friend, his best friend, and more family than he'd ever had in his life before he met Sirius. James fired up at once, snapping. What does Percy want? For Ron to be an outcast and no one to like him like Percy is? The sad truth was, yes, Lily did believe that. Percy may have heard this news and immediately hoped that he could reconnect with some member of his family because he likely was lonely. That didn't excuse what he'd just told to do to her son. Why would that be his response? Sirius scowled with anger as well as confusion for that one. Harry never once asked for that treatment. With every line Percy had written, Remus continued growing more confused and angry. This one in particular caught him off guard. What did he mean Dumbledore wouldn't be in charge of the school anymore? That was an oddity in itself. He'd been the headmaster for generations already, and in a most likely biased opinion the most reputable of them all. That didn't quite knock out the anger of the second part, more accurate his arse. Ron was Harry's best friend for years. He'd have the most accurate portrayal of Harry more than anyone. Shouldn't this be his say-so? Why am I not surprised this whole letter was planned out just to brag about himself winding up in the paper somehow? Sirius snarled. He doesn't get to use my name, Sirius huffed, to which he was ignored by all this time. Guilt of what? James thundered. He saved his own damn life plus his useless cousin. What were they even trying to prove during that shame of a trial? That he cast a patronus charm for shits and giggles. You should never argue with a stupid person. They'll just drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Remus snipped. Lily did not get that out, as if an intelligible person had said it, more like repeating the words of someone hit with a babbling curse. It made no sense in or out of context. Hinted implies subtly, James snorted with disgust. Climb as far up her brown nose as you can and make a comfrey nest with the rest of her eggs, Sirius mocked. Bet he wouldn't care one bit if he didn't know you were a prefect, Sirius snapped. James looked ready to light the book on fire any moment now. Percy had successfully insulted 3 people he cared about in one go. It took a lot of restraint on his part to remind himself Percy was still a child right now who shouldn't be transfigured into a pumpkin. If both sides keep standing around waiting for an apology instead of doing something, this war is going to be harder than I was thinking, Sirius grumbled as he remembered his own words. Burn that, Harry. Burn that and shove the sard right up that humongous big head's nose. James said at once with conviction. It's Ron's letter, Harry sighed. I think he should get the right. That's fair, Sirius acknowledged. The boys at least garnered a laugh for Harry's sarcasm at that, while Lily sighed deeply. She wished that hadn't been played off as a joke, but she supposed it was better than Harry getting mad at Ron's brother and taking it out on Ron, which with his temper lately she wouldn't have even been surprised with. Less satisfying than up the nose, James sighed. But a proper in-the-moment response, Remus smiled. Lily managed almost a happy giggle for this display, thinking Percy should send Ron more stupid letters if that's what got him to focus on his homework more. Remus almost agreed, finding his utter dismissal of this perfect. What kind of odd look? Lily asked with a torn expression. She really hoped Hermione wasn't going to try and give Ron a pep talk or something. It wouldn't do him any good right now. I think it was something close to surprise, maybe admiration. Harry tried to smile. Ron wouldn't ever show it, but what Percy did cut all his siblings as bad as his parents, and so when Hermione saw Ron just turn right back to homework after what Ron considered further spurn must have gotten to her. Lily couldn't help a small smile now as she kept going. It didn't make that letter feel any better, but it was nice to see Hermione acting like their friend rather than mother for a change. Doesn't she usually do that anyways when you're done? Sirius chuckled. She'd certainly been threatening not to do it enough lately. We were starting to believe her. Harry smiled in relief. No, I am, Sirius reminded as if anyone had forgotten. They're not even done with them, though, James reminded. Still better to get her help while she was in a good mood. Half the work done, Harry cheered, though the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. They all frowned as they realized Harry had taken that much more personally than they'd realized. He'd even played off the moment in here well enough they'd thought he'd just complete brushed it off, but clearly not. This is the same guy who went sobbing out into the freezing lake to check on his kid brother, Remus huffed in agreement. How did he go from that to dismissing his whole family in so little time? You've got me. James sighed deeply. Sirius hummed in agreement with that. Even if he couldn't be there for Harry in the ways he wanted to be, he found comfort. Even the idea he could relate to Harry made him feel better. Oh, is Sirius making another appearance in the common room? James asked, as if confirming the date. Now he even has a safe place to do it from, Remus agreed almost as if bored at the idea. Truth be told, it made both of them smiled and were anxious at the same time. They couldn't easily forget where Sirius was in Harry's time, and found him talking to Harry face to face would surely make him feel better for even a moment. Okay, that was blatantly doing homework for you, Lily snorted. I guess she truly was taking pity on us, Harry chuckled. I think this is the most he's complimented her in their entire friendship. She may be falling over from shock, Sirius chuckled. There's the proper response, James snickered. Sometimes I really can't tell when Hermione's being sarcastic, Remus smirked. She must know that was a slip of the quill. Harry just grinned and didn't reply. But I'm always serious. How could I be anything else? Sirius cackled. She was actually saying your name, you twit, Lily ground out, cursing that man's parents for cursing their child and everyone else in his life with this never-ending gag. You already sound so pleased with yourself, James snickered. I honestly believe I've been looking forward to this all week. Harry's letter just happened around the same time, Sirius grinned. I'm sure you'd have heard about it, and the twins would have helped to laugh the whole thing off by saying they'd slipped something in there, or any number of things. Remus rolled his eyes at her paranoia. Honestly, in a school full of magic, a funny-shaped log wouldn't have lingered in her mind in the time it took for her to get to the stairs, James agreed. And that's exactly why he didn't, Sirius scoffed at Hermione's never-ending complaints. She doesn't believe anyone can do anything without her help, James rolled his eyes. I understand the need for the haste, but why hadn't you told Ron about this already? Lily asked. Same reason I'd yet to tell Hermione about my detentions. Harry shrugged uneasily as he brought this back up himself, but still explained. Hadn't come up until I was caught at it. You have that philosophy far too often, Remus huffed. I always want to faint in surprise when you pass on such words of wisdom. Lily smiled at him, while Sirius grinned and Harry, took a moment to register the truth of those words he'd never considered before. That caught their attention with surprise, Lily going on eagerly to see what that foul woman had been saying about her friend, and hopefully some colorful recanting of what Remus had to say about it. James' mouth dried considerably as he did remember this. She hadn't been subtle in taking a shot at Remus, and he already felt a nasty fear of where this was going. Lily spluttered with indignation nearly before she'd gotten that out, and that had nothing on his two friends. They already had every reason in the world wanting that sherbet reject to shrivel up and die. Turns out they should have been going for her head all those years ago. Was this, in fact, finally the reason Remus had left his post? That would have happened right around the time he left Hogwarts, when Snape had released his name as working at Hogwarts. Instead of shrinking away whenever this topic came up, Remus looked a tad concerned for this news, and not just for himself. It was very rare to find any other werewolves who even tried to maintain a normal lifestyle with a job and such. But with this bit of legislation being passed, it was as if they were being told not to be even bother with that. He'd never complained of the restrictions of the jobs they could get because he recognized the danger in his own kind. But was the ministry moving even further away in trying to phase out his whole kind, truly turn them into no more than animals that needed to be killed? How could they ever show how normal they could be if no one gave them a chance? Then he reminded himself what he'd long since came to the conclusion of: no one cared. Remus blinked in a bit of surprise for that. From what he'd gathered, Harry hadn't much to do with him in his own time, so the fact that he had such a strong reaction like that really did warm him up a bit. He really hadn't thought it possible for a long time anyone outside his friends could see him as any more than a monster, but first Lily and now Harry. I'm sure she doesn't like them any better, Remus scoffed to try and lighten back up the mood, at least trying to pretend, as he always did, he hadn't heard a word about this. House elves do have a certain human shape, but aren't, so they're in the serious elbowed him in the ribs to get him to shut up. No one wanted to hear him play this off right now. Sirius knew he'd rather lose his dessert privileges than indulge in any such nonsense, and wished Hermione would quit hopping on that. Harry thought the same, if only because it left such a tight feeling of unease in him he felt the urge to cry, and refused to understand why. No, that would actually be useful, Remus snorted lightly, before wincing and wishing he hadn't spoken at all for the nasty look his friends gave him for that. You'd really think at some point she'd realize no one cares. James threw his hands up in exasperation. I've never heard something so idiotic in my life, James deadpanned, and I've lived with these two for 7 years. I really wish Sirius was making a joke right now, Lily agreed. Was that supposed to be a compliment, or Sirius began in confusion before Remus shushed him? That'll be the day, Remus scoffed while Harry frowned at the idea. He really didn't like the sound of that. Lily's voice shook with pity there, to which Sirius was both grateful for and wanted to make some snide comment at her for. Thankfully, she kept going loudly before he could act on either. Tactless as ever, Lily grumbled at him, ignoring her own increasing worry at those confirmed fears. Surely if this was a real problem, though Sirius would be more concerned. He at least had a like for Hagrid, even without knowing what all he'd done for Harry. This wasn't necessarily a death sentence if someone didn't come back from a mission on schedule. I think we need to have a refresher course on those talks about reassuring people Sirius, Remus groaned, as that had helped no one at any point it seemed. We haven't been, Harry said, just a touch indignity. You were the only one I'd asked. Well, I know that now. Sirius rolled his eyes in exasperation, causing Harry to back down. And just why would you think that would cheer them up? Lily began anxiously as she fought the compulsion to stick a muzzle on Sirius. You were already spotted once. What makes you think it a good idea to have another go? Stop being such a worry-wart, Lily, James scoffed at once. He needs out of that place more, even if it is at sporadic times like Hogsmeade weekends. Where was this attitude last year? Remus demanded uneasily. This conversation just kept getting worse with everything his last best friend said. Last year, Sirius was on the run, getting all the air he needed, so I was just worried about him covering his tail. James scowled at Remus for the lack of backup. Now I'm worried what he'll do if he doesn't get out more. Sirius longed for the time where he could have basked in having a whole conversation about him. Now he just looked miserable and didn't account for anyone. He just wanted to forget about the existence of that house and his whole damn future. I mean, I suppose so long as Kingsley is still pushing for Australia or something, whatever Malfoy said could be brushed off easily enough, Remus tried to say with some encouragement that fell flat to all worried parties. Then don't go near Malfoy, James scoffed. Honestly, Padfoot knows every hole of that area better than the local cats. Doesn't make the risk any less, Lily sighed without too much of a fight, recognizing whatever Sirius wanted to do, he'd do it with or without anyone's support. You really are breaking my heart here, pup, Sirius tried for a flippant tone, while Harry eyed his godfather with great worry. Ever since he'd left that platform, Harry had an ever-growing fear of the next time Sirius left that house, leaving his tongue paralyzed and unable to respond. Sirius actually recoiled, suddenly looking ready to burst into tears any moment as he had concrete proof. Merlin's sake, he really had lost his mind if he thought even for a moment he'd been talking to James. Lily had just huffed and rolled her eyes at the stupid comment. She didn't even seem to realize Sirius had taken it so personally, while James kept his eyes firmly on his best mate now. Remus reacted on instinct by smacking Sirius upside the head for that, muttering, "Would you rather him be like you, not thinking before you speak?" Sirius hardly seemed to realize what had been spoken as he whispered back, "That hurt, you know." Remus wasn't sure if he meant the comment or the blow as he rolled his eyes and said, "I didn't damage anything important. All of me is important." He shot back with almost a pout, managing to keep himself distracted at least for a few seconds while Lily finished. Remus was looking from James to Sirius uneasily, as Lily looked up to indicate she was done, and seemed to realize for the first time that had bothered the two, so Remus began ardently, "Wonder if we should take a quick break again. I'm sure someone should check on the baby's dipper, and yeah, that's great, Mooney. Padfoot, can I borrow you for a moment?" James snapped, not waiting for any preamble as he made his way for the stairs, and Sirius followed reluctantly. This one gets under my skin out of confusion. Either Harry has completely forgotten the fact that he was the one who had to trick Malfoy into giving Darby that sock. Otherwise, he could have just done it himself and set Darby free if that was his intentions. Or he really thought Hermione found a way around this law and it's just never addressed. This is a real problem with the narrative between 2 and 5 that is never brought up. I know that's a really subjective number, considering by most math there would only be about 300, but JK has said there were actually almost 1,000. I personally more invasion somewhere in the middle, though I imagine the population slump from the war and other variables actually makes the number fluctuated between those two numbers throughout the years, so who really knows? This moment genuinely annoys me for two reasons. The twins specifically say the purple half is the cure pill for their works, and this is proven in the last chapter where they gave purple pills to the first years to wake them up, so they did indeed give the right pill. Problem two with this is then, what do you mean you gave her the wrong pill? Either you color swapped a batch, in which case you lot are far more idiotic than I thought for all your hard work doing this, or this is just some serious, shut up serious, errors with the flowing work. Twice in one chapter, man. Chapter 15, The Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Chapter text, Padfoot mate, you don't really think you think. He cut himself off and went cross-eyed before trying again. I mean that Harry is. Then he stopped again, for the ludicrous statement couldn't even manage to pass his lips. Sirius watched with some distant form of amusement as James struggled to find words, a concept in itself, as he ran his fingers hard through his hair and tried to find a way to answer. What if I do? All those stories we've heard about what happens to those in Azkaban, what makes you think that didn't happen to me after 12 years? Turning into a dog could only have saved me so much. Don't, James snapped, his eyes darkening by the second. I can't stand thinking of you like that. It's never going to happen. It's already happening, Prongs, Sirius whispered back. What if we can't stop this? It's all supposed to happen in less than a year. People will start going missing, and then Dumbledore's going to come around and get you and Lily to go into hiding. And I'll do it again. I swear I will. I'll hunt down that rat bastard and think what you're saying, James snapped, fighting hard not to knock him upside the head while he did. Future tense, mate. We'll find a way to stop this happening well before then, so stop acting like it's inevitable already. You're not going to turn into that. I refuse. Sirius still couldn't seem to take his words to heart, gazing at a picture Lily had hung up on the wall of a forest that had branches swaying in the wind, an occasional critter flipping in and out of sight. It reminded him of the forbidden forest, where he'd had so many happy memories, and it scared him how tainted those already were, and kept reminding him it was only going to get worse. It's my worst nightmare come to life. I don't know how, but the universe did that to me. Made me go as mad as my folks. In a different way, I'll grant, but all the same, and then jailing me right back there. It's not going to happen, James repeated, and would keep doing so until it sunk through his thick head. They met eyes, Sirius almost absently saying, "You've always been around to remind me of that," and then quickly flipped subjects before even the notion of this no longer existing could linger. "Honestly, though, I thought you were going to bring me up here to rib me for talking to Harry like that." James snorted and rolled his eyes, forcing himself to relax as he seemed to think he'd accomplished something. "I'd be remiss if you didn't tell Harry he wasn't having enough fun in his life. I still think you should show up at Hogsmeade and show those three what we used to get up to. Harry needs more fun in his life, and he's clearly not getting it from his friends." Sirius bit at his lip as he realized Harry wasn't getting that from him either. He'd been far too consumed with his own pity party. But at James' words, he was now at least holding out hope it would come true soon. James watched as Sirius was already starting to fall back into wallowing, and he couldn't let that stand. Sirius was usually his inspiration to start all the madness they got up to. Seeing him so low now truly was doing something to him he could hardly put into words, and he desperately hoped that the next time Sirius' name came up, it would be in some form of his release back into a normal life already. He'd suffered long enough for it. For now he grasped his shoulder with a tight squeeze before actually managing his old laugh back and saying, "Come on now. Let's see what kind of mass destruction the school causes in rebellion against whatever that stupid comment of Percy's was. Dumbledore not in charge. Fudge couldn't do any such thing." Sirius did at least smile as he followed him back for that. Any talk of setting Umbridge in the area with the twins was bound to cause a laugh, which he was hoping to hear from soon. The methods she used on Harry weren't going to hold long. Lily and Remus weren't quite as flippantly careless about Sirius' comment, but they held their tongues about it because it's not like their Sirius had, and they really were trying not to lash out at him for something he hadn't said yet. Harry most of all wanted to persist on the subject, as he felt like he'd let Sirius down in some way. But when his godfather flopped down beside him with a normal smile in place, Harry just couldn't bring himself to bring it all up again when James had clearly seemed to comfort him about it. So as James picked up the book and began, they were all feeling almost slightly hopeful again this was all going to somehow work out. "Ugh, as if you don't get enough of that around the castle. Now you've got close-ups." James crinkled his nose in disgust. "Why do I already have a bad feeling about whatever the hell that made-up title is?" Remus sighed. "You've got good instincts." Harry's eyes were already narrowed with dislike. James struggled to understand even the first sentence. What did that mean? The Ministry had control over their school. Lily had her lips very tightly pursed as her mind flew through the ramifications of that. Hogwarts had always been of its own body, and under the guide of the current headmaster. This had allowed for a lot of free will inside the school outside of Ministry influence, which many considered a good thing, as it left the children to grow up and form their own opinions of what they thought were right and wrong. Now, their own government was more than actively stepping in as more than just a substitute teacher role. Just what the hell was Umbridge going to have these students doing, aside from torturing them? James looked to his friends like he was hoping for some kind of clarification from them, but both seemed just as confounded by the idea. Did they have to post his title? "I find that entirely unnecessary, as of course his junior would agree with him," Sirius scoffed. "I just wish they hadn't said his last name marks a bad light on all the Weasleys." Remus rolled his eyes for poor Arthur, and his reaction to further seeing his son agreeing with all this. "Then they should talk to the headmaster and deal with this in-house as it's always been," Lily stated absently, still trying to wrap her head around how this abrupt change had just sprung up overnight, and it was entirely allowed. "Oh, that's even better. They've been at this since the summer," James said in exasperation, already a spiel of comments he could imagine his parents saying if they'd heard about this. Let's put Percy in detention with her and see how long he holds that, Harry said grimly as he rubbed absently at the back of his hand. He'd have to be set up to be put in there, and even then I'll bet he could kiss her arse out of it, Sirius growled, perhaps even more darkly than he should have just for having to watch Harry do that. By not teaching them. Yeah, I'd say that's revolutionary. Remus balked at the absurdity. Lily had to swallow a bitter taint as she almost realized what a good idea that could have been coming from anyone else. Abysmal teachers like Lockhart and Snape wouldn't have been a problem then. But that's not what this job was really doing, and she knew it full well, so didn't bother speaking it. I do not believe that, James scoffed. If my folks had heard the ministry was weaseling around inside Hogwarts, they'd have thrown a fit. They never have before, and they're just suddenly doing it now after they've spent the summer campaigning what a mentally unstable person Dumbledore was. That doesn't seem the least bit suspicious. It's all happening the same time. Ah, well, at least that support suddenly made sense, Remus scowled. Remus suddenly felt such a sharp twist of fear in him, he retched on the spot, and felt lucky he didn't vomit. He'd never been afraid of attention before, unavoidable when you made friends with James and Sirius. But the fact that his name was actually being thrown out like that honestly made him question how he was even still alive. After all, the last werewolf that had ended up in the papers had a whole hunt formed around him. Sirius gently cut off this train of thought by smacking Remus upside the head and saying, "Knock it off, Moony. If they haven't done anything to you before now, they're not going to suddenly start just because the ministry is pushing in. You're long gone, clearly not making a bid to come back, and Dumbledore's got you doing that shitty-arse underground work that leaves you so far off the radar. Anyways, it's a miracle if you'll even be reading this." Remus almost found the comfort somewhere in there. At least his body stopped trying to throw up. Harry was honestly curious enough to interrupt what this mysterious underground work was. He'd long since gathered it had something to do with Remus staying in contact with other werewolves, but he still longed for details. He decided against asking even now, because it was such a touchy subject for the poor guy. "While I applaud them," Lily nodded sadly, "it's almost a backfire on them as well, for the same reason Tonks and Arthur haven't quit their post yet. They do more good holding their tongue and staying on the inside." "That method ceases being useful when it's all you end up doing," James scowled, though at Harry for holding his tongue far too often. Sirius gave a merry little applause for that bit at least, thankful that this had been put into the paper at all the way it was running lately. James saw red as he realized 4 days had already been enough to put that mark into his skin. Years later, and it was still there. None of them had the delusion this wasn't going to happen to Harry again, and he doubted he could read through it without screaming some more, no matter how little good it would do. I immediately like where his thoughts went, Sirius pipped up at once, as the same grin appeared, thinking of that foul toad trying to inspect someone like McGonagall and blissfully aware who was going to come up on top. The others caught on as well, and now they were all grinning in anticipation of watching McGonagall have a thing or two to say to that pitiful excuse for a teacher. "What are the odds she won't be inspecting any of the ones Harry's in?" Remus said without a trace of hope. "Non-existent," James said without looking up. "I find it an actual miracle he didn't just flat give you a T." Sirius rolled his eyes. Lily almost felt a twitch appear on her lips again at his alliterations. He'd always gotten a giggle out of her when he did this, but she forced herself not to react. "I'm guessing he gave you an O after you cheated off of someone else's." James rolled his eyes. "Why bother?" Remus asked curiously. "I can already hear the lecture she'd give about how I should have tried harder or some nonsense," Harry sighed. Lily frowned at him for that, wishing he would try harder in this class, even if he did hate the teacher, but at least holding herself back. "I commend you, considering at some point I'd have just chucked the cauldron in his face," James snorted. "I don't actually believe that," Remus snorted. "I can already imagine her near the end of this crying every 5 seconds if she doesn't get all O's. Is she going to keep going with this?" James groaned as he eyed the pages with misery. He'd been starting this thinking of more Umbridge carnage, but instead he'd been suffering through some owl memories he'd have rather forgot. Doesn't P mean poor, yeah," Sirius said with chipper. "Only one letter off from acceptable, so really they're not wrong." "I always thought it stood for dunderhead," James grinned. Stop naming things after yourself, James, Remus quipped. This is most likely going to be an ongoing topic until next year, when she'll move on to complaining about her newt grades 2 years too early, Sirius groaned. James gasped wildly, and then frantically prodded the page with his wand, as if insisting to find a flaw. What do you mean Hermione doesn't know all these by heart? Sirius agreed mildly. The way she was obsessing over them, even having done some pre-exams last year, you'd really think she'd know that. I'm actually quite sure she only took note of what the top grade was and didn't care about the others. Remus rolled his eyes, causing all 5 of them to giggle. Why is that a recurring thing? It always makes me sad, Lily sighed. Someone needs to tell her she's getting a P for her sense of humor, see if she lightens up any then, James agreed. Harry laughed unexpectedly, then looked around and realized that while they were smiling, he realized it was at his reaction, and he blinked in shock. Sirius grinned. Though I don't understand why they want to give you a letter grade that would make someone think, well, that's better than B for blast-ended scroot. You're an idiot, Remus rolled his eyes. Whatever gets you through it, love. Lily grinned as the thought had never crossed her mind Harry would do any such thing. Even while being at his breaking point, he'd still been putting effort into his homework. There was just no way he'd do so poorly on all his exams if he just tried a little harder. Causing them all to snort with laughter, as they suddenly imagined the wonderful idea of if the twins had taken her class and the mayhem that could have been. Because that's the important part, James said grimly, as his eyes flashed protectively to his son again, wondering if it was possible Umbridge's detentions could somehow get worse if she realized Harry wasn't going to take her message. Lily felt an interesting struggle taking place in her mind. She disliked Trelawney from the instant she'd been introduced because of insisting her son was to die, which would set any mother on edge. Yet she hated Umbridge quantifiably worse for actually hurting her baby. She wasn't really sure what she wanted to see happen here, but she wouldn't deny she was listening just as curiously as the others. Can't deny I'm already intrigued, Remus said grudgingly. Trelawney shouldn't have had much to do with her before now, considering how rarely she leaves her own tower, which means her ire with this woman must come from something we haven't seen yet. Maybe just from students like Parvati and Lavender who might have talked about her, Sirius offered without much thought, but immediately corrected himself when he realized. But they haven't exactly gone out of their way disliking Umbridge themselves yet either. I'm sure it's just the insult of her class being inspected, James snorted. They say dreams are where you live out your fantasies, Sirius snickered. Drowning, isn't it? The other 2 are nouns, Remus said absently. Nouns can be the subject, Lily shrugged. It depends on verb usage, and please, this is why I was grateful Hogwarts never subjected us to Muggle classes. Don't start on things I don't care about, Sirius groaned. Harry felt a sudden whack at the base of his skull for some unknown reason, absently reaching up and brushing at the back of his head, as if to make sure it was still attached, but ultimately ignoring the sensation. Though it was getting harder by the moment, as Umbridge's questions really were starting to dig something out of the base of his skull that was beginning to build up quite a bit of pressure. Remus felt an odd smile flicker across his face, as some old Greek myth came to mind about the seer Cassandra, who nobody believed truly was one. But he didn't point this out to the others for once, as he was more invested hearing about this. Was the pause because she had to think about it and count that on the spot? James marked. James was almost amused by this, as normally Trelawney spat out so many predictions in a lesson you couldn't shut the woman up. Now Umbridge was asking for one, and that was offensive. I think she made herself worse by doing that, Sirius sighed. Should have just stuck with the first thing she said, then later, and a lot more randomly, spouted something at least generally more threatening than that generic mess. Lily actually had to catch herself to stop from laughing. Even knowing Trelawney was a true seer still didn't make this waffle intimidating in the least, but she despised Umbridge to agree with her on any level, so she held it in. Yeah, there it is, James said tartly. Least she could always fall back on that one, though how she managed to make that less believable every time was an actual achievement on some level. Ugh, having to listening to croaking all lesson. I'd rather live with a cicada. Sirius rubbed at his ears in thought. I'm not sure if that's ignorance or delusions, Remus sighed. So were there, Lily asked. Don't know, never checked, Harry shrugged. Even if there weren't, I'm honestly wondering if she'd have just made you reread it from the start or something. Remus rolled his eyes. Man, I wish I was more surprised. Actually, I'm just sad for the wasted time, James sighed. People get that a lot around her, it seems, Sirius mused. He didn't always like Hermione either, but she never failed to impress him with her knowledge at least. That was already established. Lily cocked her head to the side as she tried to understand. What was the goal of her doing this? James shushed her and read quickly to find out if anyone could find a way to push Umbridge's buttons and make something interesting happen in that class. He'd bet on Hermione. She is sitting right next to you when she started this. Remus rolled his eyes. Don't tell me she really thinks you'd stay out of it. She simply asked a question of what she was supposed to do now. She's done with the work. Sirius tried for an innocent tone, ineffective as he wasn't likely to receive an answer for that any more than Hermione. Every bit of that was the most ludicrous thing I've yet heard her say, Remus said faintly. She read the whole book. How can she still try to make that claim? Lily demanded. I'm beginning to wonder if there's something conceited about her, James said deadpan. I'm actually wondering how many of the students knew that at the end of the year anyways. Remus suddenly blinked in surprise. Not the point, Harry grumbled. Lily made a guttural, maddening noise of frustration for Harry suffering through that all over again, and she vented on the only person available. Harry James, stop antagonizing her. It's clearly done you no good, after multiple people have warned you to stop, and you are suffering more consequences than doing any good. Harry flushed with anger for a moment, considered snapping back. He was doing more good than anyone else was even bothering to try, but then considered the fact that snapping at her would do absolutely no good. His mother was simply angry with the situation, and he did not want to start yelling at them like he had been his friends in the past, so he simply held his tongue and nodded absently, also failing to mention whatever he did he couldn't go back and stop himself from doing in here now, could he? Who takes away house points after you find out someone has detention? James demanded in outrage. What's McGonagall playing at? He's already suffering enough for this. I guess she did warn him not to continue messing with her, Remus sighed. This is her way of punishing him for disobeying her as well. That did not make this feel better, Sirius scowled. The worst part is she doesn't even know what's going on in those detentions. Lily groaned miserably, just begging for the sharp-eyed woman to spot Harry's hand and raise hell for it any day now. I do love how she says Confine shouting at Harry, not stop it, Sirius muttered. Maybe she wouldn't if she knew that part, James seethed. Are we really the only ones insisting on how dumb it is you haven't mentioned this? Lily demanded. What about Hermione? Still haven't told her yet either, Harry muttered as he shifted uneasily in his seat, still wishing this would stop being mentioned altogether. So she does know. Remus yelped at this glossed-over development. I guess Ron did tell her at some point. Harry blinked in surprise. He'd been too angry to realize what he was saying to whom at the time. Honestly, I'm grateful she didn't give me another go to Dumbledore's speech, so I'm grateful I wasn't around when she did find out. Hermione was the one who started the last two fights. Sirius couldn't help but defend. Harry more than likely would have sat in the back of the class and not said a word if it wasn't for her. You can't blame Harry's action on what Hermione decides to do, Lily scolded. Doesn't help one of his mates isn't trying to fix this problem either, Remus shrugged. James actually began wriggling in place in sudden excitement. If he'd put money on anyone giving that toad a run for her galleons, it would be McGonagall. There was no way she could push her around like she just had to Trelawney. And that was with the minimal effort, James applauded, while Lily rolled her eyes at him even if she did agree. What'd he do? James demanded on the same breath as he'd finished. He was trying to place it on Parvati's shoulder, Harry shrugged. Less inventive than I was hoping, Remus sighed. James made a little squee noise when he was done with that response, while Sirius was already full-blown laughing. He knew McGonagall was his favorite teacher for a reason. Harry and Remus shared a triumphant smile, while Lily said impatiently, James, if you don't keep going, I will, though her eyes were sparkling with their own amusement for their old head of house. James clutched the book to him protectively as he kept going with glee. James couldn't do it, though. He immediately burst out laughing again, and this time Lily couldn't deny joining in. This was hardly the fiery pit they wanted to toss Umbridge into for what she'd done to Harry, But even seeing someone hold their own against her in this way was the most satisfying thing that had happened so far. I would pay anything to get my hands on those notes. Sirius. Grin was slipping past amusement right into evil. See just what her version of "I need a burn healing charm" looks like. Technically, McGonagall hasn't gained a detention yet, so she's still doing better than you. Sirius smirked even as he was leaning forward eagerly to hear more of this. It is indeed a good mark. He's already got the larger portion of the body by the end of the first day. James agreed absently, his eyes still eagerly hoping for more between Umbridge and McGonagall. She really shouldn't act so thrilled. Sets a bad impression, Remus snorted. Favorite teacher, James repeated warmly, hoping that would leave some kind of impact on Harry in Umbridge's next class. He wasn't the only one defining Umbridge. I don't think anyone's yet called him that. Sirius' face crinkled as that registered. Does sound kind of weird, even if it is appropriate, Remus agreed. He's already been doing that. Surely he can't do even worse damage, Lily said, with unease even she didn't believe. Remus couldn't help but wince for that, thinking that was far more likely luck depending on the questions she was asking. That she's the only one being treated like scum. Can't imagine why that would be, Sirius snorted. I'm sure that's a look, James snorted, his liking for Grubblyplank going up somewhat. Sure she was having to stand in for Hagrid, but at least she wasn't going behind his back and trying to rub up to Umbridge. He could respect that. At his own stupidity, James emphasized. Everyone seems to skip that bit. Oh, thank you, Harry, James groaned. That hadn't been what he meant at all. Harry shrugged without remorse. What was that one even for? Lily all but screeched. Doesn't she still have to give a reason? Baby Harry began squirming in unease underneath his toy, so she forced herself not to keep going while James pushed on, mostly because the answer was no. That woman didn't have to give a reason to anyone about anything she did. It was becoming quite clear that was the scariest part of all to look forward to. That would still cause enough of a stir in the community for it to be relevant and absolutely worth it. James tried to keep his voice, even as he explained to Harry. McGonagall's tough as they come. Even if she did have to leave for a time, she'd be right back the next day, because Dumbledore would never let that stand. And he'd have support from those realizing how ludicrous this all is getting. Please tell me you've been seeing reports in the Daily Prophet about more people saying what a problem this is, Lily agreed. Harry just shrugged, though. Hermione only passed along very certain things, and she hadn't said anything about this. If the wider wizarding world did care about what was going on, he wasn't hearing about it. Tie her to the Whomping Willow, Sirius suggested at once. Transfigure her into a cat and introduce her to Fang. James smirked. Introduce her to the mermaids of the Black Lake, Remus said just a touch bitterly. See how long she could survive in the Forbidden Forest. Harry envisioned the fun. Poison. Lily couldn't seem to stop herself, taking in much to all the boys' amusement. Ha! Lily pumped a fist in triumph. 2 against you lot. That's fair, Sirius miraculously gave in. Can it at least be a slow-acting one? James contended. I can work that, Lily agreed. Well, I mean, she's not wrong, Remus snorted. Yet I don't really see how that's so different from your first 2 years either, Sirius sighed. At least until the end of the year. Lily still looked for that bright spot. Should I be worried that's how this is starting? James looked bemused as he kept going. That's really not that far-fetched an idea, Remus shrugged. We had to do it a few years as well. Our teachers never got to the level of trying to kill us, mind you, but they weren't all stellar either. I don't know, remember Novak. Considering how many spells he used backfired on himself, I think at some point that counts as attempted murder when he still encouraged us to trust him. Lily shrugged. Hang on, Sirius mimed, cleaning out his ears. All right, read that bit again. James ignored him. She had yet to say otherwise. Harry rubbed at his ear at all her remembered lectures. Harry looked honestly bemused Hermione had taken his words to heart like that, no matter how much he still vouched for them being true. Just like you did at the end of last year, James agreed. That seemed to help you out loads, even with a competent if murderous teacher. No, you're the first teacher he thought of Moony, Sirius chuckled. Shut up, Padfoot, Remus said around a smile. Not with that Umbridge woman about anyways, Lily said grimly, as it had honestly been a good idea for a moment for Dumbledore to summon him to the castle at his random choosing, and just incidentally running into Harry and his friends. For a few hours, no one in the school would really question that too much if it had worked out that way. That pink, frosted lump of dragon dung that would put a wrench into anything like that. Harry looked at his dad in bewilderment, before looking at the other three who all looked just as surprised at the answer as him to his relief. Honestly, for a moment there I thought she was leading up to herself, James snorted. I mean, I suppose she's not got the wrong idea. Lily pulled gently on a strand of hair as she thought about it. But no offense, love. I haven't really seen you with the patience yet to be teaching anyone much. Ron was better at teaching you chess than you were explaining how a phone worked. Sirius snorted in agreement. Oh, stop picking on him, Remus scolded. Though Harry hardly looked offended, he still had a politely puzzled expression on his face like he was still nursing the idea and had hardly heard them. I don't find it a bad idea at all. Harry was the only 13-year-old I've ever seen to manage a patroness. Even you two hadn't managed that until 5th year to find out what you were going to turn into only a few months later. If Harry could master that, I'm sure passing that knowledge along wouldn't be much of a challenge. There's a difference between being a good student and being as good a teacher, Sirius shrugged. But he backed down altogether as Harry was starting to look a little hurt. They were still giggling more than anything at the idea. James kept himself going in hopes Hermione would come to some conclusion. This should be more a group effort between the three than Harry starting secret lessons to teach these two anything. Really, Harry, you apparently spent all summer complaining about this bit, but you need this part explained. James rolled his eyes. I really am loving the reverse of this conversation. Sirius gave a forced smile. How are you the one saying you shouldn't get credit for doing this now, when it was you shouting at them? You did all this single-handedly to them at that house. Harry was scarlet by now, both from remembered shock of his friends throwing this at him, and how true that comment was that put on the spot. He still didn't want to admit all the things he'd done, no matter how angry he'd been. He'd felt ignored. Can't have it both ways, Lily told him gently, as she seemed to read his mind. Actually, neither am I. James frowned lightly from the book to Harry now. At most, they're still pulling your leg. What's the anger for? Harry brushed at his scar without comment, a deep look in his eyes that shot a thrill of fear through James, instantly promising him he actually didn't want to know the answer, so he quickly moved on. Remus let out a low whistle of surprise as he told Harry, when you get angry, you really ramp yourself right to the top at once. Harry doesn't do anything halfway, Sirius said half-heartedly. Harry leaning back into the couch looking miserable. He'd been caught shouting at them again, and they hadn't done anything even remotely close to deserving it this time. James had winced at every blow Harry dealt his friends, of all the pain and fear his son had suffered without anyone there to help. How even hearing it firsthand hadn't quite left them with the reality Harry had lived through. To them, it was all in a distant future, something they hoped never had to happen to him, and so, without underplaying the events happening, they kept pushing past these terrible moments, because it would ultimately help him to remember them, just to find a way he'd never have to live through them. Most of all, James wanted more than anything for Harry never to have to witness what had happened in that graveyard to Cedric. Harry was aware, and very grateful no one had snapped at him for this in here. He distantly saw himself doing these things, pushed into this uncontrollable anger from something he didn't understand. But one truth stood out: his friends would never insinuate any such thing. So he was grateful for the silence ringing in here. Well, there's a distraction, if ever there was one. Sirius blinked slowly to refocus off of Harry's anger, how everything he'd said had been all too real. Lily opened her mouth, wanting to say something in comfort as well as push for a change of subject. But Harry was still looking miserable and rubbing hard at his scar again, so she was afraid to push him while he was too vulnerable. Wonder how she got hold of that, Sirius happily shot off, as always just looking for something to say in the awkward silence. She's too proud asking the house elves for a batch, Remus played along. I more imagined she might have asked Madame Pomfrey for some, given a vague reason as to why she wanted it. I'll buy that, Sirius said, looking hopefully at Harry like he was hoping for confirmation, but even if he had ever bothered to ask, Harry spoke nothing for or against the idea. Harry twitched harder than ever in his seat, his eyes swimming with pain as he yearned to understand how it all fit together, and terrified of learning the answer. HP. I probably came off pretty anti-government in this chapter. And I swear I'm not actually trying to wipe up a rebellion and start an anarchy. I just always found it really extreme that clearly, since its conception, Hogwarts seemed to have stood as its own body. But suddenly, the government was stepping in and causing a ton of reforms, and the public seems generally okay with this. Of course, the Daily Prophet likely didn't post more outrage than a couple people quitting. I don't even know how it would have been put into the narrative. I'd just have liked to see more people be confused and angry about this sudden regime change going on inside the most popular wizarding school in Britain. I was actually never very good at English. I have no clue what the actual answer was. Thank you for nothing 4 years of high school. I pointed this out in the last book, but this is now a blatant mismatch of the house tables. Last time, it was the Hufflepuffs on their other side, as Harry had to walk past them. This time, it's Ravenclaws. Someone must have been right in saying it does switch up on a regular basis. Chapter 16. In the Hog's Head. Chapter text. James gave the book an easy toss to Sirius, who caught it while still eyeing Harry, waiting for some kind of queer from him to say. He wanted to keep going and wasn't lost in thought. He came out of his reverie by gazing at them, and then plastering a smile in place as he demanded, was it really so preposterous I could be a teacher? Did I not make it clear how painful to my legacy it would be for someone of my last name to hold any such position? James said dramatically. James, he wasn't awake for that part, Lily reminded him. Oh yeah, he thought back. Sirius quickly said, though, hey, if you end up being the new Dada teacher and break that stupid curse, more power to you, pup. I'll be happy to hear it, just, it'll be a shock is all. You've yet to show any kind of want for the thing. We were just as surprised as you, Lily agreed. But if it's something you think you'll enjoy doing for your friends, I know it'll be fun to hear. Harry beamed now, thoroughly distracted and eagerly waving Sirius on as he thought to himself they just might enjoy these next few months of his school. For the first time in this book, it seemed hoping he was going to enjoy this feeling he was getting. That's got to be some kind of record for her. I was under the impression she always spoke of what was on her mind. James chuckled. Have you forgotten her third year? She did a pretty good job of avoiding them and not talking about things when she sets her mind to it. Remus shrugged. Sirius tensed with disgust, his lip curling as he glanced again at those words upon Harry. Though faded like an old scar, he truly did wonder how long he'd suffered to gain them this level of permanence. He did not see the Umbridge situation getting better any time soon, so he dared not even ask if Harry had to live through the problem again. She really does do that a lot, James rolled his eyes. What's she always trying to say her, and Ron instead of just her for? Keeping his attention, I suppose. Remus shrugged. Lily hummed at the idea before nodding to herself and saying, You really do seem to have taken a shine to this then. I like the idea of helping my friends out like this, Harry agreed, a small smile still in place, though I still can't wrap my head around the idea of teaching Hermione anything she doesn't know. Same reason she attends classes instead of thinking she can learn better from her books, Remus shrugged. She has acknowledged she's not the smartest person ever to those who deserve it. A feat I cannot comprehend, Sirius deadpanned. That was almost sad, Lily frowned. He really shouldn't be that scared to say his opinion around you. She cut herself off when she saw how depressed Harry was at the reminder his best friend had been so tiptoeing around him of late, just so Harry wouldn't randomly start shouting at him. Because that was a relevant part of that statement, Sirius snorted. Harry had to fight hard against the urge to put his face in his hands in shame, that he'd been going off on his friends so much of late that Hermione had to say that it all over some stupid little thing. What was wrong with him lately? James made a noise straight away, while Sirius rolled his eyes and immediately began ticking off. The Weasleys already account for 4. Then that Luna girl, that Ernie Pratt, I am positive there are even more. Oh, that stalker kid Colin. I'll bet his brother don't remember his name off the top of me head. I'll bet Cho would even ask for private lessons. Harry picked up a pillow and tried to press it against Sirius' face. The two wrestling this way for a moment before Sirius finally won by ducking away and smoothing his hair back, telling Harry Wickledy, didn't hear a denial on your part for those, then immediately began reading loudly before Harry was too tempted to start again. Everybody's always interested in what I have to say, Sirius smirked. Not always, Harry grumbled, ignoring his twitching smile for that recurring joke. Oh, really? I thought she'd let you use her office and everything. Remus chuckled in agreement. Now it was Sirius' turn to scowl at Harry. Despite his deep-set worry for his inevitable future mindset, he actually had been offended by Harry's lack of faith in him doing his part to keep his own arse covered, happily telling him as much. First of all, exactly how stupid do you think I am? Hogsmeade is my home turf. Harry tried to defend, but Sirius waved him down with a roll of his eyes, though his tone hardly lightened. Yeah, you're worried about me, but can I get just a little credit? I know what I'm doing. Harry gazed at him with nothing but worry. There wasn't a trace of him showing he thought for even a second Sirius' words had given him comfort. And for a moment, Sirius' cockiness started to ebb, and he was getting worried just what had Harry so adamant about this. But he brushed that off and rolled his eyes, turning back to the book, and just hoping he'd prove to his godson this was unnecessary. Sirius gazed pitifully at that, looking hopefully at Harry to see if his best friend stating his exact problem had gotten through to Harry at all, but if anything it made his face draw tighter with worry. At least, Harry grasped his problem, even if he still wasn't ready to concede there had to be a solution. Because that was the important part of that statement. James scowled hatefully for Hermione's priorities. She's only said that 3 times, and now she can scold him for not saying it. Sirius scoffed. She was on a good track there for a moment, Remus said forlornly, still bitter that no one, especially not himself, had done anything to get Sirius, name clear before the Pettigrew scandal had been revealed. That last bit wasn't relevant, though, considering no one knows about the dark mark, Lily sighed. Sirius grumbled something that was as close to acknowledging this to be true as was going to happen. I should feel privileged I take up so much of your time. Sirius rolled his eyes. Hermione is a magic unto herself, Lily said wistfully, wishing she could ask that girl for her study habits, as even out of school Lily still felt bogged down at work. Important distinctions she might have to teach Harry, James snickered in remembrance. It would be easier to check against the ones who couldn't go, James snorted. I think Filch does it this way to purposely annoy us, Remus reminded. Finally some acknowledgement I can be happy about, Sirius smirked, though there was a sour edge to it. Obviously, it was because he was trying out a new, Remus elbowed Sirius before he could continue with the dumb joke. I don't care how pretty Cho is. I find it really hard to believe that experience skipped your mind. James shook his head. Harry wanted to chuckle as that look of confusion crossed them again as well at the reminder, but the laughter died before it could even get started. Still, he had no more clue than them what the whole instance had been about, and he had no want to make his head burst from this tiny detail. But that would have made it perfect. James blinked in confusion of Hermione's logic. You could get together and be at a perfectly normal volume and still not be overheard. I can see her idea, though, Remus said fairly. Out of the way where no one goes, so even if some passerby had passed and heard a snippet, well, this just erased that problem altogether. Still, the cover of a crowd beats how suspicious that will look, Sirius shrugged. Harry felt his nose crinkling in distaste as he remembered the smell, helping to distract him from remembering why goats should mean something in particular about the barkeep he remembered seeing. Really gives the place its own feel, Remus rolled his eyes. Harry frowned as the image back played, like he was sure his mind should linger on this image for a moment longer in recognition of something, but that was ridiculous. How could he begin to know anything about some random man under a veil, woman? Harry's skin twitched even harder at staring at her even longer in his past. Yes, he was quite sure he was right to think that was the thought was gone as he sighed, knowing without a doubt that hadn't been the answer, and now utterly confused what he'd been trying to think of at all. What on earth could you be speaking of? Sirius cast the most innocent and mischievous grey eyes any person could have. Surely what you're about to discuss is covered in Slinkard's book. Harry felt that spike of unease return, though he was now convinced he'd mistaken the veiled person for this barman as the person he should be having some vague connection with, but Sirius kept reading, and Harry had no hope of keeping such a flimsy train of thought that only increased the pain always present right behind his eyes when he tried to remember something. And Remus asked with a little smile, please don't tell me. Lily began with an honestly amused smile at the three of them. We would never try such a thing, James said at once, while Sirius didn't even bother and said, yeah, but he still turned us down. Harry felt a frown appearing on his face, as for some reason he didn't like Hermione's use of the phrase, a couple. I thought Hermione had said lavender and Parvati didn't think much of your story. Lily said story with pure acid. Harry shrugged without comment. He wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer of what had changed their mind. So the important people are there then? James smirked at Harry's suddenly red-tinged face. Whoa, what's Dennis doing there? He's 2 years below Colin, and he's a year below Harry. That puts him at a second year, Remus counted off. The things you remember. Sirius rolled his eyes for this detail being spotted. I am positive Fred and George told him how to get into Honeydukes the moment the younger Creevy made the desire of wanting to come. James grinned. They'd help along anyone who wanted to hear this, I'm sure. Harry paused, cocked his head to the side, and seemingly flabbergasted he hadn't burst this question out sooner. How do the tunnels in and out of Hogwarts work? What do you mean? Remus asked. They extend to fit someone. We mentioned that. What's that got to do with this? I just realized, Harry shook his head as he explained, that when Hermione and I first went in, we had to crouch. But when we were all coming back, no one was, and in fact it was a lot bigger. He hated having to bring up that time, such a moment where their entire life had been flipped upside down, so maybe it was best he'd waited. James' eyes flipped to a near ghostly hazel as he clearly recalled the same setting, but he still answered, it just enlarges to the capacity needed for the occasion. You just needed to get there in a hurry the whole time. It was only that size. You needed 3 people to fit in side by side, at least 2 of them adults. It compensated for that. Magic really does have a mind of its own. He finished with a mutter. Harry swallowed hard, now regretting bringing it up altogether, as he still hated to see his dad acting like this because of something from his past, and so let the matter go entirely. Harry frowned, as something of those 4 together really struck a nerve in him, but surely he was being ridiculous, and Ginny just hadn't wanted to come in with her big brothers, so had chosen a random group of students, or some such, to sit with. I would just like to take a moment to applaud all of them showing up at once like that. Sirius rolled his eyes. That many people are never that punctual, Remus agreed. I imagine the houses all came together and waited outside in hopes others would show, and the congregation grew on the outside until they realized no one else was coming. Then most likely the twins told them all to get a move on inside. You lot think way too much about things, Lily giggled. I think I counted 25 total, Sirius said cheerfully. That falls under a couple. A couple is 2, Harry protested. Maybe even Ron and Hermione didn't know, James said with faint amusement, and words spread a bit. That didn't make me feel better, he protested, but was ignored by Sirius continuing. You cheated, Remus accused at once. You skipped down and read that number, not kept a count. Sirius kept reading as if he hadn't heard that too. It's hardly very good customer management, James chuckled at this display. I really can't imagine what his problem is, Lily agreed a bit more curiously, though they were likely to never get the answer other than a grumpy old man. Honestly, public speaking is an actual form of torture, Remus agreed. Just what did Hermione get you into? That's not an encouraging start to something that shouldn't particularly be going on, Lily murmured with discomfort, as a scorned girl could cause problems. But Harry had never done anything to this one, so she had no clue where this was coming from enough to be worried about it. Sirius snickered a bit as he read that. It was very true insulting others had a way of bolstering one's self. The 4 of them had rather amused smiles on their faces. It was rare indeed to find individuals who had not inherited the panicky trait of not being able to hear the Voldemort's name as if a curse had not been set upon them. But they'd certainly never tried it on a full group before, and the range of reactions amused the mind. Does he want a film of the event? Lily snapped. I'd be happy to let him play the role of Malfoy already. James grumbled in agreement of this little comment that was unneeded in their opinion. Why be there if you didn't believe it? He started it with that tone, Sirius snapped. Lily frowned as that last name struck a chord as Alice's maiden name, wondering if this was some relative of hers that had lived past her friend's life. Such little things like a name kept managing to strike her the hardest. And what right is that? Remus demanded. Dumbledore's given the account. If that isn't good enough for him, I hope the door hits him on the way out. Lily groaned miserably. That's all her son ever seemed to be, a spectacle. Still, she tried to at least remember that wasn't all of them, perhaps just the unnamed children Harry had never met properly. He must have more people on his side like Neville. An impressive skill, Sirius muttered absently while he flipped the page. And there it is, James sneered. The details, because everyone wants to know what the body looks like until they get a peek. The haunted look on his and all of their faces convinced Harry without a word he would not be asking for details of them any more than he wanted to be asked that day in the Hog's Head. Sirius winced in disgust having to say that, but gazed sadly at Harry as he disagreed. I don't believe that, and neither do you. She was just trying to help. Harry merely rubbed at his scar in answer, his lip trembling with words he could not speak. It became clearer every day he had refreshed of this school year. Every minute he learned something more of his 5th year. And yet, with every flip of the page, he knew more with every word. He did not want the answer to what problem revolved around his scar, that had him thinking such things about his friends on such a regular basis. Harry, Lily cracked an honest grin finally now that the immediate tension began to dissipate. That's the normal term for what animal your patroness takes. I associated the word with the first person who I heard say it. He shrugged without much defense. They all shared a surprised look at that, though, before Remus began humming, It's a Small World After All. Sirius ignored him, mostly because he didn't recognize the tune. How could he not know that? James snorted. He commentates on the Quidditch matches. He'd have seen it clear as Remus that day. Professor Lupin never said he saw the animal, Harry thought back. Just complimented what it did. Maybe it really hadn't taken shape yet and was just large and powerful. I don't really think it took the stag until later. That caught all of their attention, wondering why Harry kept noticing such a thing, but Harry himself hardly paid it much mind this time, now thinking back on memories he'd rather forget again. You're missing out on the best face, then, Sirius pouted. He couldn't have a few more fun pokes at Harry for his crush, who was now just as determinedly not looking at his godfather. Close enough, Remus chuckled. Sirius cracked an evil grin, and at once turned to say something else to Harry, who hissed back, I'll make you do a somersault if you don't keep going. You're getting more violent by the day, Sirius approved, as he did indeed turned away, though hardly looking very concerned at the threat. I'm sure you can throw in a few hints of how hard-pressed it was doing those things while telling them it wasn't a big deal, Remus chuckled. But that's exactly what you're doing, James snorted. Harry shrugged and still muttered how true it was none of that had been all on him. He was in turn ignored by the others, who were never not impressed Harry had reached his current age. I had nothing to do with that. Sirius batted his eyes innocently, and Harry wasn't so against him he didn't chuckle as always. Thank you, Ron, Lily nodded. Some people needed a good tongue-sticking charm now and again. That's not remotely what he said, Remus frowned. Sirius gave a fantastic snort while James nodded, clearly liking to the idea at once if only in his imagination. No, no, Remus pouted. Some things need to be lingered on. This isn't one of them. Lily couldn't stop a chuckle as she tried to convince Sirius of this. That's a terrible idea, Sirius gave a wolfish grin. He's leaving himself open to attack from the other. James mimicked the look. Priorities. No one could tell how much sarcasm James was saying that with, or if indeed there was any to be held. He has been rather quiet from what I remember of his nature, Remus randomly agreed. It really is a moment where you stop and evaluate how stupid the mind can get, Sirius agreed. Now this I want to hear. James smiled openly, though there was a small hint of something else in there Harry couldn't identify. Now those I've heard of, Remus said before Sirius could ask. Old Scottish legend if I remember correctly, though it was never proved as more than that. Apparently, Luna thinks otherwise. Sirius shook his head with an indulgent smile, Harry unsurprised, but still confused. He had that same small tick to his mouth his father had. She really can't be so naive to think we've discovered everything there is to be. Lily sighed for Hermione starting this fight. James let out an impressed whistle for Luna giving such a sharp return. Maybe he had her pegged wrong as just some girl with fantasy ideas. She clearly had a spunk to her. This seems to be a full-blown Weasley trait of good imitations, Sirius grinned at this even small resemblance to his own acts. You didn't discuss this before you showed up with the idea. James chuckled. Have you heard us do any such thing? Harry shrugged, his mind currently vexed on the issue, though he had a funny feeling he'd like the end results of this. Sirius offered, why not the Chamber of Secrets? The little problem that there's a basilisk corpse down there, Harry told him like the thought was obvious. I don't know, Sirius shrugged. I think it kind of sets the mood. Plus, Remus agreed, only you can open it, what with the Parselmouth door and all. Harry shook his head furiously and said, how will we get back up that giant slide? Plus, can't the eyes still kill you? Should we really be playing with that? You're turning into your mother, Sirius told him, and being a killjoy. Hey! Lily and Harry both snapped, both giving Sirius the stank eye for his innocent joke. James personally didn't want to think about Harry back down there again for any reason. He'd already had a few vivid nightmares about that place, and so instead offered, they might be able to use the Shrieking Shack. Not sure if that's big enough, Remus disagreed. Certainly not for the lot of them at once. The boys remained stumped, and rather miffed they were coming up short with this idea. Sirius begrudgingly turned back to the pages, though he knew whichever student offered up something they hadn't thought of would still irk him. Sirius chuckled out the answer before anyone could respond. Not secure enough, Remus dissed. Umbridge could walk right in on that, which means you'd need a guard and all sorts of getaway plans. That's pretty elaborate, and I'm not sure how long-term it would work for such a huge group. You've half your goal accomplished at least, Lily praised. Harry felt an odd smile light his face for some reason, though he had no clue, as this seemed innocent enough, and surely Hermione was still just nervous with so many people looking at her. It's a test, clever girl, Remus chuckled. I'd be sure not to pass along when the next meeting is to anyone who doesn't sign it. If that's really what he was anxious about that, I'm a little insulted for Hermione. Lily rolled her eyes. She was the one who just said to keep this business quiet. Least it got the loudmouth to agree, James smiled. Between him and the twins, that should convince the lot of them there's no harm in agreeing to this. Harry felt a slight giggle escape him he had no name for, though he was confident it wasn't too far off the mark. Well, that was just rude, Sirius pouted, his smile widening when he saw Harry looked a bit disappointed as well that more people hadn't stuck around to talk to him. Her friend clearly isn't a fan of you. Why bring along that one? Same reason you brought me along that time you asked out Christine Palish. You didn't actually want her to say yes. You just wanted me there as backup in case she said no. Remus rolled his eyes. Sirius just nodded in agreement. He still regretted taking his fellow Quidditch player up on that dare of asking out the girl with the then seventh-year boyfriend. But Moony was always good backup, and the end results of the escapade had been worth it. It was good of her to give him a chance, Lily said grudgingly. But this proved to me he's not worth keeping in this group. He's too unpredictable, James agreed suspiciously. Harry jolted so hard he looked like someone had literally yanked on his leg as he snapped. She what? All of them couldn't help chuckling at such a vivid reaction, though Harry still looked more annoyed like they imagined Ron would be at having this news dumped on them. Harry had been fidgeting with his hands so much of late, none of them noticed the little twist he gave to the gold ring on his finger. Please tell me Hermione timed it like that, Remus muttered to himself, causing Sirius to snicker harder as he kept going. I do adore how casual she is about all this. Lily's shoulders were still shaking. Poor Ron, and Harry. James kept smiling as well at the peeved look on his son's face that hadn't lessened much as the news sank in. James was once again grateful he nor any of his friends had younger sisters. One little brother amongst them had caused enough drama in their group. I would not answer that, Remus said at once. Sirius rolled his eyes at this display, even if he kept laughing more loudly with every line that Harry's pout kept increasing. Harry had known he had a bad feeling about him, yet it hadn't been very dominant at the time. What had changed? Did he expect her to live on that crush forever? James asked with honest interest. I'm starting to wonder if he was even hoping for it. Remus grinned. Least Ron knows Harry. May not be such a big deal to him. Nah, Ron knew Harry would never reciprocate, so his baby sister would always be far away from any romance, Sirius snorted. Harry forced himself to remain quiet and out of this conversation, now playing with his ring more than ever as something pressed heavily on his mind for this topic. Lily noticed him doing this, but she thought it was merely the idea of his wife's commentary on this, and still realized she had not an actual clue of who the girl could be. The lot of them giggled at that, thinking that's what had kept him so off this topic now. But Harry was surprised such a thing hadn't crossed his mind since Hermione had brought this up. So Harry was left more confused than ever what was going on. It took you quite some time to realize this, James chuckled. Well, I'm sorry if those kinds of details don't keep my attention. Harry managed an eye roll and a friendly smile, though for some reason he'd noted every time Ginny had spoken to him while revisiting these memories. Oh, yes, he's calm as a hippogriff on fire, Sirius snorted. Oh, I'm sure you weren't that bad, Remus tried for sympathy, failing as spectacularly as Sirius' disbelieving snort. If Harry was anything like he was in here, that had been a lost cause on the kid's part. Sirius was still chuckling happily as he passed Harry the book. HPHPHPHPHP, I have discovered two things about kittens. They think a person typing means it's playtime, and you have to get creative while they bat at your fingers, and they like to sleep on the crook of your neck, just as distracting but so infinitely cute. I've actually been sitting on this one for ages, and yeah, I really did want to bring it up in that moment in 3, but it just never felt right considering everything else that was going on. So I tacked it in here rather awkwardly instead. Better to have a random pop-up question than ruin tension, so here it will sit. Chapter 17. Educational Decree Number 24. Chapter text. Thank you. Thank you all for your constant love, reviews, and support of this. I always thank those with an account, but I still can't say thank you enough to guest reviewers who are just as consistent and loving. HPHPHPHPHP. Harry felt as if it had been ages that he'd taken the book so light-heartedly. His godfather still weighed heavily on his mind. He could not erase the fear that their last argument wasn't going to be the end of things, and Harry still worried deeply for the end results of that. But finally, something was going right in school. He couldn't wait to learn what all became of that. Sirius chuckled as he told Harry, "You managed to say that with such perfect exasperation." "It never fails to boggle the mind," Harry grinned. "Well, compared to her third year, I imagine even seventh won't feel as bad as taking all the classes at once," Lily shrugged. "Is that all you needed?" James grinned in relief. His son was finally starting to sound and clearly feel more normal again. "Didn't the order help with that?" "I wasn't actually doing anything of use on that front," Harry shrugged. "Knowing someone's out there helping and my actually helping are two very different things for me." No one argued that point. They all felt the same. "Which bit was your favorite part again?" Sirius smirked, to which Harry ignored him. "I still want to see someone hung for that. It truly sounds like yet more torture for you this year," Remus said in disgust. "They're still hanging those up. I thought Hermione would have a cow on them if she saw." Lily yelped in concern for the twins' health. "This one wasn't nearly so big or as flamboyant," Harry shrugged. "She may not have even noticed it a second time." It was truly depressing that the second Harry had locked in on this new thing, his face had gone right back to that unhappy, sour look he'd carried through most of this book. Harry looked up, surprised no one had interrupted him during that to state their disgust, and found 4 stunned, stupid faces. James even had his mouth hanging open in shock. "That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard in my life," Remus struggled to even get this out. "Are you kidding me?" Lily screeched in outrage. "You must be absolutely joking. Of all the stupid, I mean she didn't really know one could have let her, but Quidditch." James and Sirius broke in with unison disgust. "Priorities, men," Remus scowled at them. "How about even we couldn't have hung out at school?" Groups of 3 or more, bloody hell, just walking down the corridor is banned in that stupidity of hanging out with more than 2 friends at the same time. "Would you lot focus?" Lily snapped. "I can't imagine how this was passed. She's literally just putting up laws now that fit her own need. How on earth is this being passed? I am absolutely disgusted anyone could be part of this." "I think you're all missing the big picture." Harry kept scowling at nothing. "Which is, how did she know?" That did catch them off their own problem, as each ran through the list of all who were in the Hog's Head that day. "Must have been one of the students. None of the other customers care enough to say anything about this." Remus reasoned out. "Harry did keep noticing that one shifty person," Lily reminded. "So there was a shifty PR son. They still wouldn't have a reason to go darting to Umbridge," Sirius brushed off. So the best idea is that asshole Zachariah. Everyone else there never showed any problem with this, James decided. That friend of Cho's, Lily said uneasily. Harry's stomach twisted in pain, even as his eyes lit on her for some understanding he got from that. But then Sirius dismissed at once. Loyalty to her friend would keep her mouth shut, I'm sure. Zachariah didn't have that with Ernie or that other chick. And Harry was no longer sure what he'd been thinking of. Great, now that that's decided. I can't wait to hear what the twins do about this, Remus sneered. But Quidditch. James was not going to let that point go. That means Harry's team has to be reinstated by that toad. I can't go a whole nother year without hearing about him in the championship. Lily smacked him upside the head, while Harry kept going with much less enthusiasm now. He'd had all of one page to enjoy himself, and that had already been taken away. Youthful innocence, Remus sighed. Oh, Harry, they do, Lily promised at once. I've realized time and again what a beacon of hope you are for your generation, how so many look to you. Usually not in a good way, Harry interrupted with a scowl, clearly refusing any kind of comfort. James wouldn't give in that easily as he tisked at Harry. Remember what Dumbledore said last year. If you're striving for universal popularity, you're going to be waiting forever. You've hardly ever looked past the bad people are saying of you. Try for some optimism. A good 20-something people are on your side that you know of, not counting the ones I'm sure are still in that school. Harry thought about this for a moment before he really did smile. Somehow, he just knew. Before all this was up, he'd realize his parents were right, and that was enough for now, even if he didn't feel it currently. All of them at least got a small laugh out of Ron's one-track mind, but at least he'd said the main suspect first. He wasn't entirely acting like an overprotective brother. I can't believe it took you this long to get in this one. James snorted with glee. I found that out during my second year, and it was for a much better reason than vising a friend, Sirius agreed with a wicked grin. Harry gazed bemusedly at them, realized they weren't going to elaborate, and kept going curiously what the problem with this was. No, that mustn't be it. Remus made his eyes go as wide as possible. What on earth gave you that idea? Harry just rolled his eyes at the sarcasm while still grinning at the mental image Ron had provided. That timing, Lily rolled her eyes. I'd have been much more impressed if she'd been coming down head first. Remus snickered at the thought. That is entirely insulting, James pouted. What about in the Slytherin common room? Harry asked in surprise. They don't even have stairs. How do they stop there? Temporary dirt funnel over you, Sirius grinned. Any time you try to step past the barrier, a wall of dirt circles you, though girls around you still come and go. It leaves you pinned like that till you turn around, and then it opens again for you to leave. Same two things happen for the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, Remus agreed. Why am I the only one insulted by this? James protested of them. Because it's a fairly pointless rule considering most couples don't enjoy spending time in their rooms considering all the shared space, so most find other places to interact. Remus rolled his eyes at him. You just get mad because when you tried to fly your broom up there an intruder alert went off and McGonagall showed up and nearly cursed you before realizing what you'd done. She never did let that one go, gave him a month of detentions, and threatened he'd be in her office for life if he ever set off another alarm like that again. Sirius chuckled. Ron just said the same thing before Hermione showed up. Lily rolled her eyes. But now, of course, he realizes he's wrong, and he's correcting her as well. Sirius shrugged. Harry had hardly paused for breath upon realizing this before he startled at the burst of laughter from all sides. He looked around with his own amused smile to see that even his mum was giggling like mad that Hermione had done something so underhanded to ensure silence for this group. Hermione is a girl of many talents. James calmed down first as he fixed his glasses. She really is something when it comes to protecting her own, Lily agreed fondly. Boys lost it all over again, cackling like idiots, and Harry joined in this time to help relieve some of the tension living in him of how sure he was this was going to be happening at some point. I can't imagine why they wouldn't be. Remus shook his head at the idea, his grin still stuck in place for Hermione's curse. I never thought anything otherwise, Sirius smirked. They knew what they were getting into before this stupid. I don't even want to call it a law, it's so sad it's a thing, Lily scowled. No, it won't, James said in confusion. People chat with other people from different houses all the time. Still not best to have it clear and obvious who's coming up to talk to me right now, Harry shrugged. Remus was biting his tongue to hold in the sarcastic comment that even the Great Hall was technically now falling under the more than 3 people in one group rule. I already sense true love, Lily giggled as she nestled in a bit to James' pleased smile, both parents missing the stricken look Harry seemed to get for no reason because of that. You could still offer her private lessons, though still even fall under. Remus smacked Sirius for Harry this time, just so Harry could keep going. I can't believe you were more concerned over this group you just made up than your Quidditch team. James was still stuck on that one. I'm getting a really bad feeling about this, Sirius said uneasily, already imagining that Toad excluding the Gryffindors from playing ever again just because Harry was on the team. Surely Dumbledore wouldn't really let that happen, though. She can't stop Quidditch, James said flatly. He didn't look quite as dangerous as when he'd heard about that quill being used on his son, but this was a good second. There'd be a true revolt. Even the other houses would go balmy if she stopped one team, because it would ruin the whole year's structure. Breath you too, Remus tried for comfort, even as he shifted uneasily in place at the idea of this. Prongs said it himself. There's no way this is going to last, I'm sure. Lest someone is, Harry sighed. He couldn't get rid of this pit of nausea telling him he should have enjoyed Quidditch while he still had it. Is that all it took, for her to start crying to get you to stop? Lily at least grinned for that. Could she even get rid of him? Remus asked, clearly looking to think on something else before his friends blew a gasket over their topic. I feel like even if she did fire him, he wouldn't even take notice and he'd just keep showing up. I actually agree, Lily nodded. You'd have to designate a new classroom and put a teacher in there, and then Binns would just show up and keep talking to an empty room. The worst part is, Umbridge would probably consider him a good teacher if she doesn't fall asleep in the back like everyone else, Remus sighed. None of the boys laughed like the two had been hoping. What on earth? James began in confusion that had finally caught everyone's attention onto one subject, and it wasn't history of magic. What's Hedwig up to? Sirius tried to lean over in concern to look at the book. Either she could have dropped off her reply with breakfast, or she should have waited till you were alone. Harry had no answer. All he knew was the powerful burning protection rising in him as he gazed at his owl and hurried quickly on. Someone attacked Hedwig, Harry snarled in outrage. Oh, the poor dear, Lily crooned in concern. I can't even imagine what. I really can't either, Remus shifted uneasily, remembering clearly who that letter was from. Nothing could have happened to Sirius right. There's a miracle in itself, Sirius said as he jittered uneasily. Bird bones aren't exactly easy to break, despite being hollow, Remus began prattling off as he pictured it in his mind's eye. It must have taken some very great effort to bend it out of shape. I can imagine Hedwig fought back. Remus, Harry all but begged, shutting him up instantly as Harry kept hastily going. Honestly, Harry, you could have just walked out and he wouldn't have noticed, Lily told him with a straight face. She knew she would have if her pet had shown up injured. No one could even crack a smile for this display. First time in my life someone called me wrong, and I can't even enjoy the moment, Harry muttered sourly, his eyes flickering to his father's owl and away with lunging. He wanted to know right now his owl was okay. He couldn't get rid of this terrible premonition. Something could be very wrong with her. That's so sad, Lily groaned as she twisted up some of her hair with worry. But I'm positive Grubbly Plank will help her. She's been nothing but decent so far. That made Sirius question for the first time where the woman was even staying. It's not as if Hogwarts had an abundance of guest rooms set up, though he supposed one would obviously be provided for her, and entirely not the point right now. Must love her faith in you. James continued shifting in unease as they all watched Harry red with panic over his poor pet. They were sure she was fine. It more than likely wasn't a critical injury, but it put them all on the edge something like this had happened so randomly. That's not helping, Sirius said through gritted teeth. Remus nodded absently. He'd worked all that out silently himself, and had been hoping for some other answer, while Harry absently noted his question of those winged horses had just been answered, and he hadn't even realized it. Oh, the irony, Sirius couldn't help but mutter. She's never been slow on the uptake. James began fidgeting all the more. Now fingers crossed she'd pull Harry aside so the two could go check on Sirius. What on earth had happened here? Harry shifted guiltily, wishing he could have done more for his owl or at least stayed with her. Remus and James tried to draw comfort from the fact that Harry was more worried for Hedwig than Sirius. Surely if he thought something had gone wrong with his godfather, he'd be even more upset. The worst part is we already guessed as much, Lily said with grim disgust. Not even to wherever the bloody hell Sirius was hiding before, but now at the safest place on Earth. Harry snarled in disgust, still shifting restlessly and knowing he was going to feel off until he knew his owl was back to 100%. Can't imagine what else it would mean, James said dryly to cover up his heart thudding harder every second. If Sirius didn't make an appearance tonight, then he'd know something was wrong. Surely, though, it was just Hedwig's response being intercepted, and not the fact that someone had attacked her, and Sirius while he'd been putting the letter on the owl. Harry would have been told if something like that had happened, right? That bit is impossible, at least, Sirius said with conviction. No one else was around for last time. I'm sure it'll be fine. They all paled as they realized that, but Lily jostled herself back into thinking right. That falls under Dumbledore's job to keep that monitored for the school on behalf of the ministry. But she trailed off right there, as even before this latest stupid decree, it had been made clear Dumbledore's powers were quickly being stripped away. What if someone in the ministry had noted when this had happened? Could it be possible they'd somehow traced it back to Grimmauld Place? The amount of magical protection around that house should have made this impossible. But something had happened to Hedwig, and none of them could stop their stream of worries until they got an answer. There must be some other forms of communication, Harry said through gritted teeth, something even more fearful rearing up inside of him at just the hint of the idea he couldn't get into contact with Sirius because of this, and something was going to go terribly wrong because of it. Sirius and James exchanged a significant look before James said, "Well, yes, there is, but usually those are private and pre-set up things that you and Sirius just haven't established yet." Harry looked on at him in confusion, waiting for that to be explained more, and Sirius did just that. A few items can be enchanted so that you can have conversations one-on-one, but like Prongs just said, you have to individually set them up, and you and I haven't yet. Harry still felt like they weren't saying something, but pressed on anyways, as he just wanted this nasty feeling to go away. He tried to even remember that happy feeling he'd felt only at the beginning of this chapter, and already that felt like a foreign concept. I was under the impression that was always how he talked, Remus sneered, more than tired of hearing of this little prat near constantly. Nothing should ever be a question of influence inside that rat hole. Lily snapped in disgust. I wish they would, Sirius said nastily. Then half the ministry would quit in protest, and the other half would quit because the place couldn't even run anymore. Then Fudge would be forced out of office, and we could put someone with a brain in place. That was extremely elaborate, Harry told him conversationally. That's serious, James agreed. Considering that room isn't housing the whole of your family, I don't consider them that reliable, James sneered. Uh-oh, Lily sat straight up in concern. I hadn't realized Neville was around. James winced in concern. This could be. Sirius trailed off as he couldn't decide how this was going to be. Neville would get a few good licks in, more from shock on Malfoy's part than anything, but now everyone in the area would question why this had affected Neville so bad. Clearly something the boy was against, as he'd never brought it up himself. All five of them remained grim-faced, the boys for once not even cheering this fight on. Neville deserved whatever he was going to do to Malfoy for that crack, but glory, the motivation for it, was the most terrible thing any of them could put into words. Not if you backed him up rather than stopping him, Remus said under his breath. As you always say, Moony, time and place. Sirius gave him the absent reminder, wishing he could go start his own fight with the twisted beings passing as people walking around with the intent to do this to their friends. They were all still shifting uneasily in here for that distressing moment, each wishing they could do something, say anything to make that even remotely better, but words weren't enough. James' mouth opened with a little pop, before he exaggeratedly clutched at his throat and began pantomiming distress. Honestly, I'm with Prongs, Sirius nodded along, while Lily watched him with mild concern for the show. I've never been more distressed who I want to see come on top on this one. Why can't I have normal friends who just say something like that, instead of you two idiots? Remus gave a small smile as Sirius had switched to raising both hands and clearly weighing both sides, and James had only slightly calmed down by now making exaggerated faces every few seconds. "Oh, hush, Remus. You know full well you want to go get the camera right now," Lily said with mild indulgence at the display. "Well, I can't tell them that. Then they'd think I approve or something," he smirked. "I knew that conviction of not letting Snape get the better of you wouldn't last long," Sirius sighed. "You're going to blow that potion up in your face if you don't pay more attention." Lily couldn't help but scold him. "I'm confident they'd want everything removed from the syllabus that doesn't involve brainwashing," Remus snarked. "Oh, how I long for the days of Slughorn, who'd have thought," Sirius grumbled in disgust. "I will pay that man whatever it takes to never go into retirement and keep this from happening," James vowed. Harry was frowning lightly to himself, wondering at that time frame, though surely it couldn't be anything too significant. Lily shook her head, now completely giving up on the idea Harry's potion was going anywhere this lesson. "You know, at some point, I almost wish he would be," Sirius groaned. "Then he'd be gone after that year." Harry gave an odd little laugh of agreement he was sure shouldn't feel as significant as it did. Remus snorted in surprise, and then at once was affronted he'd done any such thing, and covered his face with shame. There, Mooney, we all lapse insanity sometimes." Sirius grinned as he patted his shoulder with comfort. "Now what was this about me being dramatic again?" James smirked. "I would never deny when anyone made a good comeback." "Shut up, Prongs," Remus huffed as he scowled at him instead. "It is actually hurting my soul to be enjoying this so much." Sirius was watching the book with an intense feeling even he couldn't quite read. It wasn't quite pleasure, but far more understanding than he'd ever given Snape in his life. "He's afraid to let him into a classroom with daylight. He might melt," James smirked. "Wrong myth, dear," Lily muttered without explanation to his confused look. She was sitting far back in her seat with her arms crossed. She still couldn't quite bring herself to the level of mocking him like the boys were doing, but for once in their life, they all seemed to be of the same mind when it came to Snape right now. "Merlin's pants, you congratulate the man for 1 second on doing something right, and he turns around and does even more bull-loaded nonsense." Sirius groaned in disgust. "Snape reached his limit of my liking for him, and then shattered it all in the same stretch. I'd be impressed if I wasn't pissed," James huffed in agreement. "I found it cathartic to try breaking something like his nose," Remus said so only Sirius could hear, causing him to at least giggle a bit, but the two kept that one to themselves. "I really can't see how it makes too much of a difference, honestly," Lily said grudgingly. "That's a waste of a class you're prioritizing." "There are many reasons I fell in love with you, dear," James grinned at her. "This is one of them." Lily just grinned as she waved on her surprised son. "He was doodling during that class. I hardly think he missed out on something riveting," Sirius snorted. "Hermione is a terrible conscience if she can't even tell you how to sort your day out," Remus sighed. "I know Mondays are terrible, but this is getting ridiculous for all parties," James said in confusion. "Ouch," Remus winced, all of them at once understanding what must have happened. "Is it of some comfort she wasn't outright fired?" Lily sighed. None of them particularly liked her, but that didn't mean they wanted her under Umbridge's thumb either, which seemed to be what had happened. "Not much," James groaned. "As if she doesn't contradict herself enough with her predictions, now she's doing it in real time," Sirius tried for his old mocking tone, but even he didn't hate Trelawney enough to poke fun at this. "If she really can't piece that together logically, then she could at least consult a crystal ball," Lily muttered without any real heat. "Of all the teachers to go on probation, she wasn't exactly number one on my list," Remus sighed. "Even she didn't deserve this," Harry grudgingly agreed past all his annoyance at her. "That was insulting, Harry. A fact does not give two people anything in common," Lily said flatly. "I'd be worried for the mental health if they had by this point," Sirius snapped. "No need to think more like," Remus sneered in disgust. "You already have, though, Harry," James sighed. "That first day you asked to go to tryouts told her all she needed to know about the best way to get to you." Harry looked horror-struck. He could be the reason his team didn't get set back up. So Lily quickly soothed. "Oh, I'm sure you're all exaggerating this. Quidditch is a set Hogwarts tradition. Even Umbridge can't be stupid enough to think she can go on without letting the team play forever. Someone will step in." Even she didn't look very convinced by the end. That woman had already gotten away with far too much. That's not the bright side I was looking for, Lily groaned. Even she wouldn't put that in the good column. At least the marauders looked entertained at this display, while Lily found the whole thing rather sad this was getting such a show. Could watching someone vomit really be so entertaining? No real use. Sirius looked stricken. This is the most valuable thing I've ever seen invented, far more useful than a dozen spells I could name that have only one purpose. This is a multi-purpose gift. James agreed. Would you lot calm down? Lily rolled her eyes at them. So they make you vomit. Serious socks can do that. Not stop on command, though, Remus reminded. Think about it, Lily. This could even have some real-world applications for spies, slipping this into someone's food, and they couldn't stop unless you promised them the antidote. Lily pursed her lips even as her mind did begin spinning past the trouble it caused. Satisfied that everyone at least appreciated these things on some level, Harry did keep going with a small smile in place now. And there's that, Remus agreed absently. James and Remus finally felt themselves relax since the news of Hedwig's arrival. They wouldn't even admit to themselves how worried they'd been for him about the attack on Harry's owl during this delivery. But clearly, he was just fine, and it had been some other thing to happen to Hedwig completely unrelated to Harry's godfather. Lily giggled happily at the idea, eyeing her cat whose tail was just being spotted hanging from the staircase banister. James felt the same grin appear on his face, and he wasn't even beside his mate. It was just natural even when he wasn't in on the joke, though he did wonder what Sirius knew and was eager to hear. Harry stared in stunned disbelief at the words before turning wide-eyed to his godfather, who at once put his own baffled hands up in surrender. Don't look at me, even I'm not that good. And it takes a lot for him to admit to that, Remus said offhand, even as they kept watching the book for this explanation. Maybe Padfoot had showed up after all, but not even been seen by Harry just to prove a point that seemed the kind of thing their friend would likely do. At least some things about you never change, Remus grinned. And I'm sure he'd be happy to teach you, Lily shook her head for him. Harry's mouth flopped open, outraged that he was still being followed, before he glanced up and saw all of them not trying very hard to stifle giggling at the thought of Mundungus dressing up like this. James pushed the idea further by getting out around a shaking voice. Wonder if that was serious idea for the disguise, and Dung was too afraid to say anything otherwise. Harry did crack a grin for that at least, though it didn't at all make him feel better as he still hadn't been told about this time not even by Sirius. That did make the others realize as well Sirius had been fully aware of this and had not passed this information on, but James defended his mate on this one. Firstly, Harry, when exactly was he supposed to tell you this? Maybe Sirius didn't even know you still were until Mundungus showed back up to say what you'd done. His face soured for his own explanation, though, as Sirius should get first say in what happened around Harry. Besides that, maybe Sirius just assumed you still knew. Followed outside of school, why not while in it too? Remus rolled his eyes at the absurdity of this even while he explained it. Harry just sighed, but decided against butting heads with Sirius over this when it more than likely still wasn't his decision. I swear you are the worst influence on his life. Lily didn't even bother trying for a stern tone as she grinned at him. Can't you at least pretend to scold him before congratulating this idea? I'm not even going to bother to apologize, Sirius kept snickering. Harry had felt some growing unease since he'd read Sirius' letter, so he tried to ignore why for a moment and asked, What's the story there? Sadly, we've only ever heard some garbage from the man himself, Remus sighed. We tried to get him to meet us there for an order meeting one day, and he wouldn't go, James pouted. Only said he hadn't been there in ages. When we asked the barman, he told us when he'd been banned, but wouldn't say more. Maybe he showed up without covering his face and ruined the motif. Lily rolled her eyes at all of their disappointment at not learning something. Considering how off that barman is, my best guess is it was something personal, though, Sirius grumbled, wishing he did know what had happened. I still think this dung in a dress thing warrants far more commentary, James chuckled. Keep it to your own head, then. Lily rolled her eyes at him. I am too. James' face at once tightened in concern of what that woman had to say about this. Merlin's pants, she sounds like Umbridge. Remus protested in disgust. That's a bit extreme, Lily frowned at him. She doesn't want to hear of Ron in trouble. Why didn't I ask the other 3 Weasleys to be in attendance for them to hear about this as well? Sirius rolled his eyes. How exactly would you have secretly phrased that? Harry chuckled. I'm sure Ron'll just pass it along to them for all the good it'll do. Would love to have been there for that bit, James huffed, wondering what Sirius had said to remind Marley that's all she could say on the subject. That gave them all a moment of interest. This guard duty got more interesting the more they heard about it, though it was still infuriating just hints kept being dropped about it instead of actually being told what it was, especially by Sirius himself. Honesty, I'm a bit impressed you did, Lily snorted. As if. They all scoffed at once. That's the conclusion anyone could draw. Sirius saying something like that would be akin to him declaring undying love for Snape. There's my Padfoot, James chuckled. Not a chance on the map. James' grin turned wolfish. Sirius at once agreeing, while Remus looked a touch offended. He could understand why Sirius wouldn't have said the whole of the Marauders. That would hurt his heart too much to possibly ever say again. But he'd have liked to at least been acknowledged as well during that. Clearly, even his name being passed along by Sirius was too much to ask for any more, and this somehow continued to get more depressing the less he was mentioned. I notice you've yet to ask us how we'll be learning. Harry smiled at him. I'd have liked to know what you thought of me teaching the lot of them. I'm sure pride, amusement, and a list of other good things. Sirius smiled fondly at Harry, who couldn't help but beam. I'd thought she'd sorted out her priorities by now, Remus sighed. Then you'll have less homework and more time to practice, Sirius snorted at her oddly. This was her idea. Why she's suddenly the one bringing this up? James rolled his eyes agreement. Why do you seem to be the only person thinking like that? Remus agreed with an unfocused gaze. Sirius turned to look curiously at him for the tone, and not understanding the put-out look still on his face. You'd think you'd realize, same as Remus did. That's not big enough for almost 30 of them. Lily looked at him in confusion. I might not know how many of them there were, Sirius shrugged. If it had been 10 or less, it may have worked better. I don't see why that's a problem, James said in confusion. Sure, the cloak helps to sneak onto the grounds, but so long as they don't do it after school hours while taking turns sneaking down there, that wasn't really the issue. That one could have been big enough, Sirius pouted, if it hadn't caved in. I'm really coming up with nothing short of a classroom, which is ridiculous when you consider how big that school is, but nothing outside of the classrooms hold that many people. James ran his hand through his hair in frustration. Harry's voice spiked in concern at once, James nearly startling out of his seat at such an abrupt change, and Remus leaning improtectively close to Sirius as he watched the book dangerously for what that face could mean. Sirius was at Grimmauld, and Harry was at school. Surely nothing could be happening at either end, or they would have realized it before now. James couldn't help jumping out of his seat then, his face stark white with concern as he fought back the impulse to snatch the book away from Harry's stuttering, fear-filled voice. Lily began swearing violently as her mind raced to realize how this had happened. No, 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 Harry shouted in outrage. How could she? There's no way she could have known you were there. How could she even manage to do that to you? What did she almost do? Pulled him right out of his fireplace into hers, Lily answered through numb lips. Sirius didn't realize that pressure was Remus, hand curled so tight on his arm, prepared to wrench him out of the way of something any second, until he tried to move towards Harry and reassure him everything was all right. He'd escaped. He looked back at Remus steadily, who had to concentrate to unfurl his hand, before Sirius promised Harry and everyone, Relax, I bolted. She didn't grab me, or you'd have realized it. You've never done this before, but you can still sense what's going on at your end as well as the place you're visiting. But you can also still feel the flu network working around you. I'd have sensed someone else trying to jump in, and I bolted. There's no way she could tell where. Everything's fine. No one looked remotely reassured. Too much adrenaline still pumping in them, too close a shave that Sirius was once again trying to blow off. He hardly even looked ruffled. If his eyes were a little wider than usual, then that was more mild surprise than anything someone had gotten so close to him. James was still shaking, and too white from fear as he kept a steady eye on his brother. That had been the most fear-inducing moment yet, and it had happened while he'd been chatting with Harry. What was wrong with this world? Sirius couldn't have one actual conversation with his son, lately, without something happening to someone. Chapter 18. Dumbledore's army. Chapter text Remus struggled for a moment to make himself reach for the book, to keep going in a perfectly normal tone after their worst fear had nearly been realized, and Sirius' fate had been silenced in this future. The worst part was Sirius looking at him expectantly, like he was waiting for Moony to start prattling on about boat truckles again. He couldn't do it. The words burst out of him like fire. Sirius, would you please at least look at this like you would a mission for the Order, and stop treating your personal safety like an extra quill? Sirius puffed up his cheeks, but still refused to look around at all the concerned faces as he stated, "And what, worry my tail off like the lot of you? Exactly what good would that do? I'll be fine. That toad doesn't scare me, and I'm not ever going to give up talking to Harry out of fear." He finished with a hard look at Remus. Remus looked like he'd been slapped and quickly turned away, while James scrutinized the two, trying to understand why Sirius thought that was the reason for Remus' silence since he'd left school, and then not being able to think of an idea against it. Harry hadn't even registered the exchange. His mind was a pain-filled buzz as the memory he'd just been given felt like the worst omen yet. Something about Sirius and the fireplace, Umbridge's office. Now get on with it, and read Moony. There is just no sense sitting around talking about what-ifs. Sirius finished with a hint of an apology in his voice. He'd regretted the words as soon as they'd slipped out. He'd been determined not to have a go at Remus for his future any more than he wanted to sit around thinking about his own. The tone had caught Harry by surprise, instantly taking away whatever he'd been thinking to look over at the marauders and realize he'd missed something. But he didn't get a chance to ask for what as Remus began around a tight throat. "I'll kill her," Harry said flatly. James eyed his son with worry. Not that he didn't agree, but he found his son with some pretty bad self-esteem issues that it took the maiming of his pet to want her dead, while his being tortured had been played off by him. Remus did a double take at that, trying to figure out what Harry was doing. "Magic can make you so lazy," Sirius chuckled. "I'd have much more enjoyed chasing it about the room." "Always true," Lily agreed. "Be careful someone's keeping an eye on Flitwick, though. He's been known to sneak up on you," James said absently. He still hadn't been able to take his worried eyes off Sirius, and now kept glancing at Remus in concern. He was reading so despondent. Clearly what Sirius had said struck him deep, and James was getting worried. He hated watching his friends argue. Harry scowled shamefully for himself, not having put more thought into that at the time. He could have saved his family heart failure if he put a little more thought into that moment rather than letting Cho distract him. He felt like a failure. All he'd done was cause them worry since his arrival here. "That's so foul, and yet it makes a despicable amount of sense," Remus said in disgust. Remus frowned lightly at the pages, thinking Hermione should quit sharing this kind of information when Harry was holding live creatures. That was twice now. He could have done one a serious harm by not paying attention. Harry saw the look and sheepishly defended. "I may have honestly got the two swapped in that moment." Sirius at least snorted at the joke. "I still can't imagine. I mean, how would she?" James struggled to put into words all the fear and anger that moment had caused. "She more than likely doesn't know it's actually me," Sirius reasoned out. "The Flu Network would have put together for her Harry was meeting up with someone outside the castle, and she was trying to snag them. But I can't imagine how she put my name into the equation when everyone still thinks I'm a mass murderer." All five of them shivered hard for that ever having to be a thing again, not to mention because it would be the first step in the worst outcome. Lily tried hard not to smile at the subject change, but she'd be happy to sit around all day and hear of Harry's lessons rather than picturing anything happening to Sirius. She already wanted to hug him any time she had to imagine him being in that dark house by himself at all hours. Now he was officially cut off from any communication as well. She'd be surprised if he didn't go mad in there and burn the place down by holiday break. Why were we using two separate animals anyways? Harry asked just to keep up the subject change. They've always had enough of the same animal before. Honestly, I think he just likes to mix it up for fun now and again. Remember the class where we were practicing charming animals to hum? He provided a range of birds so we could hear the different effects. Maybe he did something similar here, though the idea doesn't work as well on silencing two well-known animal noises. Remus trailed off as he still seemed puzzled at his own answer, but Harry grinned and seemed satisfied enough to wave him on. What exactly did he think was going to happen? Sirius rolled his eyes. I'd be more stunned by this point if she didn't pull it off. Yep, there it is. James grinned for that old times feeling. I don't even blame it. Lily frowned in sympathy. At this rate, I'd be more surprised if we weren't given additional homework. Harry threw his hands up in exasperation. Sirius gave him an understanding look, keeping the thought to himself how funny it was Harry was doing extra studying for a class that was offering him the least amount of work this year. Why didn't they all just move to another classroom? Lily frowned. She knew she wouldn't have tolerated that and would have started cursing Peeves the moment he hit her or her friends. Because he'd just move with the herd, best to try and show disinterest in his being there and hope he goes away. James shrugged. Never worked on you, Lily smirked, causing James to open, then close his mouth without response. Oh, thank Merlin. All four boys cheered with relief while Lily rolled her eyes indulgently and hoped this chapter would just skip to that match already. She was already sick of hearing it. Best get used to that. James' smile didn't dim in the least at the reminder of the weather. Quidditch holds for no storm. Sirius winced in remembrance of the last storm Harry played in and couldn't decide if he was rooting for Snuffles to make another appearance, though at least there wouldn't be Dementors this time. Not that I'm not intensely flattered I consume so many of her thoughts. Your point's sharper the sooner you get to it, Padfoot. Remus rolled his eyes. But why was that your first thought? Sirius finished as if he'd never interrupted. It was on my mind. I tend to get a little panicky about such things when my godfather was nearly captured less than 24 hours ago, Harry said so sharply Sirius dropped the joke at once. Regarding, James prompted when Remus trailed off. Nope, that's where she stopped, Remus shrugged. Honestly, I don't know how you can stand her, Sirius grinned in agreement. It was her idea. Lily balked in confusion. What's she playing at? She certainly wasn't acting like this even after the bill was passed. Her precious laws. Remus agreed with a confused scowl for this abrupt change. Sirius had yet felt more insulted by anyone, but Hermione just kept managing to hit him with the hardest blows lately, and this is one he'd give her a good snap for. He hadn't argued the point when she'd accused him of being insane. He half believed her no matter how terrified it made him. He'd given in to Marley helping him to look after Harry. Merlin knew it would be foolish to turn down anyone willing with all the trouble his godson was clearly going to get up to. But this. Was Hermione really saying if he told the lot of them off she'd be even more gung-ho for the idea? It was of the utmost insulting to his pride that his encouraging Harry along with something now was putting Hermione on the ropes. Sirius' silent fuming was nothing compared to the other four's outburst of Hermione's line of thinking on this one. She'd said some pretty nasty things about their friend, and she continued to do it without a care for anyone, clearly not Harry. His one vague parent in his life, and Hermione was saying they should no longer do something because he'd given the okay for it. The only good thing Hermione's snide comment had done was fix the Marauders' problem aside, if for a moment. Watching Remus tersely mutter a few things about Hermione gave James and Sirius a nice firm reminder their Moony had yet to ignore Harry or anyone in any sense, and Remus forced himself to keep going after a moment, just in hopes Harry might put a dung balm in her face for the comment. First the twins, now Peeves. Does someone have it out for Katie? Lily couldn't help but frown for the poor girl. Not carefully enough as she's still saying them, James hissed in disgust. He rode off the back of an executed hippogriff thanks to her illegal help, and she's got the nerve to call him reckless. James spat. Honestly, sometimes I swear I question Hermione's sanity. Harry was not going to come to his friend's defense on this one. That was a low blow against someone who meant the world to him. He could not see Hermione's point on this in any way. Lily chewed on her tongue for a moment as she considered her words before ungraciously saying, She's half right on that at least. Certainly got the motive anyways, though I still can't see that last part as his real intention. He's bored, but would never do something to really get Harry into trouble if the cause wasn't worth it. James frowned heavily at her, but didn't bite her head off as she hadn't exactly said anything explicitly wrong, though it rankled him she wouldn't just be as mad as the rest of them for this. Sirius made a deep-throated noise that might have been a laugh if he wasn't scoffing in disgust. Fitting, Sirius murmured, his tone more distant than ever. He didn't agree with Hermione on this one, not one little bit, but if anything he was starting to feel a touch of hope again. If Hermione could be so wildly inaccurate about this, maybe her own mind was exaggerating whatever she'd seen of him over the summer. Still, though, could both she and Marley be so wrong? They did seem rather similar, and no one else had paid that comment any mind of his unstable mind. Perhaps he'd read too much into it. After all, as had been proven several times now, Hermione didn't know everything. Wouldn't she know it was a ruse, though? Sirius asked at once with absolute enthusiasm. He really hated all the sour looks around him, all involving him. He was supposed to be the one to keep those looks away, and Sirius did not fail at his job. The twins haven't been subtle about them to the student body, so if they randomly get sick for no reason, I imagine she'd call them out on their bull. James hesitated, but his mind was now caught on the issue, and he couldn't help but respond. Honestly, I'm a bit insulted they're trying at all. Come on, men. They could be playing their game in this weather. This is keen practice you can't fake. The both of you should be hospitalized, Remus grumbled as he flipped the page. Sirius grinned pompously for thinking exactly like the twins, and was honestly disappointed no one pointed it out for him, so he'd just have to bask in his own glory. Nah, still the same idea. Sirius wouldn't let his moment go. Randomly sick. She'll know they're faking it. Hey, look, I was right about a fever pill, James grinned. Place they get their boils. Lily finished helpfully as all four boys winced. Honestly, Lily found it a miracle broom riding persisted at all, for as uncomfortable as it seemed to be riding on sticks of wood with only your legs to support you, it must be 10 times more uncomfortable for lads. She'd never ridden on a horse or a motorbike, but she imagined a combination on the two on something even smaller just would not make for a pleasant experience, no matter what her husband tried to tell her. Your team's already got the advantage for this anyways. Remus cheered slightly at the thought, even if he was still shifting a bit uncomfortably at the twins' predicament. The Slytherins opted out of that one like the cowards they are. You've already far more practice with this weather. Ah, karma, James and Sirius grinned. Is that really not a common spell anymore? James seemed mystified these upperclassmen didn't know it. Then again, as he thought back, he couldn't quite remember who taught him that spell either. It may have actually been his dad, and like the cleaning spell, only been passed down from word of mouth, so he supposed it was possible none of the others would know this, though now he was curious who would have mentioned it to Hermione. Perhaps Flitwick, if Hermione was asking for even more extra work at the beginning of the year. Look at you passing on useful wisdom already, Remus grinned. You'll be a natural at this. Harry grinned sheepishly even as he did jitter with excitement to get to his first defense meeting. His brain fizzled a bit as he tried to understand for a moment what else he'd been fixing to call it, but the idea was gone the moment he'd thought of it. How on earth do the chasers communicate in that setup? Lily couldn't stop the intrigue creeping into her voice for this idea. A lot of practice in these conditions, learning silent and very subtle signals from each other, having to stay close enough to keep up those communications, but also still at a far enough distance you're keeping tabs on the other team's chasers. I actually set up this routine where every time I slapped at my shoe the partner on my right, you remember Bishop, she tossed the ball as high as she could, and it was always Pesson's job to snatch it away as a quick diversion tactic. James eagerly launched at once into some of his own spins on this. Lily actually watched with some interest for a moment, as she'd never put much into the game even while dating him during 7th year. But suddenly she realized she'd never really bothered to listen to him either. She admired when he got so intense over the subject, but the actual techniques had always been lost on her, as she'd never intended to hear these details. It took the other three a moment to realize Lily wasn't going to cut James off, for once, and Remus cleared his throat loudly to do it for her as he was delving into an intensely detailed account of the effects of wind per hour on the tailwind that could be created in the right circumstances. Lily gave herself a little shake and looked back to him in surprise, almost as if she'd forgotten there was an audience, as he continued. Remus experienced intense pain on a monthly basis, and he was still managing to read that with a wince of horror upon every word for the poor twins' circumstances with this. Lily's teeth sunk into now familiar scars upon her lower lip with nerves, her eyes resting protectively on her boy as he rubbed at his scar with remembered pain. His face screwed tight, as he forced himself not to acknowledge what about these had his mind spinning with the most intense emotion he'd ever experienced. I'm sure that was as subtle as could be. Sirius shifted anxiously at this happening again. He wished it would stop. It made him clench with such unease he could have his own boils. James felt his stomach churning in a panic, already his hand itching for his wand in fear of his son ever being back around that monster again. Wasn't 4 traumatic experiences enough? Yet somehow, on the grounds of Hogwarts, would still cap them all. Like he was when Crouch got away last year, Remus muttered, his mind racing to try and understand this. So not a new experience like with Umbridge. In fact, I'm now convinced she isn't connected to this. Voldemort was angry at that exact moment as well. Isn't there something he could do to block this, though? Lily yelped, fear vibrating so much from her being it had its own tangibility. Harry has his own anger to be dealing with. He really doesn't need to know when Voldemort is as well. Harry looked around hopefully, but the only answer any of the marauders could have offered was occlumency, and they weren't even sure if that would solve this problem. This connection Harry had with Voldemort wasn't like anything they had come across, certainly nothing they understood enough to speculate on to even begin offering a cure, let alone some aid to help in stopping this. When Lily realized the only answer to her own rhetorical question, she couldn't bring herself to mention it either. Why instill false hope for even a second? And so spoke to him with the only thing she could offer. In anything that happens, dear, at least I know you'll get through it. You've such confidence, Harry sighed. He wished he could agree with her, and the distance he was forcing himself to have from his memories, at the moment to not understand a painful answer, was helping him towards believing her, which was the only way he could wave Remus to keep going with any semblance of looking okay. Their worry for this happening to him remained at its highest level at this news, and yet they were all forcing themselves not to panic as if this were new again. This was just like Harry's dreams from last year, only now he was getting this information without having to be asleep, and it was hurting his scar less. At least he wasn't screaming in pain. Yet, with every new development, Harry continued to contract from Voldemort's feelings, the harder it got to pretend there even was a solution out there. Remus wondered if Harry could even start exhibiting these problems in this time now. After all, a Voldemort with a body did exist currently, though he had yet to curse their Harry, so perhaps that would continue to prevent his future counterpart from experiencing this ever. He could only hope, and even if not, they still had time to find some kind of solution. Voldemort had his body back for many months before Harry's problem started exhibiting symptoms this bad. Okay, so that one is new, James groaned, as their only solace was torn from beneath their feet. Was happiness a new one? Lily at once tried to keep a single wall up. I think we can count Crouch's escape and subsequent Owl saying he was dead as both, don't you? So I think we can still say this is, well, not normal, but not new. Lily's voice was breaking at the end with the strain of holding on to her own hope. Yes, Lily, I'm sure that's it. Remus forced himself to agree past the lump in his throat, all eyes both trying to avoid Harry and watch him with deep worry all at once. This never got easier to hear about. Now is not the time for insults, Ronald, Lily said tartly, while Sirius forced a laugh he didn't feel. Harry felt a tingling sensation at the crown of his head. Something about that, regarding Voldemort's mind, he truly should remember. Then Remus muttered something under his breath Sirius genuinely laughed at, and Harry was looking to his parents, who were sharing a fond smile, as they always did whenever those two quietly snarked at each other. And Harry refused to let that pain be his undoing when he had them around him for support. Sirius could not seem to get the message to his brain, or never bothered trying, that this was a bad idea as he began mocking. Can you imagine if you got his whole range? Peckish, depressed, smug, horn, Padfoot, Remus pleasantly informed him. Not in front of the kid. He happily indicated the infant on the ground, and Sirius clipped his mouth right shut as Remus moved along. Harry crossed his arms definitely, waiting for someone to tell him he was being an idiot again. But to his surprise, no one did. James wasn't happy about it, but he told Harry, I wish you'd think about this decision a bit more. This isn't just about you and Dumbledore's problems. Voldemort is a threat to the whole world, and any news about him should be kept up to date with the man who's got the best idea on how to stop him. But it's not as if anyone can force you to send this along. You didn't ask for this job of being Voldemort's antenna. Harry winced anyways. The message had come across clear enough. Harry suddenly did feel petty, and his worry he was constantly trying to bury lately was rearing full force in concern that his stubbornness was going to get someone killed. News pertinent to the fate of the world, and our young Harry just shrugs it off, Remus muttered for Sirius alone, who smiled absently in agreement. Never thought he put homework above stopping the villain of all evil. Seems Hermione's got his priorities sorted for him, Sirius whispered back. They all shifted in unease as Sirius' words came floating back like that, like a weapon that he didn't have last time. But the endless possibilities of what that could be without any kind of information was no more helpful now than it had been when Sirius first passed that information along. Remus still felt like clocking him and himself for not having said the answer already. It was maddening. Honestly, neither have I, James agreed. I found the issues going on at our school just a bit more current and pressing. I still trust the Order to be handling whatever my friends are being cryptic about. So glad you have, Lily grumbled. My brain's been going crazy keeping track of everything I want to be keeping track of, and that's currently a very top concern. James ran his hand lovingly through the fiery hair and then began playing with it, helping her to relax for just a moment. All excellent questions. Remus heaved a heavy sigh. Even being very low on her list of worries, Lily still shot Harry an anxious look, though in understanding. Homework wasn't exactly something helpful to take your mind off your problems. Well, it's no wonder you weren't making any progress on your charms homework. Lily suddenly snorted in surprise as Remus reread that to make sure he had it right. Those are potion ingredients, love. Maybe that's why Ron was looking at you anxiously. Sirius wasn't trying very hard to fight off a grin. You were in the wrong book, mate, and he was too afraid to correct you. Harry actually gave them a bemused smile for the odd slip, but it was better than that worry line that had yet to leave his face for any length of time lately. Ugh, who'd have thought reading about Voldemort's emotions would still be more interesting than listening to this nonsense, James grumbled. Lily couldn't help but smile, though, finding it fascinating as Harry linked such ingredients together with his real-world problems. That truly was a good studying techniques if he'd actually been taking it in. You don't have to remind me of how desirable I am, Moony, Sirius preened, while Remus flicked him in the nose before loudly moving on. Harry'd had many moments so far where he'd understood without knowing how the importance of something, and this was by far the worst of all. Something about that door, it would mean something to his future, something terrible, and yet to put this into words, to make that fear tangible and real, would be a pain his mind could not cope with. He understood this better than ever of himself, and that scared him most of all. What happened in there that finally he wasn't willing to look ahead and see? The worst part was when Harry forced himself back out of his mind and realized his moment had not gone unnoticed. They were all as tense as when his connection to Voldemort had been spoken of, yet they did not understand. How could they? It must simply be a dream with no other meaning. What terrible thing could be causing Harry the pain they'd seen on his face from some simple, restless sleep he'd been having for months? Darby's back. Sirius cheered far too loudly. Startling Harry enough, he gave a small attempt at a smile for the distraction. With Hedwig, oddly enough, Remus agreed fondly, as he pictured how this could have come about, though now Harry was all but relieved he finally could have his pet safe again. Harry was practically wiggling with happiness at this development, not only because he was getting his owl back good as new, but he had a funny feeling Darby would be of much help this night. James blinked slowly as the image was painted before declaring, I have questions. Yeah, why was Darby the one to return Hedwig? Remus frowned. No, James rolled his eyes at his friend's one-track mind. What was that bit about Darby wearing all the hats? Remus reread that bit while Sirius started giggling at the idea. He'd been imagining an overflowing bin full of lost and found items. But this was even better if Darby had decided to keep them all for himself, and he now wondered if the little elf made a regular habit of this. Lily grinned happily at the idea. Darby had always been shown to care for others, and it was such a sweet thing to see this continued even while not having a master. It truly did just seem to be his nature. Oh dear, Lily frowned in concern. She'd never thought of that. I can see it, though, James shrugged. I guess if it did continue to happen, and they realized what someone was trying to pull, yeah, I can see this. Poor Darby, though. Remus had never heard such sympathy for the kind in Sirius' voice as he said that. Imagine how much work goes into one common room alone. Remus just hoped Harry told this to Hermione, hopefully making her realize she was in fact doing the opposite of what she'd set out to do and only making one elf work harder. Technically, her idea was working, though. James couldn't help a teasing grin on his face. Gryffindor Tower wasn't being cleaned by a slave. Darby was being paid. Ha ha, Lily said dryly. There's the bright side. Lily tried for a grin that didn't quite meet her eyes, as her son at once began rubbing in agitation at his scarf for the reminder. I'd take Darby over Creature any day, was that an offer? Sirius said with hope, and was ignored. I continue to realize just how sleep-deprived you were. James went back to laughing at that. You fell asleep practicing charms, and at some point accidentally switched to an even worse assignment. Remus managed to read that as if actually throwing burning knives that landed on no one in here. Sometimes Harry managed to forget how scary the lot of them could be until something like this came up. What's this you're on? Sirius asked eagerly at the happy smile curling across Harry's face. If anything could erase that lurking feeling from before it was focusing on his group, and he had a good feeling of where this was going that had more to do with Darby. That's brilliant. Remus gaped in shock before turning wide-eyed to Harry. The elves know more about that castle than anyone, if there is such a place than they'd know. I wouldn't think they do, though. James was pouting a bit, mostly because this idea had not crossed his mind, and he'd be even more sour if the elves really knew something about that school he didn't. This elf is ruining my childhood, Sirius declared, though there was nothing but a smile on him for seeing Darby clearly thought he did have an answer, knowing something about that castle we don't. I don't understand how really. Remus was thinking about this reaction and still thinking of their map in his head, and still no area was coming to mind. Harry wasn't going to let them wallow long. He was waving Remus very eagerly on for the answer to this already. He just knew the Marauders were going to love it. That's it. Harry pumped his fist, looking so giddy he may have rediscovered another Quidditch Cup win. The Room of Requirement, I know that. But we've never heard of that. James wouldn't let that one go. Not from anything in the school, the ghosts, or paintings. Then he trailed off with a further pout as he suddenly realized who they never had tried to get information from in that school. Stupid really now that he realized his mistake, but none of the Marauders had ever bothered to learn a single house elf name in their time in school. But what if they had? What if this was purely a house elf knowledge secret? Sirius wouldn't let him pout long, now practically screaming in Remus' ear. Well, get on with it, man. Can you believe this? Harry's now found two things in that school we never have, and I want to get to hearing about it. Hopefully this one does not contain a killer snake, Lily muttered, even as she kept watching curiously to find out more as well. Sirius opened his mouth again, but stopped surprisingly quickly at just a warning look from Remus. He wanted to hear this too much. Oh my wand! Sirius yelped in further excitement. This is magnificent. Even Dumbledore doesn't actually know about it, but it was mentioned ages ago. This is brilliant. He could have been lying, Remus said with a bemused smile as he remembered the snorted in goulash. Just didn't pass along to Karkaroff the full story. Nah, this must be something people stumble across, James said, as he was now thinking back to every passage in the school and trying to think if they could have actually stumbled across it without realizing at one point, and hoped Darby would tell details of where this place was soon. And Sirius' eyes were about to fall out of his head with wonder at this new treat being hovered above him. Priorities, man. This is far more important than getting your beauty sleep, which is a last cause on you anyways. Thank you, Padfoot. My son always wanted to hear you making cracks at him like that, James snorted. At first, Sirius just smirked, but then it quickly faltered as it clicked in his head. Was that what Hermione and Marley were hearing from him at Grimmauld Place? Him wanting to make old cracks about James, but now about Harry. Sirius had been perfectly clear-headed in aiming that jab at his pup. He couldn't resist with their similarities, and though he could only imagine how painful it must be for him to be without prongs in the future, was this really the reason for their worries? If so, then they seemed almost as laughable as James had tried to tell him they were. Planning to get through the halls. Remus demanded of Harry faintly. Honestly, you've traveled through plenty of times. Now you're just getting paranoid and letting Hermione rub off on you. Lily rubbed at her temple and wished her son had one good male influence who didn't constantly egg him into breaking school rules. But then she realized she'd hardly spoken up herself against the idea and quickly stopped with a faint smile. I've never heard such a blasphemous sentence in my life, James said flatly, while Harry stuck his tongue out at him. Bad mood instantly gone, James snapped his fingers in glee and shouted, "We do know that place." "Oh, yeah," Sirius nodded to himself. "That was a secret entrance out of the castle for us, though. We only used it once because it was so bloody hard to pin down how to figure out its switch. We stumbled across it one day while we were trying to discuss some easier methods of sneaking out into the Shrieking Shack," Remus offered. He paled, hesitated, but saw no point in not recounting this for Harry no matter how badly it hurt his soul. The problem was he couldn't think how to say his name without biting his tongue off, and he just hoped Harry understood the implications. Someone tripped over a stray brick, suddenly peeking out of the wall, and we pulled it, and it opened into a low-earth tunnel that let out right on the perfect edge of the forest. Just far enough away from the willow we could slip in without being seen, while not being so close the tree would come right up and get us. "We only used it that one time, though," James sighed. "As Sirius said, we couldn't figure out how to activate it, or what we'd done to get it to work. Never even added it to the map, as it was of no help if we couldn't use it. So this tunnel you wanted out of the castle popped into existence because you had need of it," Lily worked out. "Apparently it'll create anything you have need of," Harry agreed, that smile yet to have fallen off his face. "But how does it work, though?" Sirius demanded, bouncing slightly in anticipation. "Clearly it must be easier than we ever realized. We tried all manner of things to break that door back open, even paid a ghost to go through the wall for us, and there was nothing on the other side. How does Darby manage to get it open on a regular basis for Winky?" Harry merely pursed his lips, though, a smile still pushing through as he refused to answer, saying, "Don't want to jinx this and my head to start hurting if I tell too soon." "Now you're just being cruel," James groaned, knowing full well Harry was messing with a lot of them with that excuse, but no one argued the point much. Remus turned back to the pages very eagerly, feeling 16 again and trying to tackle on the Marauders' latest project. "Technically a fool did that. Darby was trying to take your head off," James reminded with almost amusement this time. The instance got funnier the more he grew to like Darby, and what the little elf had just done for his life certainly helped with that. He wasn't even that put out anymore he hadn't discovered this on his own. All he'd ever wanted for his son at school was to discover his own adventures, and this was certainly the best one yet in his opinion. Sirius couldn't help his expression souring for a moment over her. He truly disliked her moments where she decided just because someone like Dumbledore said it was okay made everything peaches with the girl. If it wasn't for making friends with Harry, Sirius was now confident from that statement alone Hermione would be in line with the Ministry if it wasn't for that troll so many years ago. Harry suddenly hoped topic of this new room never ended, as it was the first time the Marauders hardly gave his crush a passing thought. They were too eager to hear of this new place. "You lot honestly disappoint me with how shifty you can get over the silliest things," Sirius muttered under his breath, still watching the pages with burning eyes. While Sirius and James preened at the mention of their map again, Remus thought back in confusion and asked, "When did you get that back from Moody? The fake Moody." "Oh, I snuck up there and filched it from his office soon as I was let out of the hospital wing," Harry shrugged. "Didn't even occur to me till now that wasn't mentioned." He kept thinking on it as he added, "All of Moody's stuff had already been emptied out. I've no clue where, so I was really worried for a moment I wouldn't find it. But I went through his desk, and there it was, practically the only thing left in the room." He finished with a vaguely happy feeling this wasn't an accident on someone's part. Lily burst out into full-blown laughter at the look on her boys' faces. "That's it," James spluttered in disappointment. "We got detention for 3 months trying to blow up that wall to get back behind that, and you just had to walk around asking it." "That's so, Ravenclaw." Remus crinkled his nose at the idea. "Oh, just ask for help. Someone'll come along." "Actually, that's not a bad idea, Moony." Sirius suddenly nodded to himself. Remember how Lily said all the founders supposedly did something for the school? You were listening. Lily raised a surprised brow while Sirius ignored her. What if this was Rowena Ravenclaw's idea? Seems her type of thing. Asterisk, I wouldn't bet against you. James nodded serenely at the idea. So Ravenclaw both found the location for the school and put one of the most fascinating rooms in it. Lily grinned, which only stretched wider at all the confused faces. If you lot had bothered to ever read Hogwarts a history, you'd have found the passage that mentions how Rowena Ravenclaw apparently found the location for the school from a dream where a warty hog led her there. Good to know the woman who created the house for the intelligent was so balmy. Sirius rolled his eyes. He'd never questioned how his school had got its name, and been happier not knowing it came from such a silly place. Remus impatiently tried to keep going for more information about this splendid bit of the castle they were going to be exploring for the first time. Every word was being taken in by all with the highest concentration, though for two different reasons. The four graduates were stoked for something new, another layer to the castle they'd never had the pleasure of discovering, but now Harry had. Harry was confident this room meant something great to him, something very significant for his life for far more reasons than just a secret meeting place. Wonder who was asking for those? Sirius couldn't help but snip under his breath. How on earth did that stuff end up in there? Lily yipped in surprise. They all sat there for several long moments as they struggled to figure out why before Remus said slowly, maybe it was the house elves. If they were told to clean out Moody's office, and the real Moody didn't want his things back, perhaps the elves put his things into the room of requirement as a sort of storage. Darby did say the elves used it for different reasons, instead of just hiding away the drunk ones. I can see where you're going with that, James nodded, Harry honestly hoping he'd keep going. The idea appealing to him, there was just a whole room full of junk things hidden away over the years. You mean he doesn't miss falling to the hard ground while Hermione told him to aim? Lily giggled. Oh yes, a magical room appears to you, and you ask for a second library. Brilliant, James marked. Was that all it took? Remus clapped himself on the forehead. Well, she'll be out of your hair for a good, what do you say, prongs, 2 weeks to read the lot, Sirius stated. He said 100, James thought in his mind. I want to say at least a month. You're forgetting this place can now conjure up whatever book Hermione pleases, Remus reminded. I'm thinking we could lock Hermione in there, and she wouldn't notice for far longer than one school year. All three cracked up laughing, while Harry and Lily exchanged amused smiles at imagining Hermione scowling at the lot. I think I won right there. Hermione clearly can be distracted, Sirius snickered. You're off to a great start with this teaching thing with such eloquent words, James chuckled. How on earth did the twins manage to run past this place 3 times while hiding from Filch? Remus paused in confusion. Maybe it doesn't have to be 3 consecutive walk-pasts, but they were leading him in a circle, James offered, thinking of a hidden nearby secret passage they could have been jumping from into another on the way to this place. Then what about Dumbledore or Filch? Remus persisted this new idea. They know the castle well enough they'd have no reason to walk past the same place 3 times accidentally while going to something. Asterisk, it's not like anyone in here can answer all that Moony, Sirius sighed with disappointment. Boy, do I wish we had Darby here now. I'd interrogate the little bugger all day about that and more. Makes me wonder what Seamus thinks is going on, Remus questioned. The two are such good friends. How's Dean sneaking off for so long without his friend questioning where? Secret girlfriend, Sirius offered with a shrug. Nawa, Lily cooed before giggling just a touch at Harry's blush. Nor gone, Sirius rolled his eyes. Is Hermione playing at a power trip? Give her a chance, Remus waved him off, as he couldn't imagine Hermione setting Harry up like this only to pull something like that. You've certainly got a girl there who's not shy, James grinned, which Harry happily denied acknowledging as his face went more red. Ah, Sirius acknowledged. Yes, all right, fine. That one made sense. Team spirit, James snorted. We don't name the different Quidditch teams further than our houses. You lot gave yourselves a name. Lily rolled her eyes at him. That's different, Sirius said, looking wounded she'd compare such a thing, but his face blanched as did all the marauders, as that was too difficult to talk about considering what one particular member had done to them. Harry did not force them to linger on the subject, no matter how much he'd have liked to poke fun at them in that moment, thinking they were so special. Bit on the nose, Remus grinned. Though that one had merits for life, James chuckled. Well, that second one's still a winner then, Sirius smirked. Well, would you look at these two working together? Sirius' eyes gleamed in a whole other kind of laughter as he turned attention on Harry. Best be careful, pup, or Ginny and Carlin's fan club may gain another member. Harry struggled hard to hold a scowl on him, even while he was far too happy in this moment. He'd rediscovered the name of a very special group to him that alone caused him to smile without restraint. But there was something genuinely amusing about Ginny and Cho going back and forth like that he couldn't quite place a finger on. Who decided this was a democracy? James couldn't help but chuckle. Harry could have wanted a benevolent dictatorship. I'm thinking Hermione would start a revolt against that. Best let her pretend she's calling the shots while I'm the head pace, Harry said good-naturedly. Open foot, insert mouth, Lily said darkly for this arse, bringing up memories of her son having to survive that moment again. Good of you to start with something simple, in instructions and spell work, Remus praised the idea. Work your way up to that benevolent dictatorship slowly, he finished with amusement. Proving once, and for all Neville's as skilled at magic as anyone, Lily said grimly, her thoughts still on how Snape treated him for his rather faulty work in potions. A little encouragement, and he was already managing to strike Harry with the spell. He'd build up the speed necessary for a proper fight. That's probably for the best, Remus agreed mildly. Encouragement first, constructive criticism when it's needed later. Technically, they were not following your choice of words. James began defending at once as if his son would start scolding the twins. Yeah, they're pairing off and practicing, just, not on their partner. Sirius beamed with pride, while Harry didn't bother hiding his laughter at any of this. One rather sad of such a simple spell, the other very sad of his mind set, James scoffed. You've never tried to jinx me, Lily reminded. I would if we'd ever been paired to practice together, James shrugged without remorse. I know better than to try and go easy on you. You'd send something far worse than a disarming charm at me. Lily smiled pleasantly without bothering to deny such a thing. Remus was reading all of this with pure fascination. One of the many reasons he loved teaching was to watch and learn all of the very different ways children could learn, and here was a wide variety of a group of students. He found himself making little notes in his own mind how he'd offer help with the mentioned problems, and then quickly tore that to shreds, refusing to acknowledge he was still entertaining the idea of going back to Hogwarts for this reason. This is the best room in existence, James squelched. Do you think it even has limitations? How many dung bombs could fill that room? Lily frowned at her husband, in times like these genuinely wondering if he'd suffered brain damage in his life for having such a one-track mind. I think she should wait a few sessions before trying to improve upon or make up her own spell. Best stick with it until you've got the basics of the spell down. Sirius pretended to patiently critic until he turned to Harry and finished flamboyantly. Then she and Harry clapped his hand over his mouth while looking him right in the eyes, and Sirius responded by liking the digits, causing Harry to recoil in revulsion. While Sirius' nose was scrunched up with distaste as he stuck his tongue out and tried to look at it, Remus quickly kept going. Well, technically you did. James was all for continuing while Sirius was temporarily distracted. How dare Harry come in the vicinity and distract her with his mere presence? I will pay you stop, Harry groaned. You can't pay me with my own money. James' smirk widened while Harry groaned louder. Least Harry keeps things straight, Remus chuckled, causing both boys' humor to dissipate at once from mocking Harry. Does someone have it out for the Gryffindor chasers? James demanded, slightly amused those two girls seemed to keep getting random injuries. Honestly, I'd believe that one by now. Harry really should be watching what he's eating, James grumbled. But I want to, Sirius pouted, long since knowing he'd have a hoot of fun with Luna if given the chance. I swear I keep expecting that girl to move down and live on the pitch. Lily rolled her eyes, while James nodded for Angelina, keeping that up front. Lily's face puckered with disappointment. It hadn't occurred to her till now, but had none of them really found a single Slytherin they could trust to bring into this? She'd spotted a dozen opportunities now, but none so wasted as this one to prove once, and for all there was nothing wrong with the whole house, and if even one student had branched out and just tried to offer some help and support from that house, it would have meant so much to her. Was this argument really needed? Remus frowned. They were supposed to be getting each other. Hermione should be happy he pulled it off on his first day trying. I'm thinking Hermione's competitive side is smarting if Ron got her before she did, Sirius chuckled. How did he even? James full-blown laughed at the imagery. I don't know what she's talking about. That still sounds like a point for Ron, Sirius agreed with Chipper. Time for dinner, I think, Harry said at once, looking pleadingly to his mother to back him up on this, who graciously agreed and pulled Harry into the kitchen with her to avoid the now very rowdy boys who were still chatting happily about all the ideas this room had given them. I have no idea what I just typed. It just sounded vaguely smart. If you have an actual smart person comment to insert there, please have at it. If you don't, then I'll just edit that part out. I actually have headcanons of what the other two founders did for the school, but I'm saving those for later. For now, I'd love to hear your own ideas. I'd love to hear some ideas on this one, because I can only explain the twins. I'm not even sure how Malfoy knows about the room, as he certainly didn't stumble across it for any random reason. I have far more to say about that in the next book, of course, and the whole vanishing cabinet room of hidden things thing. But for now, we're focusing on how so many people just stumble around the same area 3 times to find this thing in such a large castle.